Chapter 6, First Casualty Report. The morgue smelled like failure, not decomposition. The refrigeration units worked. Bodies stayed preserved. But the antiseptic couldn't mask what Nika recognized from Lagos General, the particular scent of too many dead in too small a space, institutional processing of human remains, the bureaucracy of death. 47 bodies. She'd counted twice. 47 names on her datapad waiting for notification letters. Standard Commonwealth Naval format. Template text. Fill in the blanks. Dear family contact, it is with deep regret. Her grandmother's voice whispered from memory. Onya agananwanaya, don't leave your brother behind. But she couldn't remember half their faces. The medical reality was quite straightforward. She'd triaged 300 wounded in 6 hours. E47 didn't make it. Lost them during surgery. Couldn't save them. The clinical euphemisms doctors used because saying died felt like admitting defeat. NECA pulled up the first file. Corporal James Whitaker, hull breach casualty, explosive decompression. She'd been 12 decks away when he died. Never saw him, just his body after, bagged and tagged by Marines who knew proper procedures. She typed, Corporal Whitaker died serving his crew with distinction. The words felt hollow. Next file, Ensign Maria Torres. Radiation exposure. Medical bay couldn't treat her fast enough. NECA had been there for this one. Held Torres's hand while organs shut down. Watched the numbers drop. Did everything right. Lost her anyway. She couldn't remember Torres' face, not the features, not the eyes, just data. Age 23. He posted from Kepler 442b, 6 months aboard. Parents living. The notification template had a section for personal observations. Things that made the deceased human. Real. NECA's cursor blinked in the empty field. She typed, Ensign Torres was a valued member of the crew. Generic. Safe. True enough. She moved to the next file. The next. Typing notifications faster. Stop thinking. Process. Count casualties as statistics. It hurt less. Lagos General Ebola outbreak. NECA 26 years old. 93 patients in isolation. 62 didn't make it. She'd stopped learning their names after 30. Stopped reading histories. Just treated symptoms. Counted the dead at shift end. Went home. Showered. Forgot. The memory bled through. Wrong. She was aboard the Adequate. Not Lagos. Different dead. Same numbness. She pulled up file 15. Private Daniel O'Connor, age 19. Shrapnel wounds. Bled out during evacuation. NECA hadn't been there for this one either. Marines brought him to medical already gone. Parents living. Kepler 442b address. Same as Torres. Same as Whitaker. Same as 12 others in the morgue. Kepler refugees. Caney's homeworld. The evacuation that should have saved them. Nika checked the casualty distribution. 47 total, 23 from Kepler, just under half. The medical reality was quite straightforward. Kepler survivors had sustained worse injuries during boarding. Inadequate protective equipment, civilian-grade environment suits. They'd been more vulnerable. Or, she ran the data again, checked injury patterns, compared severity scores. And Kepler casualties showed higher mortality despite comparable triage categories. Same severity, worse outcomes. Why? Lagos, the supplies that never arrived. Antibiotics diverted to private clinics. Government officials received treatment first. Poor neighborhoods waited, died waiting. NECA had asked questions, been told to focus on medicine, not politics. She pushed the memory down, focused on data. Kepler casualties received treatment, same protocols, same care. But something. Her comm chimed. Recovery ward. Marine needed consultation. NECA saved her work. 47 notifications. 15 complete. 32 blank fields waiting for personal observations she couldn't provide about people whose faces she couldn't recall. She stood, walked to the ward. The morgue doors sealed behind her with pneumatic hiss. 47 bodies in refrigeration, waiting, patient. The dead were easy. Never complained about delayed treatment. The recovery ward held 18 beds, 14 occupied, Marines mostly, hull breach injuries, radiation burns, the ones who'd made it. Private first class, Tommy Reeves occupied bed 7, left leg gone below the knee, shrapnel from the same breach that killed O'Connor. 19 years old, Kepler address. NECA checked his vitals. Blood pressure stable, pain managed, amputation site healing clean. He'd survive. Go home, live decades with prosthetic. Doc, Reeves's voice was hoarse, painkillers. Need to ask something. She pulled up his chart. How's the pain level? Fine, not about that. He shifted, winced. My mom, she's going to want to know how it happened. Standard engagement protocols. No. I mean, he looked at the ceiling. I don't want her thinking I was scared or hesitated. You understand? NECA understood. She'd written enough letters. Families wanted heroes, wanted meaning, wanted deaths that mattered. You performed admirably, she said. Clinical, true. Maintained position under fire, saved 3 civilians. That true? Yes? It was. She'd read the after-action reports. Reeves had held Corridor Junction, let refugees evacuate, got hit covering their retreat. But the leg? Reeves gestured at the stump. Mom's going to ask if I could have kept fighting, if I gave up. The amputation was necessary. Crushed tissue, arterial damage. I couldn't save it. I know, but... He met her eyes. 23 years old. Kepler accent thick. Could you maybe tell her it happened fast? That I didn't feel it? True that I kept fighting after? NECA felt something shift. Comfortable lies. The kind doctors told families to ease grief. The medical reality was quite straightforward. Reeves had screamed for 40 minutes while they stabilized him, begged them to save the leg, cried when they started cutting. I'll tell her you fought well, NECA said. Stayed conscious, helped direct medical response. That was true, sort of. He'd been conscious, had directed responses, mostly profanity-laced demands about his leg. Thank you, Reeves relaxed. Mom needs to hear that. After Dad, he trailed off. NECA checked his file. Father listed as deceased. Cause, industrial accident. Kepler 442B, mining operations, 3 years ago. Corporate negligence. Common on Kepler. Her grandmother would say, Ike the MMA, the strong survive. But grandmother had died in Lagos, before the outbreak, before NECA learned that strength meant nothing against systems designed to fail you. I'll make sure she knows, NECA said. She moved to the next bed, the next, checking vitals, updating charts, listening to requests for comfortable lies. Tell my wife I wasn't scared. Tell my parents it didn't hurt. Tell my kids I was brave. The lies accumulated. She added them to her list, carried them like medical supplies, distributed them where needed. Lagos, patient 17, Ebola. Asked NECA to tell his daughter he loved her. NECA had nodded, written the name down. Patient 17 died that night. NECA couldn't remember his name 3 days later, never delivered the message, still carried the guilt. The memory bled through sharper now. She was doing it again. Taking requests, making promises, knowing she'd forget, knowing the numbness would protect her. The medical reality was quite straightforward. Empathy was a resource, finite, depletable. She'd run low years ago, rationed it carefully, spent it where it mattered most. These Marines mattered. Their families mattered. But 47 notifications waited, 15 written, 32 blank. She couldn't remember faces for personal observations. Couldn't remember. Didn't want to. Her comm chimed. Morgue. Body required re-examination. Automated system flagging inconsistency. NECA excused herself, walked back. The ward noise faded behind sealed doors. The morgue waited. Cold, quiet, easy. The automated system flagged body 32. Lance Corporal Sarah Mitchell, age 21. Kepler address. Died from chest trauma. Was multiple penetrating wounds. NECA pulled the bag from refrigeration. Unzipped. Examined the entry wounds. 3 hits. Chest cavity. Consistent with combat documentation. Shrapnel from hull breach. Except, she ran trauma scanner. Mapped wound channels. Analyzed tissue damage. The wounds were wrong. Not shrapnel, too clean, too straight. Penetration depth inconsistent with explosive fragmentation. Ballistic wounds. Projectile weapons. Small caliber, likely 5 millimeters. Standard Commonwealth sidearm. Lagos. Riot casualties. Government-claimed crossfire. NECA had examined bodies, recognized execution patterns, entry wounds at close range, exit wounds suggesting prone positions, people shot while down. She'd reported findings, been told to revise assessment, wrote consistent with riot control measures, kept her job, lost sleep. The memory overlaid present, past and present bleeding together. She checked Mitchell's file, died during boarding action, defensive position, hull breach zone, no mention of friendly fire, no investigation, just casualty report, combat loss. NECA ran ballistic analysis, wound trajectory, entry angle. The shots came from behind, above, where Marines held defensive positions. Mitchell had been shot by her own people. Accident? Chaos of combat? Stressed Marine firing blind? Or NECA pulled combat footage, found Mitchell's position, watched the playback. Mitchell had been covering Kepler refugees, helping them evacuate, turned her back to maintain fields of fire, exposing herself. 3 shots, precise, center mass. Someone trained had fired those rounds. The footage showed other Marines, no clear shooter. Too much chaos, but someone had aimed, fired, killed Mitchell while she protected civilians. NECA's hand steadied, clinical detachment asserting itself. The medical reality was quite straightforward. Ballistic trauma was ballistic trauma. Source didn't change treatment. Mitchell was dead regardless. Reporting friendly fire would trigger investigation. Questions? Trauma for the shooter? Guilt. Psychological impact across the unit. For what? Mitchell wouldn't return. Justice wouldn't resurrect her. Truth wouldn't heal wounds. NECA pulled up Mitchell's notification. Typed, Lance Corporal. Mitchell died protecting evacuating civilians. Her sacrifice enabled 17 refugees to reach safety. Asterisk true, mostly. The lie was omission. She closed the ballistic analysis, deleted the scan, marked the examination complete. Standard combat casualty, no flags, no questions. Added another compromise to her list. Lagos, the revised reports, the bodies that told different stories than official records. NECA had learned when to see, when to stay blind, when truth caused more damage than lies. She'd thought herself practical, survivor, now recognized the word complicit. Her grandmother would be disappointed. NECA sealed Mitchell's bag, returned it to refrigeration, body 32, Kepler address, died serving with distinction. The morgue's refrigeration hummed. 47 bodies in cold storage, statistics, numbers, safe. She walked to her office, needed to finish notifications. 32 remained. Maybe she'd remember some faces. Probably wouldn't. The numbness was protection. Armor against suffering. She'd built it carefully over years. Refined it. Made it sustainable. Only lately the armor felt like prison. She couldn't tell which was worse, feeling everything or feeling nothing. 3 days disappeared. NECA sat at her desk. Terminal active. Files open. Notifications complete. All 47. She didn't remember writing them. Knew she must have. The words were there. Formatted correctly. Transmitted to Fleet Command for forwarding to families. Proper protocols followed. But the writing felt distant. Someone else's work. She read through them. Impersonal observations, generic condolences. The template text she'd filled with professional detachment. Corporal Whitaker died serving with distinction. Ensign Torres was a valued member of the crew. Private O'Connor fought bravely until the end. Lies, half-truths, comfortable words for grieving families. Errors she couldn't remember their faces. Not Whitaker, not Torres, not O'Connor, not Mitchell, whose ballistic wounds she'd deleted from records. Not the 19 others from Kepler who died at higher rates than the rest. Not the Marine who'd asked her to lie about his amputation. They'd all become statistics, numbers, casualty reports. The medical reality was quite straightforward. 47 patients lost. 47 families notified. Work complete. Her grandmother's voice whispered, Onya Gana Nwania. But she'd already left them behind. Not physically. Worse, she'd forgotten them while they were still warm. The medical reality was quite straightforward. She was losing her humanity, had been losing it for years. The numbness she'd cultivated as survival mechanism had metastasized, spread, consumed the empathy that made her want to save people in the first place. Lagos, the last shift before she left for Commonwealth service. Patient 93, Ebola, young girl, maybe 12. Neka couldn't remember her name, couldn't remember her face, just the number, 93. The last one she didn't save before running away to space where different people died in different ways, but the numbness felt the same. Her comm chimed, Bridge, Captain Caney requesting medical assessment. Neka closed the files, stood, walked to the door, caught her reflection in the polished steel. Didn't recognize herself. Wrong somehow, like looking at a stranger wearing her face. She reached the bridge. Caney stood at tactical, Munoz beside him, Hector leaning against the wall, neural jack glinting. Doc? Caney didn't look at her. She studied something on display. Need you to examine some Kepler refugees. Routine medical screening. All of them. 800 aboard. She'd screened them once. Post-rescue trauma assessments. Just a group, 23, Bay 14. Caney's voice carried something wrong. Too controlled. They've requested private consultation. Something about treatment concerns. Neka checked her datapad. No appointment request. No treatment flags. I have no record. Just received. Priority channel. Caney finally looked at her. His eyes held warning. Probably nothing. But given the casualty rates, he trailed off. Casualty rates. Kepler refugees. 23 dead. 23 requesting consultation. Same number. Paranoid tension crawled up her spine. When? She asked. Now, they're waiting. Hector pushed off the wall. I'll escort you. That's not protocol. Hector's hand rested near his sidearm. Medical personnel moving through refugee sections require security presence. That wasn't protocol. That was paranoia or preparation. Neka grabbed her medical kit, followed Hector to the lift. They descended. Deck 14, refugee quarters. The corridor was empty. Wrong. Refugee sections were always crowded. People living on top of each other. No privacy. Constant noise. Silence now. Hector's hand moved to his weapon. Doc, he said quietly, whatever happens, stay behind me. Just stay behind me. They reached Bay 14. The door stood open. Light spilled into corridor. Hector entered first. Weapon drawn. Neka followed. 23 refugees occupied the bay. Not waiting for consultation, armed. Weapons improvised. Ship components, these tools, pieces that shouldn't have made it past security. The lead refugee stepped forward. Male, late 40s. Kepler accent. Face familiar. Where from? She'd seen him in morgue photos. Family contact for one of the dead. Dr. Obi. His voice was calm, reasonable, wrong. We need to discuss treatment protocols, specifically why Kepler casualties died at twice the rate of other crew. Hector raised his weapon. Drop your arms, now. We're not here to hurt anyone. The refugee gestured at his people. Just want answers. Our families died under her care. We deserve to know why. Neka's mind ran numbers. 23 armed. 2 versus 23. No backup. No comms. Bay 14 was shielded. Old storage section. Signal dead zone. They'd chosen well. The medical reality is quite straightforward, she said, though clinical, detached. Casualty rates reflected injury severity. Kepler survivors sustained worse damage during boarding operations. Because we had inadequate equipment. Because command didn't prioritize our safety. Because we're refugees. Expendable. Not wrong. The words felt true. Uncomfortable. She thought it herself while running the numbers. I treated everyone equally. Did you? The refugee pulled out datapad. Lance Corporal Mitchell. Shot 3 times. Ballistic wounds. Your report says shrapnel. Why lie? Nika's blood went cold. How did you? We checked the bodies. Before you sealed them. Found inconsistencies. Wounds that didn't match reports. He stepped closer. So I'll ask again. Why lie? Hector moved between them. Weapon aimed. Back off. We're unarmed compared to you. You'll shoot all of us? On what grounds? Asking questions? The other refugees spread out. Not aggressive. Just positioning. Blocking exits. Trap sprung. Neka had walked into it. Caney had sent her. Knowing. Testing her. Punishing her. Or genuinely ignorant. The truth hurts families, she said. I was protecting. You were protecting yourself. The command structure. The same system that got our people killed. The refugee's voice hardened. Mitchell was murdered. Friendly fire. Someone shot her. You covered it up. I was preventing. You were complicit. The word hit like diagnosis. Terminal. True. Lagos. The revised reports. The executions called riot control. The lies she told herself about protecting people from painful truths. All of it just self-protection. Cowardice disguised as mercy. Neka looked at Hector. You're at the 23 refugees. At the choice she should make versus the choice she would make. The medical reality was quite straightforward. Truth wouldn't resurrect the dead. Confession wouldn't absolve her. Honesty would trigger more violence, more casualties, more bodies she'd fail to remember. Or she could be honest, accept consequences, stop running. Her mouth opened. The bay door sealed. Magnetic locks engaged. Emergency bulkheads dropped. Trap within trap. The refugees looked confused. This wasn't their plan. The lights cut out. Emergency lighting activated. Red, casting everyone in blood-colored shadows. A voice transmitted through bass speakers. Not Caney, not crew. Female. Mechanical. Familiar from somewhere. Dr. Aneka Obi, you have been selected for extraction. Please remain calm. Your resistance will be met with appropriate force. Hector fired at the speaker. Sparks. Smoke. Voice continued. Kepler refugees, you have served your purpose. Thank you for your cooperation. The refugees hadn't known. They'd been used. Positioned here. Armed. Aimed at Nika. Bait for different trap. Hull breach alarm screamed, not breach. Boarding. Something cut through the bay's outer wall. Precision. Surgical. The wall peeled away. Vacuum pulled. Emergency force fields engaged. Barely. Through the gap, ship, not Commonwealth, not construct, something else. Figures moved through. Armored, armed. 23 refugees with improvised weapons. 1 Marine with sidearm. 1 doctor with medical kit. Versus whatever had just breached their hull. Hector fired. His round sparked off armor. Did nothing. The lead figure raised a weapon, aimed at him. Nika stepped forward, hands raised. I'm Obi. You want me? Leave them. The figure's helmet turned, studied her, decided. Fired, not at Nika. At the refugees. All 23. 3 seconds. Bodies dropped. Precision, efficient, systematic. They were already dead before she processed what happened. Hector grabbed her, pulled her back, returned fire. The figures advanced, more breaching the gap. Dozens. Too many. Neka's numbness cracked, shattered. All 47 notifications, all the comfortable lies, all the faces she couldn't remember. Breaking through, screaming. The last thing she saw before the darkness took her was 23 more bodies. She wouldn't forget these faces. Not ever. The scream died in her throat as something jabbed her neck. Chemical taste. Metallic. World fading. A last thought. How many casualties would this make? 70? 80? She'd lost count. Chapter 7. Ross 128 Rendezvous. The docking clamps bit into the Adequate's hull with a shriek of metal against metal, a sound that traveled through the deck plating and into Kane's teeth. His jaw ached from clenching. His tongue tasted copper. Bitten cheek 3 hours ago when the FTL drive had coughed them into real space and he'd slammed face first into his command chair. Ross 128 Processing Station, Smelled wrong through the docking tube. Not the usual recycled air staleness of stations, but something sweeter. Rot masked by industrial cleaner. The chemical tang of desperation. 2 ships already docked. Commonwealth Navy hulls. Battered worse than his own. The UNCV sufficient. A supply tender that had no business in a combat zone. The UNCV marginal. And a survey vessel with retrofitted point defense guns that looked like a kid's idea of what warships should be. Well, shit, Caney muttered. Looks like we're the flagship. Behind him, Solomon's breathing came too fast, hyperventilating. The kid had crashed after 72 hours straight mapping enemy patterns, and now his body was paying the price. Hands shaking, pupils dilated, that particular grayness that came from running on stimulants and spite. They're not Navy, Solomon said, stating the obvious because his brain needed structure. Not real Navy, neither are we. Caney stepped into the docking tube. His knee complained. Old injury from his merchant marine days before the draft, before inadequacy became uniform. Come on, time to meet the rest of the rejects. The tube stank of lubricant and sweat. Someone had been sick here recently. Vomit, poorly cleaned. Caney's stomach lurched in sympathy. Ross 128 Station's receiving bay opened before them. 50 people minimum, pressed against the walls. Refugees, colonists, survivors. Eyes that had seen too much, faces that expected nothing good. A woman in a captain's jacket stood waiting. Late 40s maybe, hair gone white at the temples. She wore her uniform like borrowed clothes. Sleeves too long, shoulders too broad. Captain Kane? Voice hoarse. Smoked too much or screamed too much. I'm Janet Wu. Sufficient. Logistics officer, mostly. Was before. She offered a hand. Her grip felt like bird bones. They made me captain when the actual captain went out an airlock. On purpose. After Glisa. Caney shook her hand. Felt the tremor in her fingers. Darius, merchant marine. Oh, and then drafted. Then everybody above me died. Christ. Wu laughed, brittle and bright. We're so fucked. Completely. A man approached, younger, maybe 30, swagger in his walk that didn't match the fear in his eyes. Captain Torres, marginal, geologist, survey crew. I've been captain for, he checked his watch, 6 days. Previous captain and XO both dead. Ambush at Proxima. Welcome to the Inadequate Officers Club, Caney said. Member benefits include crippled ships, no supplies, and enemies we can't identify. Torres tried to smile. Failed. The meeting's in an hour. Conference room, C Station Commander wants all captains present. Station Commander? Solomon asked. First word since docking. What's left of one? Wu's expression went flat. Summer, you'll see. Conference room C had been a waste management planning office. The walls still bore charts tracking sewage recycling efficiency. Someone had tried to cover them with tactical displays, but the underlying metrics bled through. Liters of gray water processed, percentages of solid waste reclaimed. Appropriate, Caney thought. Shit upon shit. 12 people crammed into a space meant for 6. Station Commander, Colonel Patricia Venn, Army, looked like she'd aged 20 years in the last month. 2 other ship captains, Wu and Torres, their XOs, a few station personnel who'd somehow ended up in positions of authority through the simple expedient of not dying yet. And the civilians, 4 of them, elected representatives from the refugee populations. They sat rigid, furious, faces carved from stone. Caney took a seat beside Solomon. The chair's fabric smelled like old fear. Someone had stress-sweated through it for hours. Right. Venn's voice carried parade ground authority, undercut by the way her hands shook. Let's begin. Sitrep. Ross 100 to 28 Station is at 340% capacity. We've got 22,000 refugees from 7 colonies. 17,000 are non-combatants. Food reserves depleted in 4 days at current consumption. Medical supplies critical, and the enemy is 3 jumps away, one of the civilians interrupted. Woman, 60s, gray hair pulled tight. Maybe less, maybe already in system. While you discuss metrics. Venn's jaw set. Miss Okafor, don't Miss Okafor me. the woman stood. I've lost my entire family. 2 daughters, 4 grandchildren. I watched them burn on Kepler. And you want to discuss food metrics? Silence fell like a guillotine blade. Caney's chest tightened. His heart beat too fast. Too hard. The manic edge he'd been riding since the ambush sharpened into something almost like laughter. Because what else could you do? What else was there? She's right, he said. Everyone turned. About what? Ben asked. About the metrics being bullshit. Caney leaned back. His spine cracked. We're having the wrong argument. Food doesn't matter if we're all dead. Medical supplies don't matter if the enemy glasses this station from orbit. Then what do you suggest? Torres snapped. Run. Where? They're everywhere. Maybe that's the answer, Wu said quietly. Scatter. Individual ships. FTL in random directions. Some of us might what? Okafor's voice cut like broken glass. Survive? Win while the rest burn? While my people, the ones who trusted us to protect them, die alone on stations like this? The argument erupted, voices overlapping. Torres shouting about tactical necessity, Wu about logistics, the other civilians joining Okafor, demanding action, protection, something that resembled leadership. Caney felt it building in his chest, that terrible lightness, the gallows humor high that came when things got so bad they circled back to funny. His knee bounced under the table, his fingers drummed, energy with nowhere to go. Solomon leaned close. You all right? Never better, Caney lied, his pulse hammered in his temples, just trying to decide if I should laugh or scream. Both. That's the spirit. Ven slammed her hand on the table. Enough, we need a plan, a real one. Not fantasies about winning and not cowardice about running. Something actionable. Fine, Torres stood. My recommendation, we evacuate non-combatants to the sufficient. Maximum capacity. Wu jumps them toward the core systems. The rest of us buy time. Suicide, Wu said flatly. Survival for some. Abandonment for the rest. Better than everyone dying. Caney's laugh escaped before he could stop it. Sharp, manic, inappropriate. Everyone stared. Sorry, he said. Not sorry. It's just, we're arguing about how to lose. Who gets to die fast and who gets to die slow? That's our strategic planning session. Do you have a better idea? Ven asked. Challenging, desperate. Solomon's elbow jabbed his ribs. Warning. But Caney was already talking, the words spilling out on that manic current. Actually, yeah. Hey, what if we don't lose? Excuse me, what if we attack them? The silence that followed was a physical thing, heavy, suffocating. Torres found his voice first. You can't be serious. Dead serious. Caney stood, paced, needed to move or explode. Look, we've been reacting, running, defending. Every engagement on their terms, their timing, their targets. What if we didn't? Because we'd die, Wu said. Instantly. They outgun us, outman us, out-everything us. Sure, in a straight fight. But who said anything about straight fights? Caney grabbed a data pad, pulled up Solomon's pattern analysis. My lieutenant here, smartest bastard on my ship. He's been tracking enemy movements, and he found something. Solomon blinked. What? The patterns. Tell them about the patterns. Solomon swallowed, stood on shaking legs. Wait, I noticed their attacks follow resource logistics. They hit production centers first, mining, agriculture, then processing, then distribution. They're not just destroying, they're harvesting, which means supply lines, Caney finished. They have supply lines, predictable ones. Solomon mapped 3 probable routes, and where there are supply routes, there are supply depots. You want to raid their supply depots. Ven's tone suggested she couldn't decide if he was joking. With 3 crippled ships and no combat experience. Yes, that's suicide. So sitting here waiting to die. No, Torres said. No, this is insane. Even for you. We don't know their capabilities, their defenses, their weakness. Caney met his eyes. That's what we'd learn. First raid, we learn. Second raid, we adapt. Third raid. Maybe we actually hurt them. Maybe we all die on the first raid, Torres shouted. Maybe. Caney's grin felt manic even to himself. His heart raced. His hands wouldn't stay still. But at least we'd die doing something, fighting back, instead of arguing about which refugees get to suffocate in overcrowded transports. Okafor stood slowly. He's right. Ms. Okafor. He's right, she repeated, quieter, harder. You want to save us by running, by choosing who lives and who doesn't, by making us grateful for whatever scraps of survival you offer. Her eyes found Caney's. I'd rather die fighting than live as cargo. The tactical display projected Solomon's analysis. 3 potential enemy supply routes, color-coded by a probability, high traffic vectors, predicted timing windows, estimated vessel classes. Caney's mouth ran dry as he explained it. His earlier manic energy crystallized into something sharper. Focus, purpose, the same feeling he'd had in merchant marine days, threading the adequate through asteroid fields on deadline, knowing one mistake meant death but feeling invincible anyway. Route Alpha passes through the Tau Ceti junction, he said, pointer highlighting the nav chart. Every 72 hours, plus or minus 6. Probably supply runs to their forward positions. We hit them there. With what? Wu asked. Not hostile now. Curious, maybe even desperate enough to consider it. With everything we've got, adequate has teeth. Barely, but enough. Your ship, Wu, the sufficient, she's got cargo capacity. We load her with every improvised explosive we can manufacture. I rig her as a fire ship if we have to. Torres leaned forward. And the marginal? Your survey gear, deep space sensors. You find them before they find us. Give us firing solutions. This is still suicide, Torres said. But his tone had shifted, considering instead of dismissing. Solomon pulled up secondary analysis. If we assume their supply vessels are lightly defended, and they should be this far from front lines, we have a window. 30 seconds, maybe 40, before reinforcements arrive. Hit fast, extract faster. Define lightly defended, Ben said. Unknown. Solomon's honesty landed like lead. But their attack patterns suggest resource optimization. They don't waste assets on low-priority targets. A supply convoy, deep in what they probably consider secure space, my analysis gives it 60% probability of minimal escort. 60%? Wu laughed, sharp, bitter. Christ, we're betting our lives on 60%. Better odds than sitting here, Okafor said. But if we're wrong, we die. I know. You've mentioned. Caney tapped the display. But if we're right, we hurt them. We learn. We prove they can bleed. And maybe, we buy enough time to evacuate the civilians properly. With planning, with resources. Torres stood, paced. His boots clicked against the floor in rhythm with Caney's heartbeat. You understand what you're asking. We're not soldiers. We're logistics officers and geologists and merchants. You're asking us to become pirates, guerrillas. I'm asking you to become survivors. Caney met his eyes. I'm asking you to choose action over acceptance. Even if that action kills us, especially then. Silence stretched. Caney felt it in his bones, that manic edge dulling into something raw. Doubt creeping in at the margins. His knee bounced, his jaw clenched. He'd committed now, said the insane thing, proposed the suicidal plan. And part of him, the part that still remembered being a competent merchant captain, before the draft and the death and the inadequacy, whispered, "You're going to get them all killed." Another part whispered back, "They're already dead. At least this way they'll die fighting." Then broke the silence. "I'll approve it, but I'm not sending station resources. No personnel, no ships, just you 3 volunteer fools." "Ma'am, that's the deal. You want to raid enemy supply lines, you do it with what you brought. I keep the station defensible. Deal?" Caney glanced at Wu, at Torres, saw his own manic desperation reflected in their eyes. "Deal," he said. The station bar occupied a converted storage bay, improvised tables, salvaged chairs. A still in the corner producing something that smelled vaguely alcoholic and definitely toxic. Caney bought 3 glasses of it with his last credits. Wu, Torres, and himself. The Council of the Incompetent, now officially suicidal. To our brilliant tactical minds, Caney said, raising his glass. The liquid inside had the consistency of machine lubricant and the color of urine. May we die doing something stupid together instead of something stupid alone. Here, here. Torres drained his glass. Coughed. God, that's awful. Tastes like regret and poor choices, Wu agreed. She'd barely touched hers. Dummite, we're really doing this? Unless you want to back out. I should. Any sane person would. She stared into her glass. But I'm not sure I'm sane anymore. Haven't been since Glisa. Since I watched my crew suffocate when life support failed. Since I became captain by default because everyone competent was dead. Torres signaled for another pour. His hands shook. Proxima was worse. We were survey. Scientific mission. No weapons, no training. The enemy boarded us like it was nothing. Killed 40 people in 10 minutes. I survived because I hid in a waste recycler. Caney's manic energy had burned out, left him hollow, tired, but still moving because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant breaking. Kepler was my fault, he said, quiet, not directly, but I was there, in command, made calls that got people killed. Wooding and I keep making calls, keep giving orders, keep pretending I know what I'm doing. That's the job, Wu said. The job should go to someone qualified. There is no one qualified. That's the point. She finally drank, grimaced. We're all that's left, all that stands between the enemy and extinction. Us, the inadequates. They sat in silence. The bar's ambient noise washed over them. Conversations in a dozen languages. Children crying somewhere distant. The mechanical hum of station systems working overtime. Caney's datapad chimed. Message from Ben. Supply convoy confirmed in Tau Ceti Junction. 68 hours from now. Your window. He showed the others. Well, Torres said. That's that. That's that, Wu agreed. Caney stood. His body ached. His knee throbbed. His head pounded from stress and stimulants and the terrible weight of command. But his pulse still raced, that manic edge lurking beneath exhaustion. Prep your ships, he said. We jump in 60 hours. Final approach dark. Hit them fast, extract faster. And if we're wrong, Torres asked, if it's a trap, then we die learning. They left the bar together, walked toward the docking bay. Caney's boots echoed on decking that trembled with the weight of too many people. Too little hope. His datapad chimed again. Different sender this time. Private channel, encrypted. He opened it, expecting Ben with tactical updates or supply manifests. Instead, Captain Kane. This is Colonel Sarah Mendez, Commonwealth Naval Intelligence. We've been monitoring your discussions. Your plan has potential. We can help. Rendezvous coordinates attached. Come alone. Trust no one else. Caney's stomach dropped. Naval Intelligence. Help. Come alone. Every instinct screamed trap, but the message included authentication codes, real ones, and rendezvous coordinates for a docking bay 2 levels down. He looked at Wu and Torres, already heading toward their ships, already committed to the insane plan. Then back at the message, salvation or damnation. He took the lift down, alone, against every lesson learned, every warning sign. The docking bay sat empty except for a single shuttle. Commonwealth markings, clean, intact, too perfect for wartime. The airlock opened. A woman stood inside, full naval intelligence uniform, commander's insignia, blonde hair pulled tight. Confident smile. Captain Kane, thank you for coming. Behind her, movement. Figures in the shadows. Caney's hand moved toward his sidearm. Too slow. The figures stepped forward into the light. Not human, human-shaped, human uniformed. But the eyes wrong. The movements wrong. The same wrongness he'd seen on Bogdan's surveillance footage. Before the feed cut. Please, the woman said, still smiling. Don't be alarmed. We really do want to help. The airlock sealed behind him. Caney's laugh broke first. High, brittle, cracking like ice. What? Wu asked. Just... He couldn't breathe properly. Lungs too tight. Just thinking about how we're the best humanity has to offer right now. Us, 3 people who became captains because everyone competent died. The manic edge returned, sharp and bright. And we just decided to attack the enemy that destroyed half the Commonwealth Navy. Torres started laughing too. Swook then Wu. All 3 of them hysterical and horrible in the corner of that converted storage bay, while refugees watched with hollow eyes. "We're going to die," Torres said between gasps. "Spectacularly," Wu agreed. Caney raised his glass higher. The toxic liquid sloshed. "Well, at least we'll die doing something stupid together instead of something stupid alone." They drank. The burn felt appropriate. Movement caught Caney's peripheral vision. Someone approaching fast. He turned, hand dropping toward his sidearm. Solomon, running, face white. Datapad clutched like a weapon. "Captain," breathing hard. "You need to see this. Now." The manic energy drained, left Caney cold. "What?" "The supply route. The one we're planning to hit." Solomon's hands shook worse than before. "I ran deeper analysis. Or cross-referenced with station sensor logs. He pulled up a display. "There's an anomaly. Readings that don't match standard propulsion signatures." "Meaning?" "Meaning it might not be a supply convoy." Caney's stomach twisted. "What is it then?" "Unknown, but the energy signature matches." Solomon swallowed. "It matches the vessels that hit Kepler, the ones that extracted Dr. Obi and the others." Silence fell like a blade. "You're saying it's a trap," Wu said quietly. "I'm saying we don't know what it is, and we're planning to attack it with 3 crippled ships and no combat experience." Torres stood. "We should abort. Tell Ven." "Tell Ven what?" Caney interrupted. "That we analyzed ourselves into paralysis? That we're too scared to try?" The words tasted like ash, like cowardice, like truth. Hinker, we knew it was suicide from the start. Suicide with a chance is different from suicide with certainty. "Is it?" Caney met his eyes. "Really?" His datapad chimed. "Priority alert. Station-wide." Then the alarm started. Red light flooded the bar. Emergency klaxons screaming. The deck shuddered. Not the normal vibration of overcrowded systems, but something worse. Something violent. Ven's voice over station comms, clipped and professional. "All personnel to evacuation stations. Enemy vessels detected in system. Estimate 40 minutes to weapons range. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." 40 minutes, the bar emptied in seconds. Refugees scrambling, screaming, children crying, trampling toward designated shelters that wouldn't save them when the station burned. Caney stood frozen. His pulse hammered in his temples. And that manic edge returned, sharper than before, cutting through shock into terrible clarity. "They're already here," Wu breathed. "How?" "Doesn't matter." Torres headed for the exit. "We need to get to our ships, evacuate who we can." "No!" Caney grabbed his arm. "Think, 40 minutes? They gave us 40 minutes warning. Sensors detected them. Sensors that should have seen them farther out. Way farther." Caney's mind raced, pieces clicking together. "They want us to see them, want us to panic, to run." "Into what?" Solomon asked. "Into the ambush. The real one." Caney pulled up tactical displays. Station sensors show one vector. But what if there are others? What if the 40 minutes is a lie? Another shudder, stronger. The deck bucked. That wasn't an explosion. That was docking clamps. "They're already here," Wu whispered. Caney's datapad lit up. Message from the Adequate. From Ren. "Unauthorized docking. Bay 7. They're cutting through the airlocks. Hector's moving Marines. Captain, what are your orders?" His orders, like he knew what to do. Like any of this made sense. Base 7. 2 levels down. Same direction as... His blood froze. The rendezvous coordinates from that message. The one claiming to be naval intelligence. Base 7. "They baited me," he said. Quiet, numb. That message. They wanted me to go there. To come alone. "What message?" Torres asked. No time to explain. No time for anything except the terrible math of 40 minutes that might be 4, might be 40 seconds, might already be 0. His datapad chimed again. Different alert. Engineering section. Ren's voice raw with panic. Captain, the reactor's spiking. Someone's accessing core systems remotely. They're going to overload it. Detonate the station from the inside. Can you stop it? Not remotely, I'd have to. Static. Manual override in the core itself. But Captain, the radiation. How long? To override, 90 seconds if I'm lucky, 2 minutes if I'm not. And the reactor? How long until detonation? Silence, then 3 minutes, maybe less. 3 minutes, 90 seconds minimum in a radiation-soaked reactor core. 30 seconds to get there from his position if he ran. The math was impossible. The timing was impossible. Everything was impossible. But the alternative was 22,000 people vaporized. I'm going, he said. Captain, Solomon started. Get to the ships, all of you. Prep for emergency evac. If I don't make it, if the station blows, scatter. Random vectors. Survive. He ran. Behind him, Torres shouting, Wu calling his name. Solomon's voice breaking on the word, wait. Caney didn't wait. Couldn't. His knee screamed. His lungs burned. The corridor strobed with emergency lighting. Red, black, red, black. Personnel fled past him, away from the core. He was the only person running toward the radiation death. 30 seconds became 20, 15, 10. The reactor chamber door stood open, steam billowing out, heat that hit like a fist, radiation readings spiking on his datapad, numbers climbing into the red, into the lethal. Inside a vertical shaft, access ladder, down into the heart of the reactor. Ren's voice crackling. Manual override panel is at the bottom, 60 meters down. You'll have maybe 2 minutes of consciousness in that radiation before your brain stops working. 90 seconds to work the override. That's impossible math, I know. Caney grabbed the ladder. The metal burned through his gloves. How do I work the panel? She told him. Sequence of commands, biometric confirmation, emergency codes. He repeated them back, locked them into his dying brain, then dropped. Not climbed, dropped. Free fall down the shaft. Rungs blurring past. Terminal velocity in a confined space. The heat rising. The air thick with particles that would shred his DNA, rot his cells, kill him slow or fast depending on exposure. 40 meters, 30, 20. His hands shot out, grabbed a rung. His shoulders wrenched, nearly dislocated. He swung wild, slammed into the shaft wall, caught himself. 10 meters to go. His skin already felt wrong. Tingling, crawling, radiation poisoning beginning its terrible work. He jumped, not climbed down, jumped, letting go, trusting physics and luck and the desperate mathematics of impossible choices. The gap was 10 meters. The landing was a platform barely wide enough for the override panel. Miss it and he'd fall another 30 meters into the reactor itself. Into atomic fire. He jumped, already falling. His boots hit the platform. Wrong angle. Too fast. His ankle twisted. He went down hard, slamming shoulder first into the override panel. Pain lanced white through his vision. Consciousness flickered. No time. 2 minutes. Maybe less. His hands found the panel. Biometric scanner. He pressed his palm against it. Blood smeared the surface. His gloves had torn on the ladder, skin shredded. Access denied. What? His voice came out slurred. Radiation already working. Brain cells dying. Ren, it's not. Try again. The blood's interfering with the scanner. He wiped his palm on his uniform. Tried again. The heat was unbearable. The air tasted like metal and death. His vision doubled. Access granted. The panel lit up. Command sequences. He punched them in, fingers thick and stupid. The numbers Ren had given him blurred. Was it 749 or 794? His brain couldn't hold them. Ren, the sequence? I can't. 749 Alpha Charlie 6. He entered it. Muscle memory taking over where cognition failed. Emergency override initiated. The reactor's roar shifted, pitch dropping. The terrible heat easing by fractions. Detonation sequence aborted. Caney sagged against the panel. Alive. Still alive. For now. If the radiation exposure would kill him slower. Days maybe, weeks if he was unlucky. Above, the sound of boots on the ladder. Fast, multiple people. "Captain!" Solomon's voice. "We're coming!" "Stay back!" Caney tried to shout. Came out as a rasp. "Radiation! Too high!" They came anyway. Two figures dropping down the shaft with the same reckless abandon Caney had used, landing on the platform, hands grabbing him, hauling him upright. Solomon and Hector. "You idiots," Caney managed. "You're both..." "Dead anyway," Hector finished. His face was gray in the reactor light. "Whole station's compromised. Boarders in Base 7 cut through. They're headed for the command center. For Ven." "How many?" 12 that we've seen." Hector pulled Caney toward the ladder. "Maybe more. They're not engaging my Marines, just moving through. Well, like they're looking for something specific. Or someone." Caney's brain worked slowly, pieces connecting through the radiation fog, the message luring him to Base 7, the reactor override forcing him here instead, the border searching. They wanted him, specifically him. "Get me up," he said. "Now." They climbed, slower than his descent. Caney's body wasn't responding right. His hands kept slipping. His vision tunneled. Solomon took his weight. Smaller man carrying larger. Adrenaline and desperation making him strong. The corridor outside the reactor chamber was chaos. Refugees running, Marines setting up firing positions. And somewhere close, gunfire. Sharp cracks echoing through the deck. "Where's Wu and Torres?" Caney asked. "Their ships, prepping emergency evac like you ordered." Solomon's voice shook. "Captain, well, you're dying. The radiation exposure, I know. Medical might be able to..." "No time. Where are the boarders?" Hector pointed. "Deck 3, moving fast. They'll reach command in 5 minutes. Caney's datapad chimed. Message from Wren. "Captain, station sensors just went active. Full sweep. They're looking for something. Or broadcasting. I can't tell which. But whatever it is, it's using our systems. Broadcasting. A signal. Calling reinforcements." "We need to cut station power," Caney said. "Kill the broadcast before..." The deck shuddered. Massive impact. Not docking. Not boarding. Weapons fire. From orbit. Ven's voice over comms, tight with control. "All hands brace for impact. Enemy vessels engaging. Point defense active. Hull breaches on decks 2 and 5. "They're not evacuating us," Solomon said. "Nah, they're softening us up." "For what?" Another message. Same sender as before. The one claiming to be naval intelligence. "Captain Kane, we need to talk. Base 7, alone, or the station dies. You have 3 minutes to decide. 3 minutes again. Always 3 minutes." Like they knew exactly how long his moral calculus took. "Don't," Hector said. "It's a trap. Everything's a trap." Caney pushed away from Solomon, stood on his own, his legs barely held. "Base 7, how many Marines can you spare?" "None. I need everyone holding the perimeter." "Then I go alone." "Captain, that's an order." Caney checked his sidearm. Full magazine, 1 spare, against 12 boarders, against whatever waited in that shuttle. The math was impossible, but the math had been impossible since Kepler, since the war started. Since he'd taken command of a ship he wasn't qualified to lead. He walked, each step a negotiation with his failing body. His skin felt like it was burning from the inside. Radiation poisoning accelerating. Base 7 lay 2 decks down. The lift was out. He took the emergency stairs. 17 seconds per deck at his current pace. Too slow. Too fast. Time was elastic, unreliable. The bay door stood open. Emergency lights casting everything in blood red. The shuttle waited. Airlock open. Empty. No, not empty. A figure stood in the shadows. Same woman from before. Naval intelligence uniform. That confident smile. "Captain Kane, thank you for coming." He raised his sidearm. "Who are you?" "Someone trying to help." "Help by threatening to kill 22,000 people?" "We didn't threaten. We demonstrated capability." "Well, there's a difference," or did she step forward? Light caught her face. Human. Completely human. But something in her eyes. "Where's your crew?" Caney asked. "The boarders. The ones searching for me." Securing the station, making sure we can have this conversation without interruption. Conversation, his finger tightened on the trigger. You staged an attack. Killed how many people? For a conversation? No one's dead yet, that's the point. Her smile never wavered. We're offering you a choice, Captain. You and your inadequate little fleet. You want to attack enemy supply lines? We can help. We have intel, resources, support. In exchange for what? In exchange for understanding that there's more happening here than you know. More players, more agendas. She produced a data chip, held it out. Take this. It contains everything you need. Convoy routes, defense patterns, weak points. Why would you help us? Because chaos serves our purposes, and you're very good at creating chaos. Kaney's vision swam. His hands shook. The radiation poisoning was accelerating. His brain shutting down. Minutes left, maybe less. Who are you really? He asked. Does it matter? Yes, she considered. Then, someone who was human once. Someone who chose survival over identity. Someone who knows what's coming and wants to give you a fighting chance. Behind Kaney, boots on the deck. Fast, running, Hector's voice. Captain, we've got incoming. 3 more ships dropping out of FTL. The woman's smile widened. Your choice, Captain. Take the chip and learn. Or die ignorant. 3 seconds. Kaney's hand moved, not toward the chip, toward his sidearm. The woman's expression flickered. Surprise. Then calculation. Her hand blurred. Faster than human. Weapon appearing from nowhere. 2 guns raised. His. Hers. Don't, she said. Can't let you leave, he replied, his words slurred. Can't let you broadcast. Can't. You're dying anyway, the radiation. You've got hours at most. Then I've got nothing to lose. They stood frozen, guns pointed, mathematics of violence hanging between them. Hector burst through the door. Rifle up, targeting. Too many guns, too many angles. The woman's finger tightened on her trigger. So did Kane's. The shots came simultaneously. 2 cracks, 1 echo. Muzzle flash, lighting the bay white. Someone fell, the smoke too thick to see who. Kaney hit the deck. Pain exploded in his chest. The world tilted sideways, vision fragmenting. Not shot. White tackled, Hector's weight crushing him down. The woman's round punched through empty air where Kaney's head had been. Sparked off bulkhead. Ricocheted. Hector returned fire. 3-round burst. Professional. Controlled. The woman moved. Wrong. Too fast. Inhuman acceleration. The rounds hit her shoulder, her hip. Impacts that should have dropped her. She staggered. Kept moving. Into the shuttle. Seal it, Hector shouted. Too late. The airlock cycled. Locked. Emergency override engaged from inside. The shuttle detached. Thrusters firing. Gone through the bay's atmospheric shield before Kaney could process what happened. He lay on the deck. His chest felt cracked. Radiation sickness rising like bile. His heart arrhythmic, struggling. Captain? Hector's face above him. You hit? No. You? Negative. Hector helped him sit. What the hell was that? Don't know. Naval intelligence. Maybe. Something else. Maybe. Kaney's words slurred worse. His brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. Or too much radiation. Both. She left something. The data chip. On the deck where the woman had been standing. Small. Unassuming. Deadly. Hector picked it up. Could be compromised. Virus. Tracking device. Could be. Kaney took it anyway. Pocketed it. Or could be what we need. Captain. Station comms crackled. Ven's voice constrained. All ships emergency departure authorized. Enemy vessels closing fast. Station defenses failing. Evacuate immediately. How long? Hector asked into his comm. 10 minutes. Maybe less. Not enough time. Not for everyone. The math was brutal. 3 ships, 22,000 refugees. 10 minutes. Kaney stood. His body screamed. He ignored it. Get me to the adequate. Now. They ran, Hector half carrying him. Corridors choked with panicking civilians. Marines trying to maintain order. Failing. The docking bay was chaos. Wu and Torres already on their ships. Gangways retracting. Refugees crushed against airlocks, screaming to be let aboard. Solomon met them at the Adequate's airlock. "Captain, thank God, we thought—" "How many aboard?" Caney interrupted. 1,400, max capacity. Wren says the ship can't handle more without life support failure. 1,400 out of 22,000. The math kept being impossible. "Cast off," Caney ordered. "Prep for emergency burn. But the others, we'll die whether we stay or not. Move!" Solomon hesitated, then obeyed. The gangway retracted. The airlock sealed. Through the viewport, refugees beating against the hull. Faces pressed to transparent aluminum, mouths screaming silently. Caney forced himself to look away. The Adequate shuddered, docking clamps releasing, maneuvering thrusters firing. Slow. Too slow. The old girl struggling under weight she wasn't designed to carry. Wren's voice over internal comms. "Captain, we've got problems. The reactor override, when you initiated it, something else activated. A secondary protocol. It's broadcasting." "Broadcasting what?" "Everything. Tactical data, ship positions, course projections. It's been transmitting since you touched that panel." Caney's blood froze. "Can you stop it?" "I'm trying, but it's embedded deep. Military-grade encryption. Whoever designed this wanted it hidden until triggered." The reactor override. The woman's mysterious help. The data chip. They'd been played. "Captain," Solomon called from the bridge, "enemy vessels are changing course. They're not pursuing the station anymore. They're—" His voice cracked. "They're following our projected routes. All 3 ships. They know exactly where we're going." Of course they did. The broadcast. The convoy raid plan they'd discussed in that conference room. The coordinates. The timing. All of it transmitted. All of it compromised. "We led them to our own ambush point," Caney said, numb. "The convoy we were planning to hit won't be there," Solomon finished. "They will, waiting for us." Ven's final transmission crackled through. "Godspeed, Adequate. Station Ross, 128 signing off." Then static. Then a flash through the viewport. White, brilliant, brief. The station detonating. 20,000 souls. Gone. And Tora's voice over fleet channel shaking. "What do we do? The route's compromised. The plan's compromised. If we jump to Tau Ceti—" "We fly into a kill box," Wu finished. "But if we don't jump, the enemy ships here destroy us." Caney pulled out the data chip, stared at it. Help or poison, intel or trap. The woman's smile haunted him. "We're offering you a choice. Some choice. Die here or die there. Lead his inadequate fleet to slaughter or watch them burn in place." His fingers closed around the chip. He inserted it into the command console. Against every instinct, against every protocol, the data unspooled. Convoy routes, defense patterns, weak points, and something else. A secondary file. Unlabeled, hidden. Caney opened it. Schematics flooded the screen. Ship designs, not human, not construct. Something else. It was something familiar from Bogdan's surveillance footage before the feed cut. And coordinates. Not for the Tau Ceti junction, for somewhere else entirely. Somewhere the broadcast data pointed every enemy vessel away from. A gap in their coverage. A blind spot. "They're hurting us," Caney breathed. "The broadcast, the attack, the chip. All of it. Hurting us to—" The console lit red. Priority alert. Automated systems engaging. Navigation plotting jump coordinates. Not the ones from the chip's main file. The hidden ones. "Captain!" Wren's voice panicked. "The FTL drive is activating. I can't stop it. Something in that chip. It's overriding my controls." Caney lunged for the console. Tried to abort. Locked out. "Wu Torres, do not follow us," he shouted into fleet comms. "It's a trap. The chip is—" The FTL drive engaged. And reality twisted. The Adequate jumped. Not to safety, not to the planned coordinates. To wherever the woman, whatever she was, wanted them to go. With 1,400 refugees aboard and no way to stop it. The bridge lights flickered. Wren's voice cut through. "Captain, the jump destination. I've calculated our arrival point." "Where?" Silence then. "Kepler 442b. The colony they'd evacuated. the place where it all began, where Bogdan had been taken, where the enemy had first revealed themselves. They were being sent back. "How long until we arrive?" Caney asked. 40 seconds. The Adequate hurtled through FTL, locked on course. No abort, no control, and somewhere ahead, waiting in Kepler orbit, the enemy knew they were coming. Caney's hands found the console, his fingers numb, radiation poisoning accelerating. His vision tunneled, peripheral darkness creeping inward like ink in water. 40 seconds. Solomon was talking, fast, words tumbling over each other. "If they're waiting, if they know we're coming, we need to abort the jump before we transition back to real space." "Can't." Ren's voice through comms, tight. "The override locked everything. FTL drive, navigation, even life support protocols. Whatever that chip did, it's got root access to every system." "Then dump the core," Hector said. "Eject the reactor. Dead stick into Kepler space. We drift, we survive." "With 1,400 refugees and no power?" Caney's laugh came out broken. "We'd asphyxiate before the enemy found us." 30 seconds. The bridge smelled like burnt wiring and fear. Someone had been sick in the corner, the acidic reek mixing with ozone from overloaded circuits. Caney's nose bled freely now, crimson drops spattering the console, his body shutting down. "Hours left," the woman had said. "Maybe less." "Captain," Solomon's face too pale, "I ran the tactical projections. If they're waiting in Kepler orbit, if they know our exact transition point," he pulled up the math. Cold, brutal. "We'll be in weapons range for 47 seconds before our FTL drive can recycle. They'll destroy us in 30. "So we're dead." Torres' voice over fleet comms. He and Wu had held position, hadn't followed the Adequate's forced jump. Smart. "You're dead." "Christ, Caney, I'm sorry." "Don't apologize yet." Caney's fingers moved across the console. Not thinking, just moving. Was the manic edge that had carried him through the reactor, through the standoff, through every impossible choice since Kepler. It crystallized into terrible clarity. "Ren, the override, it's got control of everything?" "Everything. Including weapons?" Pause. "Yes. Why?" 20 seconds. "Because if it can force us to jump," Caney said, "it can force us to fire." "Captain, how many missiles we got left?" 16, but they're ship to ship, made for void combat. If we're transitioning into orbit over Kepler, there's atmosphere, gravity wells, civilian structures. How many missiles? 16. And our point defense cannons? Online. Ammunition at 60%. Caney pulled up the chip's hidden file, stared at the coordinates. Not just Kepler orbit, specific vector. They'd been aimed like a bullet. One herded into precise positioning. For what? His radiation-soaked brain made connections. The woman's words, "Chaos serves our purposes." The enemy waiting. The Adequate arriving exactly where predicted. 1,400 refugees aboard. The perfect hostage scenario, unless. "The missiles," Caney said. "Can you slave them to the override system? Make it think they're part of the Force protocol?" Ren caught on instantly. "You want to weaponize their own trap. Make them shoot our missiles as part of their automated sequence." "Exactly. That's..." She paused. "That might work. But Captain, I'd need to program targeting solutions in the next 15 seconds. And I don't know what we're shooting at." "Yes, you do." Caney's fingers flew, pulled coordinates from the chip, overlaid them with Solomon's pattern analysis from earlier. Next, the convoy routes, the supply lines, the gaps in enemy coverage, the pieces aligned. "They didn't herd us to Kepler to kill us," he said. "They herded us to Kepler to watch us, to see what we do, what we know." "I don't understand," Solomon said. "The convoy raid, our plan. They didn't just intercept it. They want to see how we planned it, what intel we have, what patterns we've identified." Caney's laugh tasted like copper. "We're not prisoners. We're intelligence gathering." 10 seconds. "So what do we shoot?" Ren demanded. Caney highlighted coordinates from the chip's schematics. Not Kepler orbit, but close. A supply depot. Hidden. Camouflaged. The chip had showed it to him. Whether as help or trap, it didn't matter now. That, he said, all 16 missiles. Point defense targeting their response vectors. No, we won't survive, but we'll hurt them first. Captain, if you're wrong, I'm dying anyway. So are we all. Might as well die loud. 5 seconds. His fingers hovered over the console. The command ready. Slave all weapons to override protocol. Insert targeting data. Initiate firing sequence the instant they transition to real space. No abort, no recall, no second thoughts. Press the key and they'd arrive in Kepler orbit, guns blazing. Missiles launching before the crew even had visual confirmation of targets. A desperate, manic, possibly suicidal first strike against an enemy they couldn't beat. Or don't press it. Transition peacefully. See what the enemy wanted. Maybe negotiate. Maybe survive. The mathematics of inadequate command. The calculus of men who shouldn't be captains making choices captains shouldn't make. Solomon's hand on his shoulder. Sir, whatever you decide, we're with you. Hector's voice over comms. Marines are locked and ready, for what it's worth. Wren's voice steady despite the fear. Weapons synchronized, on your mark. 2 seconds. Caney thought of Ross 128 station. 20,000 souls vaporized. Of the refugees outside the Adequate's airlock, left behind, faces pressed to transparent aluminum. Of Wu and Torres, inadequate captains leading inadequate ships through an inadequate war. Of that woman's smile. Someone who chose survival over identity. 1 second. His finger moved, pressed the command key. The weapons override activated. Targeting data uploaded. Firing sequence armed, irreversible. FTL transition began. Reality twisted. The bridge lights died. Emergency system screamed. Could the Adequate lurch back into real space? Kepler 442b filled the viewport. Brown and green and achingly familiar. And in orbit, Caney's eyes widened. Not an ambush. A graveyard. Hundreds of ships. Thousands. Human vessels. Commonwealth Navy. Merchant Marine. Colony transports, all dead, all drifting, a ring of corpses around the planet, and in the center waiting. The missiles launched, all 16, already burning toward targets Caney couldn't even see. No abort, no control. He'd pulled the trigger on a target he didn't understand, in a graveyard of everyone who'd come before. The point defense cannons spun up, started firing. At what? He had no idea. The first missile detonated 3 seconds after launch. White flash against the backdrop of dead ships. Then the second, third, fourth. Not impacts, self-destructs. Oxy, what the hell? Caney started. The remaining 12 missiles curved, not toward the coordinates he'd programmed, toward the Adequate itself. They're locked on us, Solomon shouted. Captain, the override. It flipped the targeting. Point defense cannons tracked. Open fire. Streams of tungsten rounds intercepting missiles. 5 destroyed. 6, 7. Not enough. 3 missiles burned through the defensive fire. Closing fast. Terminal approach. Impact in 12 seconds. Caney's radiation-poisoned brain couldn't process it. The chip, the override, the forced jump. All of it designed to make him do exactly this. Arrive guns blazing and shoot himself. Brace, he managed. The deck lurched, not from impact, from thrust. The Adequate's maneuvering engines firing at maximum. Wren overriding the override, wresting back some control. Got partial helm, she screamed. Evading! The ship rolled. Inverted. Dove toward Kepler's gravity well. The missiles followed, tracking, relentless. 10 seconds. Through the viewport, the graveyard spun. Hundreds of vessels. Caney recognized hull numbers. The UNCV Reliant, the Steadfast, colony ships from Proxima, Tau Ceti, Glisa. Everyone who'd fought, everyone who'd fled. All here, all dead. 5 seconds. I can't shake them, Wren's voice broke. Impact imminent. Caney's hand found the command console. Nothing left to try. Nothing left to... The 3 missiles detonated. Not on impact. 40 meters out. Airburst. Shaped charges designed to disable, not destroy. Electromagnetic pulse washed over the Adequate. Every system crashed. Lights died. Gravity failed. Emergency klaxons choked mid-wail. Dead ship. Are drifting in a graveyard of dead ships. Caney floated, his inner ear screaming. Blood from his nose forming crimson spheres in zero-G, his consciousness flickering like the dead emergency lights. Voices. Distant. Crew shouting. Hector barking orders. Ren cursing in 3 languages. Then another voice. Through speakers that shouldn't work. Through systems that shouldn't have power. The woman. From the shuttle. Captain Kane, I apologize for the deception. But you needed to be here. Needed to see. Caney's lips moved. No sound in the vacuum of dead life support. Look, she continued. Look at the graveyard. Every ship that came to Kepler after the invasion. Every captain who thought they could save the colony. Every fool who believed the Commonwealth's lies about defending humanity. Through the viewport, the dead fleet drifted. It orderly, too orderly. Not the chaos of battle. Arranged. Curated. A museum. We didn't kill them, the woman said. The ones you call the enemy. They didn't kill them either. The Commonwealth did. Because these ships learn the truth. And dead men tell no tales. Solomon's voice weak. That's impossible. The Commonwealth is complicit. The woman's tone carried bitter satisfaction. The invasion, the colonies, the desperate retreat, all of it theater, a controlled collapse to hide what humanity became 30 years ago. Caney's brain refused to process. Radiation, shock, lies. I'm transmitting proof to your systems, she said. When you restore power, if you restore power, you'll see. Then you'll understand why we needed you here. Why we needed someone inadequate enough to stumble into the truth. The comms cut. Silence. How terrible and complete. Caney floated, dying. His crew dying around him. 1,400 refugees in the holds, asphyxiating slowly as recycled air depleted. His datapad flickered. Emergency power cell activating. Text scrolling. Automated message from UNCV. Sufficient Captain Wu reporting. Ross 128 destroyed. Enemy forces in pursuit. Jumping to Kepler coordinates. ETA 20 minutes. Do you copy? Caney, if you're alive, respond. Asterisk Wu was coming. Torres too, probably. Following the adequate into the graveyard. Into the truth, whatever that meant. Captain, Hector's voice. Breathing apparatus on. He'd found emergency oxygen. I've got maybe 6 Marines conscious. The refugees are going hypoxic. We've got minutes. Ren, trying to restore auxiliary power. But Captain, she paused. That transmission. He had uploaded something to our core systems. I don't know if I should activate it or purge it. Caney laughed, soundless in dead air. Bubbles of blood escaping his lips. Everything was broken. Everyone was dying. And now Wu and Torres were jumping into the same trap. Unless the woman, whatever she was, told the truth. Unless the graveyard meant something else. Unless inadequacy was exactly what survival required. Activate it, Caney ordered. The upload. Whatever she sent, do it. Captain, if it's another virus, then we die 30 seconds faster. Do it. Ren obeyed. The adequate's system shuddered. Power flickering. Not full, not clean, but something. Life support coughed to life. Gravity engaged at quarter strength. Emergency lighting cast everything red. And the main display activated. Not tactical. A not navigation. A message, text, coordinates, and a name. UNCV adequate. Authorization, Caney, Darius. Classification, nightmare, you have been selected for extraction to safe harbor. Follow coordinates below. Bring all personnel. Explanation upon arrival. Signed, Admiral Chen Valdez, Terrafleet. Active, Caney's heart stopped. Valdez, the admiral from his academy days. The one who disappeared during demilitarization. Declared dead. It's a trick, Solomon breathed. Has to be. Valdez is... The comms crackled. Live feed. Visual. A face appeared on screen. Older, harder, but unmistakable. Admiral Chen Valdez. Alive. Captain Kane, she said, not smiling. I'm sorry you had to learn this way, but we're running out of time. The Commonwealth thinks they control the narrative. They don't. We do. We need every inadequate, unprepared, impossible captain we can find. Why? Caney managed. Because of the war you're fighting? Valdez's expression went cold. Wrong war, wrong enemy, and the real one is coming. Behind her through the transmission, Caney saw it. Ships, hundreds, thousands, not Commonwealth, not Construct, not the enemy that had burned the colonies. Human ships, Terra Fleet, the Navy that supposedly disbanded 30 years ago. Armed, ready, waiting. Follow the coordinates, Valdez said. We'll explain everything. But Captain, come alone. Leave Wu and Torres. They're already compromised. Compromised how? They were never inadequate. They were plants, sent to shepherd you exactly where the Commonwealth wanted. Caney's blood froze. Wu, Torres. The captains who'd seemed so perfectly, desperately human. In allies or enemies. 20 minutes until they arrive, Valdez continued. Choose fast. Come with us and learn the truth. Or stay and die with the rest of the graveyard. The transmission cut. Caney floated, his mind spinning faster than his dying body. Behind him, Solomon. Captain, what do we do? What did they do? Trust Valdez, a woman declared dead, leading a fleet that shouldn't exist, claiming the Commonwealth was the enemy? Or trust Wu and Torres, inadequate captains who'd seemed so genuine, who'd shared drinks and dark jokes and impossible plans? The console showed Wu's ship transitioning into Kepler space. 15 minutes out now, 15 minutes to decide. Caney looked at the graveyard, at all the ships that had come before, at the museum of everyone who'd chosen wrong. His finger moved toward the navigation controls, when the coordinates Valdez sent, or the coordinates where Wu would arrive. One choice meant abandoning the only allies he'd found. The other meant trusting a ghost with a fleet that rewrote everything he knew. Both choices felt like betrayal. Both choices felt like inadequacy. Solomon's hand on his shoulder again. Sir, whatever you choose, we follow. Caney's finger hovered, then pressed. Navigation plotting. Not Valdez's coordinates. Not Wu's arrival point. Different coordinates entirely. From the woman's original chip. The third option no one had mentioned. The coordinates marked Kepler surface, Research Station 7, survivors. 47 survivors. On Kepler. Impossible. Taking us down, Caney said. We're landing. Captain, that's insane, I know. His laugh tasted like radiation and blood. But we're done choosing between other people's traps. We're making our own. The adequate angled toward Kepler's atmosphere, toward the planet they'd evacuated, toward survivors that shouldn't exist. And on the comms, Valdez's voice sharp. Caney, don't! That's not salvation, that's... He cut the transmission. The ship shuddered. Atmospheric entry beginning. Heat bloom lighting the viewport orange and red. Behind them, the graveyard. Ahead, impossible survival. And somewhere, Wu closing fast. The hull temperature climbed. The adequate dove into fire. The last thing Caney saw before the flames consumed the viewport was a signal. From the surface. From Research Station 7. Not automated. Not a beacon. A voice. Human. Live. One word. Help! The atmospheric entry alarm screamed. Red. Urgent. Well, meaningless when everything was already broken. Caney strapped into the command chair. His fingers barely worked. Radiation poisoning advancing. Nerve damage. Muscular failure. His body a countdown timer, ticking towards 0. Hull integrity at 40%, Wren reported. Voice mechanical. Professional distance between her and panic. We're not rated for atmospheric entry in this condition. The damage from Ross, 128, the EMP burst. Captain, the heat shields are compromised. Can we make it? Define make it. Reach the surface without exploding. Maybe, if we're lucky. If the hull doesn't buckle. If the reactor doesn't spike from re-entry stress. She paused. If I'm very, very good at my job. You are. Not that good. The adequate shuddered. Atmospheric friction building. The viewport glowed orange, then yellow, and then white. Heat wash is drowning everything in light. Solomon pulled up surface scans. Research Station 7. I've got it. Coordinates match the chip's data. But Captain, his voice went strange. There's activity, movement, not just survivors calling for help. There's construction, recent, within the last week. Construction? Hector's voice over comms. We evacuated Kepler 3 weeks ago. Enemy burned it to bedrock. Nothing should be. Something is. Solomon's hands shook over the console. Prefab structures, power signatures, life support active. This isn't a survivor camp. This is a facility. The ship bucked, violent. Caney's teeth clacked together, blood in his mouth, his harness cutting into irradiated skin. Losing altitude control, Wren said. Compensating. The deck tilted. 30 degrees, 40. Gravity and thrust fighting each other. Refugees screaming in the holds. Marines shouting. The sound of cargo breaking loose. Metal tearing. Caney's datapad lit. Message incoming. Wu's ship. Captain Caney, we've arrived in Kepler space. Seeing your descent trajectory. What the hell are you doing? Respond! His fingers found the comm. Wu, don't follow. It's... Static burst. The heat shield burning off interference. Trap. Everything's a trap. Valdez is alive. Commonwealth's compromised. Research station on surface that shouldn't. Transmission cut. The adequate screamed through upper atmosphere. Mach 8, Mach 6. Slowing but not enough. Terminal velocity approaching. Angle of attack too steep. Wren's voice cracking now. We're going to overshoot the landing zone. Or crater into it. Hornetto trying to compensate, but the maneuvering thrusters. Explosion. Port side. One of the damaged thrusters detonating from thermal stress. The ship spun, centrifugal force crushing Caney into his chair. His vision graying, consciousness flickering. Solomon vomiting. Hector cursing in Spanish. Someone screaming in the back of the bridge. Got it, Wren. Correcting spin. Firing ventral thrusters. Come on, you beautiful broken bitch. Hold together. The spin stopped. The ship leveled. Briefly, then dropped. Free fall. The maneuvering thrusters gone. Main engines offline. Nothing but gravity and momentum. Brace, Caney managed. Everyone brace. The surface rushed up. Brown earth, green vegetation. Impossible vegetation on a burned world. And in the center of the viewport, Research Station 7. Not ruins, not char. Intact. Buildings, vehicles, people moving between structures. 47 survivors, the chip had said. Caney counted hundreds. They're waving, Solomon breathed. Captain, they're waving at us. Like they were expecting impact. The adequate hit dirt at 300 kilometers per hour. Skipped. Bounced. Belly scraped across 2 kilometers of impossible farmland, plowing furrows deep enough to bury houses. Metal shrieked, hull buckled, decks collapsed into each other. The reactor containment cracked. Not breached, but cracked. Radiation bleeding into the ship like poison into water. Caney's harness snapped. He flew, slammed into the forward bulkhead. His shoulder shattered, his ribs cracked. His skull bounced off metal. Darkness, then light, then darkness again. Sound returned first. Alarms. So many alarms. Fire. Hull breach. Weir reactor warning. Casualty alert. Then pain. Everything pain. His body one continuous scream. Then vision. Blurred. Double. Someone's face above him. Solomon, bleeding from a head wound. Captain, stay with me. Stay. The ship? Down. We're down. Landed. Crashed. Same thing. Solomon's laugh broken. We survived. Refugees? Casualties. Don't know how many yet. Hector's coordinating. But Captain, Solomon pulled him upright. Agony. We're surrounded. Caney blinked. Focused. Through the cracked viewport, people, dozens, approaching the wreck, not running, walking, casual, like ships crashed here every day, and leading them, the woman from the shuttle, from Ross 128, still wearing her naval intelligence uniform, still smiling. Behind her, more figures. in Commonwealth uniforms, in civilian clothes. The nothing Caney recognized, all human, all wrong. The airlock cycled, someone outside accessing emergency protocols. "They're coming in," Hector's voice. Tight, controlled. "Marines deployed. But Captain, we're in no shape to fight. Half my people are injured. Weapons damaged. We're inadequate," Caney finished. His laugh bubbled blood. "Story of my life." The airlock opened. The woman entered first, hands raised, unarmed. That smile never wavering. "Captain Kane, welcome to Research Station 7. I apologize for the rough landing." Caney tried to stand, failed. His legs wouldn't hold. "Who are you, really?" "I told you, someone who chose survival over identity." She gestured behind her. "We all did, 47 of us initially. Now 500 and growing." "The first wave." "First wave of what?" "Of humanity's real future. The one the Commonwealth tried to bury." She offered her hand. "Let me help you up. We have a lot to discuss, and not much time before your friends arrive." "Wu and Torres?" "Among others. The Commonwealth tracked your descent. They're sending extraction teams. Probably orbital bombardment, too. This facility wasn't supposed to be discovered yet." Her smile widened. "But since you crashed right into our front door, we might as well make use of the opportunity." Caney stared at her hand. Take it and walk into another trap, another lie, another betrayal. Or don't take it and die here in the wreck of his inadequate ship. Behind him, Solomon, Hector, Wren's voice over comms, his crew, his responsibility. 1,400 refugees in the holds, some dead, some dying, on all depending on him. The mathematics of inadequate command, always impossible, always choosing between the terrible options. His hand moved, reached for hers. The deck lurched, not from the crash, from beneath, the ground, moving. "What?" Caney started. The woman's expression changed, smile dying, eyes widening. Not fear, surprise. "They're early," she said, quiet. "The Commonwealth, they're already—" The ground split. Not earthquake, not natural. Precision, surgical. A line cutting through the earth beneath the adequate. Beneath Research Station 7. Beneath everything. Opening. "Fall back," the woman screamed. Not to Caney, to her people. "It's a sinkhole strike. Move!" But Caney couldn't move. His broken body wouldn't respond. The deck tilted, the ship sliding into the widening chasm. To wind to darkness, opening like a mouth. Solomon grabbed him, tried to pull him toward the airlock. Too slow, too late. The adequate dropped. Not a crash, a fall. Into whatever the Commonwealth had buried beneath Kepler's surface. Caney's fingers found the armrest, held, slipping, his shoulder dislocated, his grip failing. The ship fell into black, and the last thing he heard was the woman's voice, distant and fading. "Tell Valdez she was right. It's not the enemy we should fear. It's what we built to fight them." Caney's fingers slipped. The fall lasted 3 seconds, felt like 3 hours. Caney's grip failed. He flew backward, slammed into Solomon, both of them tumbling through 0G as the adequate dropped through manufactured darkness. The ship's emergency lighting strobed. Red, black, red. Hammer illuminating fragments. Hector wedged in a doorframe, holding 2 Marines. Wren at her station, still trying to fire maneuvering thrusters that didn't exist anymore. Refugees screaming in the holds. Then impact. The adequate hit bottom. Not hard earth. Something else. Something that gave slightly. Absorbed the collision. Like landing in water, but solid. The deck stabilized. Gravity returned. Natural gravity, not artificial. They were down. Wherever down was. Caney tasted blood. Felt blood. Couldn't tell if it was new bleeding or radiation poisoning, finally hemorrhaging through his skin. His shoulder hung wrong. His ribs grated with each breath. "Status," he croaked. Solomon answered first. "Alive. Barely. Captain, the hull—" He pulled up emergency schematics. "We're intact. Mostly. But we're buried. 40 meters of earth above us. So maybe more. The chasm. Sealed. The ground. It closed up after we fell. like it was designed to swallow ships whole and trap them. Designed. Nothing about this was accident. Not the station existing, not the woman's bait, not the Commonwealth's timing. All of it choreographed. All of it trap within trap within trap. Hector's voice over comms. Captain, I've got 17 dead, 43 wounded. The refugees. His voice broke. 200 casualties, maybe more. The impact collapsed Deck 3. People are trapped in the wreckage. 200 out of 1,400. The math kept being impossible. The cost kept climbing. Ren, Caney said, can we launch? Silence. Long enough to be an answer. Then, no. Even if the engines weren't slag, even if the reactor could handle it, even if we had fuel, we're buried, Captain. 40 meters of Earth pressing down. We need to tunnel out. Days, weeks, and we don't have hours? Why not? Because whatever we're sitting on, it's active. Power signatures, heat, movement. This isn't a hole, it's a facility, and we just crashed into it. The deck shuddered, not from their impact, from something beneath, below, deeper than they'd fallen. Machinery, massive, waking up. Captain, Solomon's face gone white. I'm reading atmospheric changes. Pressure increasing, temperature dropping. Something's pumping into this chamber. Some kind of... He checked his readings twice. Suspended animation gas, medical grade, the kind they use for long-term stasis transport. They're trying to preserve us, Caney breathed. Keep us alive, for what? The woman's voice crackled through external speakers. Not inside the ship. Outside. Why in the chamber? I'm sorry, Captain, I truly am. But the Commonwealth doesn't negotiate with inadequates who know too much. They collect them, study them, learn what made you dangerous enough to discover us. Where are you? Caney demanded. Already gone. We evacuated when you started falling. The station above, that was temporary. Bait. The real facility is 3 kilometers down, where they've been breeding them. Breeding what? The enemy, the aliens, the invasion. Her laugh bitter. All manufactured, all human created. 30 years of controlled collapse to hide what the Commonwealth really is, what we really did. The gas concentration increased. Caney's lungs burned, his vision blurred. Not from radiation now, from whatever they were breathing. Your crew will be collected, the woman continued, processed. Some will join us. Some will become test subjects. You'll be kept alive. Your inadequacy is valuable. They'll want to know how you survived so long. And Wu, Torres? Already in orbit, extracting survivors from the graveyard. But they won't find you. The Commonwealth made sure of that, made sure the only ships that land here never leave. Hector appeared on the bridge, face grim, rifle ready. Captain, we need to evac. Now, before the gas knocks us out. Evac where? Caney's laugh bubbled. We're buried alive. Then we dig. With what? Our hands? If we have to. Solomon pulled up structural scans. There. Ventilation shaft. 2 decks down. Leads to... He zoomed in. Leads to the facility beneath us. The breeding chambers, if we can access them. We walk into whatever horror show they're running, Caney finished. Oh, great plan. Better than dying in our sleep. Was it? Caney looked at his crew. At Hector's Marines, battered and bleeding. At Solomon, brilliant and broken. At Ren's voice over comms, still professional despite everything. At the 1,400 refugees, no, 1,200 now, depending on him. The mathematics of inadequate command. Always impossible. All right, he said. We go down. Into the facility. Find a way out or die trying. That's not much of a plan, Hector said. It's the only one we've got. They moved fast. Through damaged corridors, past collapsed decks, past bodies they couldn't stop to recover. The gas concentration climbing. Each breath harder. Consciousness slipping. 2 decks down. The ventilation shaft. Solomon pried it open. Darkness beyond, and heat and the smell. God, the smell. Organic. Rotting, growing. The scent of flesh forced into shapes it shouldn't hold. I'll go first, Hector said. Marines behind me, then refugees. Captain, you bring up rear. Like hell, I lead. Sir, with respect, you can barely walk. Then carry me. Kaney's vision doubled. The gas, the radiation, the accumulated trauma. But I go first. That's the job. Hector hesitated, then nodded. Understood. They descended, one by one, into the shaft, into the facility, into the breeding chambers where humanity built its own extinction and called it defense. Behind them, the adequate sat dark, empty, buried under meters of earth in a chamber filling with stasis gas. Their only ship, their only escape. Gone. And above, through the sealed earth, Caney heard it. FTL transitions. Multiple. Wu and Torres jumping out of Kepler space, abandoning the graveyard, abandoning him, or saving themselves. The sound faded. Silence fell. Absolute. They were alone. Underground, with whatever humanity had created in the dark. Solomon's light illuminated the shaft walls. Metal. Old. Inscribed with designations. Kepler Biomechanical Research Facility. Established 2087, Project Eden. Phase 7, 40 years old. Built before the invasion, before the war, before everything. They were making them the whole time, Solomon whispered, before the enemy ever arrived. They were building the enemy. Caney's fingers found the shaft wall, pulled himself forward, down, into the truth. And above them, at the tunnel entrance, the ventilation shaft sealed, automated protocols engaging, magnetic locks slamming shut. Their only way back to the adequate vanished. Their only escape gone, trapped in the facility, with a sound of breathing in the darkness below. Something massive, something waiting. Solomon's light swept lower, caught movement. Human-shaped but wrong. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Captain, Hector's voice, controlled fear. We need to move. Now! But there was nowhere to move. The shaft behind them sealed. The facility ahead teeming. And above, 40 meters of earth, the adequate abandoned in darkness. Their ride home exploded. No, worse. Sealed forever where they'd never reach it. Chapter 8, Shakedown. 72 hours to make 3 dying ships combat ready. 72 hours to train incompetent engineers. 72 hours to work a miracle Ren Gallagher didn't believe in. The math was laughable. She stood in Ross 128's main repair bay, staring at diagnostic readouts from all 3 vessels. The adequate, the sufficient, the marginal, a collection of inadequacy trying to become an attack force. Christ. Chief Gallagher? Ren turned. Station engineer. Young, eager, useless. Name tag read Martinez. What? We've completed initial assessment of the sufficient. You wanted to review. Show me. Martinez pulled up the schematics. Supply tender. Built for logistics runs, not combat. Someone had welded point defense cannons to her hull like aftermarket spoilers on a ground car. Reactor output? Ren asked. 60% capacity. The main coolant loop's compromised. We can patch it, but it'll fail under combat stress. Yeah, I can read. She zoomed in on the weapon systems. Who installed these guns? Station technicians. At Glisa before Glisa got glassed. Right. Ren traced the power conduits with her finger. Wrong gauge, wrong routing. They tied the weapons directly into life support. Fire those cannons and you'll vent atmosphere through the conduit gaps. Martinez blinked. Should I tell Captain Wu? I'll tell her. You focus on not killing yourselves during repairs. Yes, ma'am. Ren moved to the next readout. The marginal survey vessel. Even worse. Retrofitted sensors that drew more power than the reactor could sustain. Maneuvering thrusters mounted at wrong angles for combat burns. And the kicker, civilian-grade hull plating that would crumple under sustained fire. Where's your chief engineer? Ren asked. The marginals? He's in their engineering section. Name's Kowalski, but chief, he's what? Martinez hesitated. He's civilian contract. Doesn't have military experience. Of course he didn't. Ren pulled up the Adequate's diagnostics. Her ship, her responsibility. 87% FTL damage. Reactor stress at 64% and climbing. Hull breaches on 3 decks. Weapons systems functional but ammunition depleted to 40%. And somehow, the Adequate was in the best shape. Right then, Wren said, here's how this works. You prioritize the Adequate. Weapons first, reactor second, a hull integrity third. The other 2 ships, she gestured dismissively. Make them not explode. That's the bar. But Chief Gallagher, Captain Wu said, I don't care what Wu said. I'm telling you how it is. The Adequate is the only ship with teeth. We're doing Kaney's insane raid. We're the ones doing the actual fighting. The other 2 are support? Barely. Martinez swallowed. Understood. Good. Now get me Wu's engineer. Ann Kowalski. Conference room. 10 minutes. Ma'am, Chief Park from the Sufficient. She's... 10 minutes, Martinez. Figure it out. The conference room smelled like burnt coffee and desperation. Wren sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 people who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Chief Park, Korean, 50s, former Navy, according to her file, but she'd been out for 15 years before the draft pulled her back. Her hands shook when she held her coffee mug. Tremor, trauma, or stimulants, or both. Kowalski, 30s, soft around the middle, corporate contractor who'd been doing routine maintenance on a survey vessel when the war started. His credentials listed certifications in environmental systems and cargo bay automation. Nothing about combat repairs. Right, Wren started. We've got 72 hours, maybe less. Captain Kane wants to raid an enemy supply convoy. That means we need weapons online, reactor stable, and FTL drives that won't kill us mid-jump. Park laughed. Hollow. And you think we can do that? With these ships? With this equipment? Don't have a choice. We always have a choice. We can tell Kaney this is suicide and refuse. Already tried. He's going anyway. So are Wu and Torres, which means we either make these ships work or we watch them die. Kowalski raised a hand like he was in school. Chief Gallagher, I need to be honest. I'm not qualified for military retrofits. The Marginal, she's designed for deep space survey work. Low stress, predictable environments. What you're asking... I'm not asking, Wren interrupted. I'm telling. You've got sensors, right? Long-range detection equipment? Yes, but... Then you're our early warning. You spot the enemy convoy before they spot us. That's your job. Keep those sensors functional and stay out of the fighting. What about the Sufficient? Park asked. Wu's ship. What's our role? Fire support. Maybe, if your weapons don't vent atmosphere when you fire them. Park's expression went flat. That bad? Worse. Station engineers tied your gun mounts into life support conduits. Wrong gauge, wrong routing. Fire-sustained bursts and you'll decompress half your crew sections. Jesus Christ. Can you fix it? In 72 hours? Maybe. If I had proper materials, trained staff. Time to test. Park set down her coffee. We've got none of those things. Then improvise. With what? Hope? If that's what you've got. Wren pulled up tactical schematics. Listen, I know this is impossible. I know we're all in over our heads, but here's the reality. The Adequate can't do this alone. We need the Marginal sensors. We need the Sufficient fire support. Even half functional is better than nothing. Kowalski leaned forward. What if we integrated our systems? Network the sensors across all 3 ships. A distributed processing load? You can do that? In theory, survey vessels are designed for data sharing. If we linked our systems to yours? No. Park cut in. Absolutely not. Network integration means vulnerability. One ship gets hacked, compromised, boarded, they all go down. We're not dealing with hackers, Wren said. We're dealing with alien bioweapons. They don't hack. They destroy. You don't know that. You don't know what they're capable of. Neither do you. So we make assumptions and pray we're right. The room went silent. Outside, through the conference room's viewport, repair crews swarmed over the Adequate's hull. Welding sparks, lifted cargo, the frantic pace of people trying to achieve the impossible. I need honesty, Wren said, quieter now. From both of you. Can you do this? Eric, can you get your ships ready in 72 hours? Park looked at her hands, at the tremor. I can try. Not good enough. Yes or no? Then no. No, I can't guarantee it. The sufficient, she's held together by hope and improvised repairs. We've been running on emergency protocols since Glisa. The crew's exhausted, the systems are failing, and asking me to retrofit weapons in 3 days. She laughed again, bitter. It's suicide. Ren turned to Kowalski. And you? The sensors. I can probably keep them online. But Chief, I'm scared. I've never done combat operations. Never trained for it. I'm a civilian who got conscripted into hell. We all are, Ren said. None of us signed up for this. But we're here. So the question isn't whether we're qualified, it's whether we're willing. Willing to die. You mean, willing to try? Ren found Park 6 hours later in the Sufficient's engineering section. Alone. Working by emergency lighting because the main power grid was offline. Need help? Ren asked. Park jumped. Nearly dropped her plasma torch. Christ, don't sneak up on people. Wasn't sneaking. You were distracted. Yeah, well. Park set down the torch. Hard to focus when you're rewiring weapons you know will probably kill your crew. Ren stepped closer. The Sufficient's engineering bay was smaller than the Adequate's. Cramped. Claustrophobic. The kind of space that made Ren's skin crawl. You were Navy, Ren said. Before. 15 years ago, different Navy. Before demilitarization. Before everything went to shit. Why'd you leave? Park's hands tightened on the workbench. One, personal reasons. Which means trauma. Which means none of your business. Ren didn't push. She pulled up a stool. Sat. I lost my sister. 5 years ago. Engineering accident. Reactor breach on a colony transport. I was supposed to be on shift. Wasn't. She covered for me. Died because I was hungover and irresponsible. Park looked at her. Why are you telling me this? Because I see it in you, the guilt, the fear that you'll make the wrong call and people will die. That's not fear. That's certainty. Park turned back to her work. Captain Wu is drinking himself unconscious every night. Did you know that? After lights out, he raids medical stores for sedatives and alcohol, mixes them, passes out in his quarters, wakes up 4 hours later and does it again. Ren's stomach dropped. Does the crew know? Some. Ew, the ones who pay attention. Most are too exhausted to care. Park's voice went soft. He's not a captain. He's a logistics officer who watched his captain die and inherited the job. And now he's leading us into a suicide raid because saying no feels like cowardice. You think we'll survive this? Park met her eyes. No, I think we're dead already. We just haven't stopped moving yet. Then why keep working? Because stopping means admitting it. Park picked up the torch again. And I'm not ready for that. Ren stood. Park, I need you to be honest. Not with me, with yourself. Can you make the Sufficient combat ready? Define combat ready. Able to fire weapons without killing your crew. Able to maneuver without the reactor spiking. Able to take a hit and not explode. Park was quiet for a long moment. Yeah, then no. No. The Sufficient is a supply tender, built for cargo runs. Someone bolted guns to her like decorations. I can make them fire. Maybe, but they'll never be reliable. And the first time we take damage, real damage, she'll come apart. What about the Adequate? Your ship? She's better, designed for combat. But the damage from your previous engagements? Park shook her head. You're operating at 60% capacity, maybe less. In a real fight, against an enemy supply convoy, we'll die. Yeah, you'll die. Park set down the torch. Does Caney know this? Does he understand the odds? Caney understands we're inadequate. It's our brand. That's not funny. Wasn't trying to be. Ren moved toward the door. Stopped. Park, earlier, you asked if we'd survive. I'm going to ask you the same thing now. Do you think we'll make it? Park's hands shook, the tremor worse. You want the truth? Always. Then no. I think this is suicide. I think Caney's plan is desperate and reckless. I think we're 3 broken ships with exhausted crews being asked to fight an enemy we don't understand. She met Ren's eyes. But I also think doing something, even something stupid, is better than sitting here waiting to die. So yeah, I'll get the sufficient ready, and when we burn, at least I'll know I tried. Ren should have agreed, should have been honest. Instead, she lied. We'll survive, she said, because we have to, because the alternative is unthinkable. So keep working, keep trying, and maybe, just maybe, inadequacy will be enough. Park laughed, hollow and broken. You don't believe that? No, Toy, but I'm going to act like I do. Third night without sleep. Ren's hands shook from stimulant overdose. Her vision doubled. Her back screamed from hours hunched over damaged conduits. The Adequate's engineering section hummed around her. Night shift, skeleton crew. Everyone else collapsed in bunks, stealing what rest they could before the raid. Ren couldn't stop. One more conduit, one more seal, one more system to check and recheck and check again, because if she stopped, if she admitted the work was done, then she'd have to face what came next. The raid, the fighting, the dying. Her datapad chimed. Message from Caney. Status report? She typed back. Adequate ready, 70% capacity, sufficient at 50%, marginal at 60%. We'll fly. Barely. Good enough. It's not good enough. It's barely functional. Ren, we're out of time. And out of options. This has to work. Her fingers hovered over the keypad. She wanted to type. It won't work. We're going to die. Park's right. This is suicide. Instead, understood. Engineering ready for departure. Thank you. For everything. Ren set down the datapad, stared at her hands, the tremor. Not from stimulants, from fear. Her sister's face flashed through memory, smiling, confident, unafraid. Dead because Ren had been irresponsible. Not this time. This time she'd check every system, triple check every seal. Work until her body gave out. Because if the Adequate failed, if her engineering failed, more people would die. The smell of welding torch and ozone filled her lungs. Familiar, almost comforting. The scent of work, of control, of pretending she could engineer their way out of impossible odds. She picked up the torch, adjusted her safety visor, bent back to the damaged conduit. One more seal, then another, then another. Behind her footsteps, someone entering engineering. Chief, a voice said. Kowalski. I need to talk to you. Busy. It's important. Everything's important. Come back later. There's no later. The raid launches in 18 hours. Kowalski moved into her peripheral vision. Chief, I found something. In the Marginal's cargo manifest, something that doesn't make sense. Ren lowered the torch. What? Medical supplies. Logged as transferred from the Adequate to the Marginal 3 weeks ago, before any of this started. But the manifests are encrypted. Civilian-grade encryption that someone tried to hide. So I think someone's been running black market trades, moving supplies between ships. And I think, he swallowed, I think it's connected to the sabotage, to everything that's been going wrong. Ren's blood went cold. Show me. Kowalski pulled up the data, manifests, transfer records, all encrypted, all hidden beneath layers of legitimate cargo documentation. Can you decrypt this? Ren asked. Maybe, if I had time, if I had resources. But Chief, Kowalski met her eyes. If I do this, if I expose whoever's been trading supplies, it could tear apart the crew, right before the raid, right when we need cohesion. Or it could save us. If someone's sabotaging systems, selling supplies, do we tell Caney? Ren stared at the data, at the encrypted manifests, at the evidence of betrayal. Tell Caney and risk destroying morale before the raid. Stay silent and risk more sabotage. Another impossible choice. Give me the data, she said. I'll decrypt it, quietly, after the raid. For now, she sealed the panel she'd been working on. We focus on survival. Everything else can wait. And if waiting gets people killed, then I'll live with it. Ren met his eyes. Or I won't. Either way, the Adequate flies in 18 hours. With or without answers. Kowalski hesitated, then nodded, transferred the encrypted files to her datapad. For what it's worth, he said. I hope you're right. I'm not, but hope's all we've got. He left. Ren stared at her datapad, at the encrypted data. At another secret she'd chosen to bury for the sake of the mission. The welding torch cooled in her hand. The ozone smell faded. Somewhere in the Adequate's damaged corridors, her crew slept, trusting her, trusting the repairs, but trusting that when the fighting started, their ship would hold. Wren picked up the torch, ignited it, bent back to work. One more seal, then another. Then the smell of burning metal and her own exhaustion, and the knowledge that 18 hours from now, they'd all be dead. Unless inadequacy was enough. Unless desperation counted for something. Unless she could engineer one more miracle from systems that should have failed months ago. The torch hissed. Her hand stopped shaking. And Wren Gallagher, chief engineer of a dying ship, welded her way toward tomorrow. Chapter 9, the Logistics Chapter. The manifest didn't match the inventory, which meant someone had been stealing from the dead before they were cold enough to count. Bogdan Illich stood in Ross 128's primary supply depot, datapad in hand, cross-referencing what the station claimed to have against what his requisition orders demanded for 3 ships preparing for a suicide raid into enemy-controlled space. The numbers refused to reconcile no matter how many times he ran the algorithm, and the discrepancy wasn't clerical error or database corruption. It was theft on a scale that suggested organization, repetition, and the kind of desperation that made people forget they'd once believed in things like honor and regulations, and not robbing the supplies meant to keep their fellow soldiers alive. 12,000 rounds of mass driver ammunition logged as available. 4,700 actually present in the armory cages. Medical supplies showed similar gaps. Morphine, antibiotics, surgical kits, all mysteriously depleted beyond what casualty reports could justify. Reactor fuel cells, replacement parts for FTL drives, even basic rations showed inventory losses that painted a picture Bogdan recognized from his childhood on the outer colonies, where authority existed on paper, but scarcity ruled in practice, and people survived by taking what they needed and lying about what they'd taken. He walked between storage racks that stretched 3 stories high in the converted asteroid facility, his boots echoing on metal decking that hadn't been properly maintained since before the war started, and counted the ways this raid would fail before it began. The Adequate needed ammunition she didn't have, the sufficient needed reactor parts that didn't exist in any legitimate inventory, the marginal needed sensor equipment that had been logged as destroyed at Glisa, but somehow kept appearing in encrypted manifest files that Wren had forwarded him with a note that read only, "Your department," and no additional explanation. Bogdan had spent 18 years in logistics, first as a colony supply clerk who'd learned to stretch rations meant for 200 across 300 refugees, then as a UNCF procurement specialist who'd mastered the art of acquiring what regulations said he couldn't have through channels that didn't officially exist. Irony recognized the signs of an organized black market, the way a surgeon recognized symptoms of systemic failure. You didn't need to see the infection to know it had spread throughout the body and compromised every system it touched. Station personnel moved through the depot with the practiced efficiency of people who'd learned to ignore what they saw, which told Bogdan everything he needed to know about how deep the corruption ran and how many people had decided survival mattered more than regulations. A loader operator transferred crates marked as reactor coolant with movements too careful for bulk cargo, suggesting contents worth more than official manifest claimed. 2 technicians conferred near the armory cages in voices too low to carry, their body language speaking of negotiation rather than casual conversation. And when an officer, lieutenant's insignia, procurement division, walked past Bogdan without acknowledgement despite regulations requiring salutes, which meant either the officer didn't care about protocol or didn't want to be remembered by anyone who might later testify about what they'd witnessed. The smell of the depot carried the usual industrial mix of machine oil, metal, and recycled air, but underneath lay something else. Fear, maybe, or the particular tension that came from knowing you were complicit in crimes you couldn't afford to report, because reporting meant losing access to the same illegal channels you needed to keep your own crew alive. Bogdan's datapad chimed with an incoming message from Caney. Supply status? Need final numbers for departure timeline. He stared at the manifest discrepancies, at the evidence of systematic theft, at the impossible gap between what the raid required and what legitimate procurement could provide. Typed back, working on it, will have answer within 6 hours. Deleted it, tried again, complications. Standard channels insufficient, pursuing alternatives. Sent it before he could reconsider the implications of what alternatives meant when you were a logistics officer in a war zone where regulations had become suggestions and survival had become the only metric that mattered. His datapad showed a secondary notification. Encrypted message, no sender identification. Text that read, heard you need munitions. Section C7, maintenance sublevel, come alone. The encryption signature matched nothing in UNCF databases, which meant either sophisticated counterintelligence or amateur criminals who'd bought civilian-grade security software and thought it made them invisible to military surveillance. Bogdan looked at the empty armory cages, at the manifest showing ammunition that didn't exist, at the choice between following regulations that guaranteed mission failure or pursuing criminal channels that might keep his crew alive long enough to die fighting instead of suffocating when life support failed because they couldn't afford replacement filters through legitimate procurement. 6 hours until Caney needed final numbers. 6 hours to decide how much of his integrity he could afford to trade for ammunition that had been stolen from dead soldiers who'd needed it just as desperately before they'd stop needing anything at all. On he walked toward Section C7, leaving the main depot behind, descending into maintenance levels where official inventory systems didn't reach, and the station's real economy operated in spaces between regulations. Section C7 occupied a converted storage bay, 3 levels below Ross, 1/2/8 official operations, accessible through maintenance corridors that the station's official maps showed as sealed for structural repairs, but which Bogdan navigated by following power conduit routing and the kind of foot traffic patterns that indicated regular use by people who knew exactly where they were going and why they couldn't be seen going there. The sublevel smelled of coolant leaks and inadequate ventilation. Pottery and the lighting came from emergency strips that cast everything in amber half-shadows that made it impossible to identify faces clearly enough for later testimony. Bogdan counted 7 people in the bay when he arrived, all of them moving with the purposeful efficiency of an operation that had been running long enough to develop procedures and hierarchies, and the kind of organizational structure that suggested this wasn't desperate scavenging, but systematic enterprise. Crates stacked against bulkheads bore legitimate UNCF inventory codes, which meant they'd been diverted before reaching official depots or stolen afterward and remarked to hide their origin. A woman in technician's coveralls operated a scanning station that checked each crate's contents against some database Bogdan couldn't access. Her movements suggesting this was routine work she'd performed hundreds of times before. 2 men in Marine combat fatigues, privates young enough to have been drafted in the first wave, stood guard near the bay's entrance with weapons that might have been legitimate issue or might have been stolen from armories like the one Bogdan had just left. The encrypted message had told him to come alone, but Bogdan had spent enough time in situations where alone meant vulnerable to bring insurance in the form of a concealed recording device that violated half a dozen regulations about unauthorized surveillance, but which might prove useful if this situation required leverage later or testimony if someone decided to make him the fall guy for crimes he was only now discovering had been running for months or years before he'd arrived. So a figure emerged from between cargo stacks, and Bogdan recognized the lieutenant he'd seen in the main depot. Procurement division, which made perfect sense if you were running black market operations, because procurement officers had access to manifests and shipping schedules and the kind of administrative authority that lets you redirect supplies without triggering automated oversight systems until the discrepancies became large enough to demand investigation. Chief Illich, the lieutenant said, not offering a name or rank beyond what the insignia provided, which suggested either paranoia or professional caution. Heard you're outfitting 3 ships for a combat operation. Ambitious. Necessary. Necessary usually means expensive. What are you offering? Bogdan pulled up his datapad, is showing requisition lists that detailed exactly what the adequate, sufficient, and marginal needed to have any chance of surviving combat against an enemy that had already destroyed a dozen better-equipped vessels. 12,000 rounds mass driver ammunition, 3 reactor fuel cells, medical supplies for trauma response, replacement parts for FTL drives, sensor equipment rated for deep space operations. The lieutenant studied the list with the attention of someone evaluating both inventory availability and customer desperation. That's, extensive. Standard procurement can't handle this? Standard procurement shows half these items as unavailable or back-ordered for 6 months. And you need them in, he glanced at his own datapad, less than 12 hours, null before Captain Kane's raid departs. The lieutenant's expression suggested he knew exactly how suicidal Kane's plan was, and had decided profiting from it was more sensible than trying to prevent it. I can get you most of this, but the price isn't in credits. Bogdan had expected this. Black markets in war zones operated on barter and favors, because currency meant nothing when supply chains collapsed, and the only thing with real value was the ability to acquire what couldn't be acquired through legitimate channels. What do you want? Information, intelligence, anything your crew learns during the raid that might be useful for future operations, enemy ship configurations, weapon systems, tactical patterns, and data we can trade to other vessels or sell to command for resources. Selling military intelligence to profiteers who'd sell it again to whoever paid best, possibly including enemy agents if they existed, and the price was right. Compromising operational security for ammunition. Trading information that might save lives later for supplies that might save lives now. That's treason, Bogdan said, stating fact rather than objection. That's survival. We're all compromised, Chief. Question is whether you're compromised enough to do what needs doing, or still pretending regulations matter when everyone above us has already decided they don't. Bogdan looked around the bay at the systematic operation, at the stolen supplies, not at the evidence of an enterprise that had been running too long and too successfully to be anything except officially sanctioned through unofficial tolerance. Who else knows about this? Who's protecting you? The lieutenant smiled without humor. You're asking the wrong questions. Better question is, who doesn't know? Who still thinks the UNCF operates according to regulations and military law instead of accepting we're a bunch of survivors cannibalizing each other while pretending we're still an organized force? 2 of the crates near the scanning station bore inventory codes Bogdan recognized from the Adequate's own manifests. Supplies they'd reported as depleted or damaged, which meant either someone on his crew was selling to the black market or the black market had infiltrated deep enough to steal from ships while they were still operational. Either option suggested problems that extended far beyond simple procurement failures and into the kind of systematic corruption that made Bogdan think of colony authority figures who'd let children starve while hoarding supplies for personal profit. I need guarantees, Bogdan said, making his choice even as part of him recognized how easily he'd crossed the line from principled officer to willing participant in crimes he'd spent his career pretending didn't exist. The supplies arrive before departure. They're functional, not damaged equipment you're passing off as operational, and no one knows I was here. Guarantees cost extra. Then name your price. The lieutenant pulled up a different file on his datapad, and Bogdan saw manifest codes that indicated supplies from multiple sources, UNCF depots, civilian contractors, and shipping designations he didn't recognize, but which carried the kind of encryption that suggested origins someone wanted very badly to hide. Beyond the intelligence sharing, I need transport authorization. One of my people needs passage to Gliso on whatever vessel survives your raid. No questions asked. No manifest entry. Ghost passenger. Smuggling someone out of Ross 128 on a military vessel, bypassing all security protocols, possibly moving a criminal or spy or deserter to a new location where they could continue operations. Another compromise. Another line crossed. Done, Bogdan said, and waited for the guilt that didn't come, because somewhere between his childhood watching authority figures hoard supplies while colonists starved and his current position as logistics officer for a doomed vessel, he'd learned that survival mattered more than principles, and the difference between criminals and officers was mostly a question of which crimes you were willing to commit and how well you could justify them afterward. The negotiation took 3 hours and involved levels of moral compromise that Bogdan had convinced himself he'd never accept right up until the moment he accepted them, because the alternative was watching the adequate fly into combat with empty weapons and depleted supplies and the kind of resource scarcity that turned tactical disadvantages into massacre. They worked through the manifests in a converted office that smelled of recycled air and the particular staleness of spaces that had been sealed too long without proper ventilation. And Bogdan learned exactly how deep the corruption ran and how many people had decided regulations were optional when survival was mandatory. The lieutenant, who still hadn't offered a name beyond the rank insignia Bogdan suspected might be stolen or forged, pulled up inventory lists that showed supplies diverted from a dozen different sources through procurement channels that existed in the gaps between official oversight and operational reality. Mass driver ammunition came from armories at 3 different stations. My requisitioned under false authorization codes that the lieutenant had acquired through methods he described as administrative creativity, and which Bogdan recognized as a fraud that would carry court-martial charges if anyone bothered to investigate. Medical supplies originated from civilian contractors who'd been supplying UNCF vessels since before the war, and who'd apparently decided wartime scarcity created premium pricing opportunities for equipment that should have been provided under existing defense contracts. Reactor fuel cells had been salvaged from destroyed vessels, which meant someone was stripping corpses from battlefields before recovery crews arrived, eluding the dead for profit, and refurbished to pass basic operational standards while hiding the kind of stress damage that might cause catastrophic failures under combat conditions. These fuel cells, Bogdan said, highlighting specifications that showed microfractures in containment matrices. They're compromised. Use these under combat stress and you'll vent radiation through half the engineering section. They're what's available. You want perfect, wait 6 months for legitimate procurement. You want functional enough to maybe survive one engagement. I can have them loaded within 4 hours. The choice presented itself with the kind of brutal clarity that made Bogdan understand exactly why people made compromises they'd sworn they never would. Because the alternative wasn't maintaining integrity. It was dying with your principles intact while accomplishing nothing except proving you were too rigid to adapt when adaptation was the only thing that mattered. What's the failure rate? Bogdan asked. Under normal operations? Negligible. Under combat stress with sustained reactor output above 80%? The lieutenant shrugged. 15, maybe 20% chance of containment breach. But you're flying into combat that gives you maybe 30% survival odds anyway. So what's another 15% risk on top of certain death? The mathematics of desperation, calculated in percentages that measured how many ways you could die, and which death was most acceptable when none of them were acceptable, and choosing between them was the only choice you had. Bogdan approved the fuel cells. We are adding them to a manifest that detailed exactly how much of his integrity he was trading for supplies that might keep his crew alive long enough to die fighting instead of suffocating in dead ships drifting through space. They moved through the equipment list with the efficiency of people who'd done this before or who decided that dwelling on the implications of what they were doing made it impossible to keep doing it. And Bogdan learned that the black market operated with better organizational structure than most legitimate UNCF operations because survival incentivized efficiency in ways regulations never could. Every item came with a price, not in currency but in favors, information, or future obligations that created webs of mutual compromise, binding everyone who participated into complicity that made exposure mutually destructive. And the sensor equipment for the marginal required Bogdan to provide maintenance schedules for the adequate weapon systems, which would let the black market identify optimal times to steal ammunition without triggering automated inventory alerts. The medical supplies came with the understanding that Dr. Obi would treat black market personnel without asking questions or filing reports that might trigger investigations. The FTL drive components required Bogdan to falsify damage reports that would justify requesting replacement parts through legitimate channels, then diverting those parts back to the black market for resale. I know each compromise felt smaller than the one before it, because humans were adaptable creatures who could normalize almost anything if they did it incrementally enough and justified each step as necessary for some larger purpose, that made the moral injury feel like acceptable collateral damage instead of systematic corruption of everything they'd claimed to believe in. Last item, the lieutenant said, pulling up a file that showed shipping manifests encrypted with security protocols Bogdan recognized as corporate rather than military. The ammunition you need, the 12,000 rounds, I can provide it, but it's not UNCF surplus. Bogdan looked at the encryption signatures, at the routing codes, worried at the corporate identifiers that made his stomach sink because he recognized the pattern even before the lieutenant confirmed what Bogdan had already begun to suspect. Colonial Development Authority, the lieutenant said. They've been selling military equipment to black markets across 6 systems, diverting supplies meant for defense contracts, marking them as damaged or destroyed, then selling them back to desperate logistics officers at premium rates. He met Bogdan's eyes with an expression that suggested he understood exactly how monstrous this revelation was and had decided living with the knowledge was preferable to dying without the supplies. They're profiteering from the war, from our desperation, and they've been doing it since before the invasion started, which suggests they knew something was coming and positioned themselves to profit from it. Corporate treason on a scale that made individual crimes look like petty theft. The Colonial Development Authority, the same organization responsible for establishing and maintaining colony infrastructure, for providing the logistical backbone that kept humanity's expansion functioning, had been systematically diverting military supplies and selling them for profit, while soldiers died for lack of ammunition, and colonists were abandoned because evacuation vessels lacked the fuel to reach them. Bogdan pulled up the manifest data, tracing shipping routes and transaction records that painted a picture of conspiracy so vast it suggested infiltration at the highest levels of human authority or such complete institutional failure that the difference between infiltration and incompetence became meaningless. Equipment logged as destroyed at Kepler had been sold through CDA contractors to stations in 3 other systems. Medical supplies marked as contaminated and slated for disposal had instead been resold to black markets where desperate officers paid premium prices for equipment they should have received through legitimate procurement. Reactor components, weapon systems, even basic ration supplies, all of it diverted through CDA channels and converted from military resources meant to preserve human survival into profit opportunities for corporate executives who'd decided war was just another market to exploit. You have proof of this? Bogdan asked. Transaction records, shipping manifests, communications between CDA executives discussing pricing strategies for war supplies. Enough evidence to bring charges that would implicate hundreds of corporate officials and probably bring down the entire CDA leadership structure. The lieutenant smiled without humor, which is why no one's going to bring those charges. Because exposing this destroys the logistics network, keeping half the surviving colonies supplied. Some in command would rather have corrupt supply chains than no supply chains. Or command is complicit. That too. Either way, the question isn't whether CDA is criminal. They are. Question is whether you're willing to buy from them anyway, because the ammunition they're selling is the same ammunition your crew needs, and your principles won't keep anyone alive when the shooting starts. Bogdan stared at the data, at the evidence of institutional betrayal that made individual crimes feel like symptoms of systemic disease, and understood that every choice he made was already compromised by the corruption that had poisoned the entire system long before he'd arrived, and would continue long after he left or died or stopped caring enough to notice the difference. I'll take the ammunition, he said, and watch the lieutenant transfer files that contain both the supplies Bogdan needed and the evidence of crimes so vast they implicated not just individuals, but entire institutions in treason that made the concept of military justice feel like a convenient fiction people told themselves while participating in the same corruption they claimed to oppose. Smart choice. I'll have everything loaded within 6 hours. Your transport authorization code for my passenger? Bogdan generated the authorization with security clearance he wasn't supposed to have, but had acquired through the same administrative creativity he'd learned from watching authority figures manipulate systems while pretending they operated according to rules. And watched another piece of his integrity dissolve into the operational necessities that made survival possible and honor increasingly irrelevant. The lieutenant stood, extending a hand. Pleasure doing business, Chief. If you survive the raid, we should talk about longer-term arrangements. You've got access to resources that could be valuable in the right markets. Bogdan shook the offered hand, sealing agreements that made him complicit in crimes ranging from theft to treason to conspiracy and corporate profiteering that had probably contributed to the deaths of thousands of colonists and soldiers who died because supplies meant for their protection had been diverted for profit instead. One more thing, Bogdan said as the lieutenant moved toward the door. The evidence of CDA involvement. I want copies. It's all of it. Planning to expose them, planning to have insurance. If this goes wrong, if someone tries to make me the scapegoat, then you drag everyone down with you, smart. I'll include the files with your ammunition shipment. The lieutenant paused at the door. Word of advice, Chief. Don't look too closely at who else is involved in this. You start pulling threads, you'll find connections that make you wish you'd never asked. And knowing too much makes you either valuable or dangerous, depending on who's asking. The lieutenant left, and Bogdan sat alone in the converted office that smelled of recycled air and moral compromise. She's staring at manifests that showed exactly how much of his integrity he traded for supplies that might keep his crew alive long enough to die in combat against an enemy that was probably less monstrous than the institutional corruption that had left humanity vulnerable to invasion in the first place. Bogdan returned to his quarters 4 hours before the raid's scheduled departure, carrying encrypted files that contained evidence of crimes so extensive they implicated corporate executives, military procurement officers, and enough mid-level personnel to suggest the corruption was an aberration, but standard operating procedure across multiple systems and organizational hierarchies. His quarters on Ross 128 occupied a converted storage space barely large enough for a bunk and desk, and the terminal he used for official logistics work shared the desk with a personal datapad that wasn't connected to UNCF networks and therefore couldn't be monitored by the same security protocols that made official systems less secure because everyone knew they were being watched. He transferred the CDA evidence to the personal device, scrolling through transaction records and communications that painted a picture of systematic treason executed with the kind of efficiency that came from practice and institutional tolerance. Corporate executives discussing pricing strategies for diverted military supplies with the casual language of people who'd convinced themselves profiteering from war was just good business. Procurement officers facilitating the diversion with authorization codes and manifest manipulation. E-transport coordinators routing supplies through black market channels while official records showed them as destroyed or damaged beyond recovery. The evidence included communications dated to 3 months before the invasion started, which suggested either prescient criminal opportunism or foreknowledge that made Bogdan think of Solomon's research about institutional compromise and web sabotage and the possibility that humanity's vulnerability wasn't just strategic failure, but deliberate preparation by elements within human authority structures, who decided cooperation with the enemy was preferable to fighting and losing. Conspiracy theory or pattern recognition. The difference mattered less than the fact that Bogdan now possessed evidence that could destroy the Colonial Development Authority while simultaneously implicating himself in the same criminal networks because buying from corrupt sources made you complicit in their corruption, whether you acknowledged it or pretended the supplies had materialized through legitimate channels. His terminal chimed with a message from Caney. Supply status? Final check before departure. Bogdan typed, all systems supplied, munitions loaded, medical stores adequate, FTL components installed, ready for departure on schedule. Asterisk, no mention of where the supplies came from. No acknowledgement of the compromises required to acquire them. Not just the professional competence that made logistics officers valuable, because they could make problems disappear without forcing commanders to know how the problems were solved or what costs were paid in the solving. Another message arrived, this one from an unidentified source using encryption that matched the lieutenant's earlier communication. Transport authorization confirmed. Passenger will board adequate during pre-departure checks. Appreciated doing business. Bogdan stared at the message, at the confirmation that he'd successfully smuggled someone, criminal, spy, deserter, he'd never know, onto his ship, and waited for the guilt that still refused to come. because somewhere during the past 4 hours he'd crossed enough lines that one more didn't register as transgression so much as routine criminality that had become indistinguishable from operational necessity. The encrypted files sat on his datapad, waiting for a decision about what to do with evidence that could expose crimes while implicating everyone who'd participated in them, including himself. Send them to command and risk court-martial for his own involvement. Send them to civilian authorities and risk CDA retaliation that might include assassination or framing him for crimes he hadn't committed to hide crimes he had. Destroy them and eliminate the only leverage he had if someone decided to make him the scapegoat for corruption that extended far beyond his personal compromises. Or encrypt them with timed release protocols, set them to transmit automatically if certain conditions were met, and create insurance that made him simultaneously valuable enough to protect and dangerous enough to fear, while buying time to decide whether exposure served justice or just created chaos that would kill more people than the corruption had already killed. Bogdan opened the encryption protocols, setting transmission conditions that would release the files if he died, if he was arrested, if someone tried to erase him from official records the way they'd erased Webb after his sabotage had been discovered. Insurance against being disappeared, protection that required his survival to prevent exposure. Which meant the people implicated in the files had incentive to keep him alive and operational rather than eliminating him as a loose end. The mathematics of mutual blackmail, calculated in incentive structures that made cooperation mandatory because betrayal carried costs that exceeded the benefits of eliminating witnesses who'd made themselves indispensable. He encrypted the files with security protocols that would take UNCF intelligence months to crack if they tried, tagged them with automated transmission commands that monitored his biometric signs and official status reports, and created a dead man's switch that made his continued existence the only thing preventing evidence of corporate treason from being broadcast across 6 systems to every authority and media outlet and colonial government that might care enough to prosecute or at least pretend to care while doing nothing, because doing something meant confronting how deeply corruption had infiltrated every institution that kept humanity functioning. His terminal showed final departure checks, adequate at 90% readiness, sufficient at 73%, marginal at 68%. Good enough for a suicide raid, good enough to die trying instead of dying waiting. The supplies he'd acquired through criminal channels were being loaded aboard all 3 vessels, and somewhere in the logistics chain, people who knew exactly where those supplies came from were choosing not to ask questions, because asking questions meant confronting answers that made their own compromises feel less justified. Bogdan stood preparing to return to the adequate for final departure preparations and caught his reflection in the polished metal of his terminal housing. Same face he'd had this morning, same uniform, same rank insignia, but different in ways that didn't show in reflections, because moral corruption accumulated internally, and the only visible sign was how easily you made choices you'd once sworn you'd never make, while convincing yourself each compromise was justified by circumstances that made integrity feel like luxury you couldn't afford. His datapad chimed with an incoming message, and Bogdan saw the sender identification that made his blood freeze because he recognized the encryption signature, even though he'd never seen it before. Administrative protocols that existed above normal UNCF channels, security clearances that suggested sender authority beyond what rank insignia indicated. The message opened with 3 words: "We need to." The deck lurched. Emergency alerts screamed through station speakers. Explosions somewhere in the docking levels. Damage reports flooding communication channels. Bogdan's terminal showed breach alerts, decompression warnings, automated damage control protocols activating across Ross 128's docking facilities, where the adequate, sufficient, and marginal were berthed and preparing for departure. His datapad went blank. The message vanished. No record of the sender. Or no indication who had been trying to contact him or what they'd needed to tell him before the explosion had cut communication. Sabotage, attack, accident. The cause mattered less than the effect. Ships damaged, departure delayed, and someone who knew enough about Bogdan's activities to use encrypted channels trying to contact him seconds before everything went to hell in ways that felt too coincidental to be coincidence. He ran toward the docking levels, toward the ships, toward the ammunition he'd acquired through criminal channels that might now be scattered across vacuum or worse, detonated in the explosion because someone had known exactly what he'd loaded aboard and decided 3 ships preparing to raid enemy supply lines were more valuable dead than operational. The corridor lights flickered, emergency systems engaging. When automated announcements directing personnel to emergency stations while damage control teams mobilized to contain whatever had just happened. Bogdan ran faster and the encrypted files on his datapad felt like weight he couldn't shake because evidence of corruption only mattered if you survived long enough to use it, and the explosion suggested someone had decided his survival was no longer in their interest. The docking level's emergency bulkheads had sealed automatically, which meant Bogdan had to override 3 separate security protocols, while alarms continued their mechanical shrieking and damage control teams pushed past him, carrying equipment designed to contain fires or seal breaches or recover bodies depending on what the explosion had actually accomplished. At Prussia, his security clearance got him through the first 2 checkpoints, but the third required authorization he didn't have until he forged it with the same administrative creativity he'd used to generate the transport code for the lieutenant's ghost passenger. And by the time he reached the berth where the adequate should have been, he'd convinced himself he'd find nothing except debris and vacuum, and the scattered remains of 3 ships that had almost been ready to fly. But the adequate sat intact in her berth, hull still sealed, loading ramps still extended, and the emergency crews swarming around the neighboring dock weren't responding to ship damage, but to a cargo container that had detonated in the transfer bay between berths 7 and 9, where supplies were staged before being loaded aboard vessels preparing for departure. Bogdan pushed through the crowd of technicians and damage control personnel, scanning for casualties and finding none, because the explosion had occurred during a shift change when the transfer bay was temporarily empty, which felt too convenient to be accident and too precise to be anything except deliberate timing designed to destroy cargo without killing personnel in ways that might trigger the kind of investigation that would expose what cargo had been destroyed and why someone wanted it destroyed. Chief Illich, Wren's voice cut through the chaos, and Bogdan found her standing near the Adequate's loading ramp with an expression that suggested she'd run the same probability calculations he had and reached the same conclusions about coincidence versus sabotage. All our supplies made it aboard before the explosion. She pulled up her datapad, showing damage assessments that indicated the destroyed container had held reactor components and medical supplies marked for a different vessel. A transport that had been scheduled to depart 2 days from now, not the immediate deployment Kenny had planned. Someone blew up the wrong shipment, or the right one, depending on who you ask. Bogdan stared at the wreckage, at the scattered debris that had been supplies, destined for a ship that would now depart without proper equipment, and I understood that the explosion had served multiple purposes simultaneously in the efficient way that characterized operations planned by people who understood how to achieve maximum effect through minimal violence. Destroy evidence of black market cargo staging, eliminate supplies that might have been traced back to CDA sources, create chaos that made investigation difficult while providing cover for other activities that wouldn't be noticed during the emergency response. The passenger, Bogdan said quietly, the one I authorized for transport, did they board? Wren's expression shifted from professional assessment to something colder that suggested she'd known about the unauthorized manifest edition and had chosen not to question it because questioning meant confronting decisions neither of them wanted to examine too closely. While came aboard during the explosion, berth security was focused on damage control. No one checked the credentials. Did you see them? Civilian contractor credentials, maintenance specialist, apparently transferring between stations. Went straight to crew quarters. Been quiet since. Wren met his eyes. You want to tell me why we're smuggling civilians on a combat raid? Payment for supplies we needed and couldn't get through legitimate channels. So we're smugglers now, in addition to everything else. We're survivors. The methods don't matter if we're dead. Wren considered this with the same pragmatic assessment she applied to engineering problems that had no good solutions, only less terrible options. And when Bogdan watched her make the same choice he'd made hours earlier, when the lieutenant had offered ammunition in exchange for compromises that made integrity feel like luxury afforded only by people who didn't understand what survival actually cost. Fair enough. Long as they don't interfere with operations, I don't care who we're transporting or why. Kaney's voice cut through the docking level's emergency announcements, broadcast over the Adequate's external speakers with the casual authority of someone who decided nothing short of total ship destruction would delay departure. All personnel aboard in 30 minutes. We're leaving on schedule, regardless of what just exploded. Bogdan moved toward the loading ramp, following Ren aboard the ship that had been his home and workplace, and the closest thing to stability he'd known since the invasion had destroyed the distinction between legitimate military operations and criminal improvisation, and felt the weight of the encrypted files on his datapad like evidence that could save him or condemn him, depending on who found them first and what they decided his continued survival was worth. The Adequate's corridors smelled of fresh welding and the particular chemical tang of new ammunition loaded into magazines that had been empty hours ago, and Bogdan verified the supply manifests on his datapad while walking toward his station, confirming that everything he'd negotiated for had arrived intact and functional enough to maybe keep them alive through one engagement before the compromised reactor fuel cells or the refurbished FTL components or the mass driver rounds that had been stolen from dead soldiers' armories failed in ways that turned tactical disadvantages into catastrophic system collapse. His terminal in the logistics office showed final supply counts that matched the manifests he'd falsified to hide where the equipment had originated. And Bogdan filed the reports that would tell Kaney and the other captains that all three ships were adequately supplied for the raid, while omitting any mention of the black market channels or the CDA profiteering or the deals he'd made that turned him from logistics officer into criminal conspirator, bound by mutual blackmail, to people whose names he'd never learned and whose faces he'd probably never see again unless something went wrong, and they needed a scapegoat to blame for crimes that extended far beyond his personal compromises. The ship's internal communications system chimed with a message marked for his eyes only, encrypted with the same security protocols the lieutenant had used earlier. And Bogdan opened it expecting instructions about the ghost passenger or demands for additional favors that would deepen his complicity in operations he'd convinced himself he could walk away from once the immediate crisis passed. Instead, he found a single line of text that made his blood run cold. "Congratulations on your successful procurement, Chief. The accountant looks forward to continued collaboration." The accountant. Capital letters. Proper name rather than description. Someone or something that operated above the lieutenant's level. Sure, coordinating black market operations across multiple stations with the kind of organizational reach that suggested this wasn't criminal opportunism, but systematic enterprise backed by resources and authority that made individual corrupt officers look like small-time operators participating in networks they didn't control and couldn't escape. Bogdan pulled up the encrypted CDA files on his personal datapad, cross-referencing transaction records with the new information, and found references to accountant protocols in shipping manifests and communications between corporate executives who discussed procurement strategies with the clinical language of people managing logistics networks rather than criminal conspiracies. The pattern suggested the accountant wasn't a person, but a system, possibly an AI, possibly a distributed network of coordinated operatives, possibly something else entirely, that had been operating for years before the invasion and had positioned itself to profit from wartime scarcity by controlling the black market channels that desperate officers like Bogdan would inevitably turn to when legitimate procurement failed. His terminal chimed again, this time with an official message from Kaney. "Departure in 15 minutes. Final status check. Are we ready?" Bogdan typed back. "All systems supplied, ready for departure." Then added, "Sir, we need to talk when you have time about procurement irregularities." The response came immediately, after the raid. "If we survive. Right now, I don't care where the ammunition came from, only that we have it. Professional compartmentalization." The ability to acknowledge problems existed while choosing not to examine them, because examination required confronting moral compromises that made command decisions feel like participation in corruption that extended beyond individual failures into systematic institutional rot. Bogdan filed the final supply reports, locked his terminal, and stood to join the departure preparations, knowing that somewhere in the Adequate's crew quarters sat a passenger he'd never met who represented obligations to an organization called the Accountant that had just announced its interest in continued collaboration in language that suggested his participation wasn't negotiable, and his knowledge of their operations meant they'd never let him walk away even if he wanted to. The encrypted files sat on his datapad, or tagged for automatic transmission if he died or disappeared. And Bogdan understood with the clarity that came from recognizing patterns you'd been trained to notice that the dead man's switch he'd created didn't protect him. It made him valuable, which meant the Accountant had incentive to keep him alive and operational, and continuously compromised in ways that deepened his complicity until the distinction between logistics officer and criminal operative disappeared entirely. He walked toward the bridge for final departure checks, passing crew members who trusted that the supplies he'd procured would keep them alive, and who'd never ask where those supplies originated, because asking meant confronting how thoroughly their survival depended on corruption they couldn't afford to oppose. The Adequate's engines powered up, inner reactor output climbing toward departure parameters, and Bogdan felt the familiar vibration of systems coming online, while automated checks verified that all the equipment he'd acquired through criminal channels was properly integrated into ship operations that would carry them into combat, where they'd probably die regardless of how well supplied they were. His datapad chimed one final time before they departed Ross 128. Private message, encrypted, from the ghost passenger he'd never met. It opened with a simple greeting. "Thank you for the transportation, Chief Illick. I'm sure we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future. The Accountant values competent partners who understand that survival requires flexibility regarding regulations and conventional morality." So, speaking of which, the Adequate lurched as docking clamps released, and Bogdan grabbed a bulkhead for stability while the message continued scrolling across his screen with text that made him understand exactly how thoroughly he'd been manipulated, and how completely the procurement operation he thought he'd navigated had actually been designed to trap him from the beginning. Asterisk. You should know that the explosion earlier was our doing. Had to eliminate evidence of a competitor's operation before they could expose our network. Your quick response securing the supplies demonstrated exactly the kind of professional competence we need. Consider this your successful audition. Welcome to permanent partnership with the Accountant's organization. Mwapinon, we've encrypted files of your procurement activities today and distributed them across our network. Any attempt to expose us exposes you. Any attempt to extract yourself triggers automated release of evidence that will implicate you in crimes carrying execution under wartime military law. You're ours now, Chief. But don't worry, we take care of our assets. The message included an attachment. Transaction records showing payments from CDA accounts into an offshore credit system registered to Bogdan's identification codes. Codes he'd never used for any transactions, which meant they'd been manufactured and backdated to create a financial trail that would prove he'd been accepting bribes for months before today's procurement, Mike building a case against him that looked more substantial than actual complicity, because manufactured evidence could be more convincing than truth when presented to investigators looking for simple narratives that confirm their assumptions about corruption. Bogdan stared at the fabricated financial records, at the evidence of crimes he hadn't committed used to ensure his cooperation with crimes he had committed, and understood that the choice he thought he was making about whether to maintain integrity or compromise for survival had actually been made for him long before he'd arrived at Ross 128, because the Accountant's organization had been waiting for someone exactly like him. Competent, desperate, isolated enough to make deals without backup, and naive enough to think he could control how deep the compromise went. The Adequate cleared the station, maneuvering toward the jump point where the Sufficient and Marginal waited for Caney's signal to begin the raid that might accomplish nothing except confirming that 3 undermanned ships with stolen supplies couldn't stop an enemy that had been systematically destroying better-equipped forces for months. His datapads showed the financial records, the manufactured evidence, the automated systems that made his exposure contingent on the Accountant's continued tolerance, and Bogdan recognized the pattern because he'd seen it before in colony worlds, where authority figures created dependency through selective enforcement and manufactured debts that could never be repaid because repayment meant losing leverage over the people they controlled. Nah, the final line of the message read, "Your first official assignment. Provide detailed intelligence on enemy capabilities encountered during the raid. Consider it payment for the supplies we provided. Future assignments will follow. The accountant is generous to productive assets and decisive with unproductive ones. Choose accordingly." Bogdan looked at the data, at the trap he'd walked into while thinking he was making pragmatic choices about survival, and started to compose a response that would tell them exactly what they could do with their assignments and their manufactured evidence, and their assumption that he'd be controlled by threats when he'd spent his entire career finding ways around authority figures who thought power made them invulnerable, then stopped. Deleted the draft. Closed the message. Now, because responding meant acknowledging their control. Refusing meant triggering the automated systems that would destroy him, whether he deserved it or not. And the only option that left room for later maneuvering was accepting the assignment while preparing countermeasures that might eventually create leverage against an organization that had been operating longer than he'd been in the service and had successfully compromised enough officers to build a network spanning 6 systems. He encrypted a response, understood, "Will provide intelligence as requested," sent it, hated himself for sending it. Son understood that self-hatred changed nothing about the tactical reality that fighting now meant dying. Now, while accepting meant surviving long enough to maybe find a weakness he could exploit later, or at minimum, surviving long enough to see whether the raid accomplished anything before he had to decide whether living as the accountant's asset was preferable to dying with integrity intact. The adequate reached the jump point. Kaney's voice over internal comms, "All ships prepare for FTL transition. Next stop is Tau Ceti and whatever's waiting there. Let's hope Solomon's intelligence is better than our odds." Bogdan felt the familiar nausea of FTL preparation. After the reactor building power for the jump that would carry them into enemy space with supplies acquired through criminal channels, and a ghost passenger who represented permanent obligation to an organization that had just made clear his choices were cooperation or destruction. His datapad showed the encrypted CDA files he'd created as insurance, and he understood with the sick certainty that came from recognizing how thoroughly he'd been outmaneuvered, that insurance only worked if the other party feared exposure more than they valued your elimination. And the accountant had just demonstrated they'd already prepared for that scenario by creating evidence that made his exposure mutually destructive in ways that protected them more than it protected him. The FTL drive engaged. Reality twisted. The adequate jumped. Poifourin Bogdan sat in the logistics office he'd occupied for 3 years, staring at messages from an organization that owned him now, holding evidence of crimes that would condemn him if exposed, contemplating a future where every choice led deeper into complicity, and the only question left was whether he'd resist while he could, or surrender completely and convince himself that cooperation was really just another form of survival in a war where the distinction between criminals and officers had dissolved entirely. His terminal chimed. New message. Official UNCF channels this time. Command-level encryption, the message that had been interrupted by the explosion. It completed now. "We need to discuss your recent procurement activities and your new relationship with the accountant. Report to intelligence section immediately upon return from Tau Ceti. This is not a request." Bogdan stared at the words. Command knew, had known probably before he'd made the deals, had watched him compromise himself while deciding whether to intervene or let him proceed, because maybe they needed him compromised, needed him connected to the accountant's network, needed an asset inside the organization who could provide intelligence about black market operations that extended beyond individual stations into something larger and more dangerous than anyone had admitted. Or maybe they were just as compromised as he was, and the message represented another trap being constructed while he tried to navigate traps already sprung. The FTL transition completed. Tau Ceti space, enemy territory. Bogdan deleted the command message without responding, because responding meant acknowledging they had leverage, and not responding meant delaying a confrontation he'd need to face eventually, but didn't have to face now. Not when they were about to engage enemy forces with ammunition he'd acquired by trading his integrity for supplies that might keep his crew alive long enough to die fighting instead of suffocating in disabled ships. His reflection caught in the dark terminal screen. Same face, same uniform. Different in ways that would never show in reflections, but which he'd carry forever. The knowledge of exactly how easily he'd been turned, how thoroughly he'd been trapped, how completely his attempt to save his crew had transformed him into the kind of person he'd spent his career despising. The Adequate's battle station's alarm sounded. Solomon's voice over comms. Contact. Multiple hostile signatures. Enemy convoy dead ahead. And Bogdan Ilyich, logistics officer turned criminal operative, turned intelligence asset, turned something he didn't have words for yet. Prepared to fight a battle supplied by corruption he couldn't escape while owing debts to an organization that would never release him and facing an enemy that was probably less monstrous than the institutional rot that had made humanity vulnerable to invasion in the first place. The ammunition he'd traded his soul for loaded into firing chambers. The reactor fuel cells he'd accepted, despite knowing they might fail, spun up to combat parameters. And somewhere in the crew quarters, where a passenger he'd smuggled aboard sat waiting to collect intelligence that would deepen Bogdan's complicity with every word he reported. The enemy convoy appeared on tactical displays. Kaney's voice. All ships, weapons free. Let's see if desperation counts for anything. Bogdan's terminal showed supply status. Every system green, every magazine loaded, every reactor stable. Success, complete procurement, mission supplied, ready for combat, victory. Then his datapad chimed with a message from the ghost passenger, and Bogdan opened it to find a single attachment that made his stomach drop because he recognized the file format even before he saw the contents. A recording from the lieutenant's office. During the negotiation, every word he'd said, every compromise he'd made, every crime he'd committed, time-stamped, authenticated, encrypted but accessible to anyone the accountant chose to share it with. The message text, just so we're clear about our relationship, the accountant protects productive assets, but insurance works both ways. The enemy convoy opened fire. Chapter 10. The enemy's pattern. The enemy convoy fired. Solomon's screens went white. Targeting solutions dissolved into static. ECM jamming. Kaney's voice cut through bridge chaos. Get me firing solutions or get off my bridge. Solomon's fingers flew, countering jamming protocols, cycling through frequencies, academy training, useless theory, colliding with reality that didn't care about textbook answers. The Adequate shuddered. Incoming fire. Mass driver rounds punching through weakened plating. His father's voice in memory. Strategy is pattern recognition. Find the pattern, exploit it. Asterisk, except his father had fought humans. Not whatever these things were. Lieutenant Bright, Hector's voice sharp. Weapon solutions now. Solomon isolated signal patterns through the jamming. Found gaps. One weak points in their electronic warfare screen. Not random, structured, predictable. They're following a protocol. Firing solutions to tactical. The Adequate's guns opened up. Tracers across vacuum. 3 hits. 4. The lead enemy vessel's shields flared, then collapsed. Target destroyed. Weapons officer. Triumphant. Too easy. Luna Naval Academy had taught Solomon to recognize when victories came too cheap. When the enemy gave ground they didn't need to give. The convoy broke. Scattered. Ran. Kaney. Pursue? No. Solomon pulled up pursuit projections. It's bait. Explain. Their retreat vector. He highlighted the tactical display. Leads toward 3 possible ambush points. See standard convoy doctrine from pre-demilitarization naval engagements. They're using our own tactics. Or someone taught them. Silence on the bridge. That implication settling. Kaney. All ships. Break pursuit. Hold position. Pause. Lieutenant, my ready room. 5 minutes. The battle ended. Just like that. Solomon stared at sensor logs, the enemy's jamming protocols, their weapons deployment patterns, their retreat vectors. All of it familiar, all of it human doctrine from decades past. Someone taught them. His academy instructors flashed through memory, smiling, confident, teaching strategy and honor and the sanctity of human military tradition. Had any of them known? Had the whole institution been compromised? He downloaded sensor data, battle logs, everything from the engagement. Winna then pulled archives from previous encounters. Kepler, Gliese, HD 40307G, patterns everywhere. If he could just see them. Kaney's ready room smelled like coffee and stress. The captain looked older than his years. Worn. Talk to me about what just happened. They used human naval doctrine, pre-demilitarization escort protocols. Solomon pulled up his analysis. Convoy positioning, ECM deployment, even their retreat followed textbook maneuvers. Coincidence? No. Solomon highlighted 3 data points. Their response time was too precise. They knew what we'd do before we did it. Because we're predictable. Because we're using the same playbook they studied. Kaney leaned back. You're saying someone trained them. I'm saying someone gave them our combat databases. Everything we deleted during demilitarization, they have it. Webb, the saboteur, the generation ship connections, the systematic weakening of human defenses. Maybe, or something larger. Solomon pulled up another file. Captain, I need access to restricted tactical archives. Everything from the last 50 years. Why? Because if they're using our doctrine, there might be previous encounters we don't know about. Classified engagements, first contact scenarios that got buried. That's conspiracy theory territory, Lieutenant. So was sabotage until Wren found the evidence. Kaney considered, made a decision. You've got 48 hours before we hit the next target. Find me something useful or find me proof we're screwed. Either way, I need to know. Understood. Solomon headed for intelligence section, downloaded files. Nana cross-referenced engagement logs. Found nothing, yet, but the pattern was there. Waiting. Analysis lab, 0300 hours. Solomon alone with 6 monitors and enough coffee to kill smaller humans. Enemy movement data from 8 engagements. He layered them, looked for commonalities. There, transit vectors, FTL jump signatures. The enemy moved in waves, predictable timing, precise intervals, not random raiding, systematic sweeps, like they were following shipping lanes. Or, Solomon pulled up pre-war commercial routes, overlaid enemy movements, perfect correlation. They knew where humanity's supply lines ran, where colony transports traveled, where military patrols were scheduled. Because someone told them. His hands shook. Caffeine or fear or both. He dug deeper, analyzed attack patterns, target selection. Why Kepler first? Master why HD 40307G? Resources. Both colonies had rare earth mining, foldium processing, materials needed for FTL drives and reactor construction. They weren't just destroying humanity, they were acquiring resources in a specific order. Like they have a plan. His academy training kicked in. Enemy planning required intelligence. Intelligence required sources. He pulled communication intercepts, analyzed them for patterns, found anomalies, encrypted transmissions from human space predating the invasion, military-grade encryption that shouldn't exist post-demilitarization. Someone had been talking to the enemy for years. The lab door opened. Wren, looking exhausted. You sleep? No, you. Define sleep. She brought coffee, real coffee from her personal stash, sat beside him without asking. Action, what are you finding? Solomon showed her the overlays, the patterns, the evidence of systematic intelligence sharing. She studied it, said nothing for a long minute. Webb. Maybe, or he was a symptom of something bigger. How much bigger? Don't know yet. He pulled up another file. But look at this. Attack timing. Every major enemy offensive had followed UNCF fleet redeployments by exactly 48 hours. They knew where our ships would be, and when they'd be gone. Wren's expression went cold. We have a mole. Active, current, or multiple moles, or compromised AI systems, or he stopped. There are too many possibilities. So narrow them down. How? Process of elimination. Who had access to fleet deployment schedules? Who could transmit without detection? Who benefits from humanity losing? Solomon created a matrix, access levels, communication capabilities, motive. The list was longer than he wanted. We need to tell Caney. Tell him what? That we suspect treason but can't prove it? That someone might be feeding the enemy intelligence but we don't know who? Better than saying nothing. Is it? Ren gestured at his screens. Look at morale. Look at how close everyone is to breaking. You throw accusations without proof. You tear apart the only cohesion we have left. She was right. Luna Academy had taught him about honor and duty. It hadn't taught him about managing a crew barely holding together. So what do we do? Keep looking. Find proof. Then we act. His father's voice in memory. Never make accusations you can't prove. It shows weakness. Solomon drank coffee. Bitter. Too hot. Perfect. Their patrol patterns. He pulled up new data. Look at this. Enemy ships followed predictable routes. Same vectors. Same timing. Mathematical precision. They're machines. Or following programmed instructions. He highlighted a cluster. This patrol passes through Tau Ceti every 72 hours, like clockwork. That's what Caney's planning to hit. Yeah, and it'll work. Once. But it's too perfect. Too predictable. Like bait. Like a trap. Ren saw it too. We need to tell him. Tell him his brilliant plan is probably a trap? Yes. He already knows. He's going anyway. Because we don't have better options. Solomon stared at the patrol patterns. The mathematical precision, the inhuman predictability, or too human predictability. The kind you got from following doctrine without deviation. What if they're not trying to hide? What? They're patterns. They're predictable because they want us to see them. Because, he pulled up another file, because they're testing us. Testing our response times, our capabilities, seeing what we do when presented with obvious targets. We're the experiment. Ren's coffee cup paused halfway to her lips. Shit. Every engagement, every battle we've survived. They've been gathering data on human tactics, learning, adapting. Then why let us win occasionally? To see how we win, to understand our doctrine, to prepare for something bigger, something final. Solomon's hands moved across screens, pulling engagement data, analyzing human casualties versus enemy losses. The pattern was clear. Humans won tactical victories, small engagements, skirmishes, but lost strategic ground, lost colonies, lost resources. We're being herded. Toward what? He didn't know, not yet, but the answer was in the data. Somewhere. Tactical planning room. Caney, Hector, Torres, Wu. 3 captains planning an ambush. Solomon presented his findings. The patrol patterns, the predictability, the probable trap. Caney listened, asked questions, understood the implications. Then, we're hitting them anyway. Sir, I know it's a trap. I know they're expecting us. But here's the reality, Lieutenant. We need a win. The crew needs to believe we can fight back. Morale is hanging by a thread. Hector. And if we walk into an ambush, then we fight our way out, or we don't. Either way, we tried. Wu shook his head. But there's trying, and there's suicide, Captain. Is there a difference anymore? Silence. Torres. What if we modified the approach? Hit them where they don't expect. Solomon pulled up tactical maps. Their patrol route passes through 3 choke points. We could... His screen flickered. Data corruption. No. Incoming file. Encrypted. Source unknown. He opened it. Froze. Lieutenant? Caney. Sir, I'm receiving... This shouldn't be possible. Tactical intelligence on the enemy patrol. Detailed, precise, showing weaknesses in their formation, optimal attack vectors, timing windows, perfect intelligence. Too perfect. Source? Unknown. Encryption is military grade. Pre-demilitarization protocols. Webb? Webb's dead. Then who? Solomon traced the transmission, found routing codes, bounced through 3 relay stations. Origin point. Kepler 442b. The first colony hit, supposedly destroyed. Everyone dead. It's coming from Kepler. Caney leaned over his shoulder. That's impossible. Kepler's been glassed. I'm telling you what the data shows. Hector. Could be enemy deception, feeding us false intel. Could be. Solomon analyzed the tactical data. But it's accurate. Everything here matches our sensor logs of enemy patrol patterns. Too convenient. Agreed. Caney made a decision. We use it, but we verify everything. Assume it's compromised until proven otherwise. Sir, if this is enemy deception, then we're walking into a trap we already suspected exists. Nothing changes except we might know the trap's shape. The logic was sound. The Luna Academy would have approved. Solomon's gut screamed warning. What if it's not deception? What if someone survived Kepler? Then they're either heroic or collaborators. Either way, we proceed with caution. The meeting continued. Attack vectors, timing, ship assignments. Solomon half listened, focused on the transmission data. Someone at Kepler was alive, transmitting intelligence, helping or manipulating. He needed to know which. His console chimed. Private message, same encryption. You're close to understanding. Keep digging. Archives, Section 7. Password EDEN. Then, they've been here before. We forgot. They didn't. The message deleted itself. Solomon stared at empty screen, hands shaking. Lieutenant, you with us? Yes, sir. Just reviewing the data. But his mind raced. Archives, Section 7. Something classified. Something about previous contact. The meeting ended. Captains departed. Not planning to execute an ambush that might be a trap using intelligence that might be deception from a source that shouldn't exist. Solomon headed for the archives. Time to learn what humanity had forgotten. Classified archives. Restricted access. Solomon used clearances he technically didn't have. Section 7. Military intelligence. Pre-demilitarization era. Password Eden. The database opened. Files cascaded. Decades of classified reports. First contact scenarios. Theoretical alien encounters. Contingency plans. And buried deep, after-action reports from 40 years ago. Operation Garden Wall. Classified Omega. Solomon opened it. Started reading. Stopped breathing. First contact. 2145. Not with the current enemy. With something else. Biomechanical entities. Hybrid organic synthetic systems. We encountered in deep space beyond established colonies. Human fleet engaged. Destroyed the contact force. Captured samples. Then classified everything. Sealed the records. Pretended it never happened. Because the samples showed something terrifying. The entities were using human biological material. Augmented. Modified. Weaponized. Someone had been experimenting. Creating soldiers. Soldiers that would eventually become the current enemy. Solomon scrolled faster. Found more reports. Investigation into the origin. Traced to corporate research. Colonial Development Authority Black Sites, CDA. The same organization Bogdan had discovered profiteering from war supplies. They'd been creating bioweapons 40 years ago, then lost control. The program was shut down, facilities destroyed, records sealed. Everyone involved was silenced. Except the bioweapons didn't die. They evolved, spread, waited, and now they were back. Humanity's own creation turned enemy. We built our own extinction. Solomon's hands shook. This changed everything. The invasion wasn't alien. It was chickens coming home to roost. He downloaded everything, encrypted it, prepared to show Caney. Then noticed something else. Recent access logs. Someone else had viewed these files. 2 weeks ago, access code, Senior Technician Marcus Webb. Webb had known what was coming, had sabotaged the adequate because, why? Guilt? Complicity? Something else? Solomon dug deeper, found Webb's personnel file, education history, employment record, CDA contractor 20 years ago. Assigned to? Research Station Eden. Biomechanical integration project. Webb had worked on the program. Honey had helped create the enemy, then spent the rest of his career trying to stop them, or help them. The records were unclear. Solomon's console chimed. Incoming transmission, bridge priority. Lieutenant Bright to the bridge. Enemy contact, multiple signatures. He ran. Files still downloading to his personal storage. Evidence of humanity's greatest crime in his pocket. The bridge was chaos. Tactical displays showing enemy vessels. Too many. Caney. Report. Weapons officer. 12 hostile signatures. Surrounding our position. They jumped in on top of us. How? We're in stealth protocols. Solomon reached his station. Pulled up data. The patrol they were planning to ambush had flanked them. Surrounded them. Dropped out of FTL in perfect formation. They knew we were coming. Sir, they knew our position, our timing, everything. The intelligence from Kepler was bait. Lured us to exact coordinates at exact time. Hector, we're in a kill box. The enemy ships powered weapons. 12 against 3. Damaged ships against fresh hostiles. Caney's face went flat. Professional calm. All ships, evasive maneuvers. Scatter pattern theta. Solomon's console screamed warnings. Targeting locks. Dozens of them. Then something else. New signature. Massive. Dropping out of FTL behind the enemy formation. Ship classification, unknown. Mass, equivalent to a carrier. Power signature, off the scale. Wren's voice over comms. Captain, sensors are reading that ship as the massive vessel's hull markings resolved on visual display. Human designations, UNCF codes, ship registry from 40 years ago. Asterisk UNCV Eden CVN-0001. Can presume destroyed 2,145. The first carrier. The ship that had engaged the bioweapons in Operation Garden Wall. The ship that was supposed to be dead. Its weapons powered up. Not targeting the enemy. Targeting the adequate. Caney. What the? Communications crackled. Voice transmission, human, male. Old recording, degraded by decades. This is Captain Anderson of the UNCV Eden. To any vessels receiving this transmission, do not resist. Compliance is survival. We have been teaching them to hunt. You are the final examination. The message repeated. Loop degraded by time. Solomon's blood froze. Teaching them to hunt. The Eden had been compromised. Turned. Its crew transformed or replaced. For 40 years, it had been training the enemy, giving them human tactics, human intelligence, human targets, and now it was here. It's leading them. Captain, tactical officer, they're firing. Weapons discharged from 12 enemy vessels in the Eden. Coordinated. Perfect. Caney. Evasive. The first salvo bracketed the adequate. Near misses. Warning shots. They weren't trying to destroy. They were hurting. Toward what? Solomon's console showed new contacts. Behind the adequate. Uncloaking. 30 more enemy vessels. Smaller. Faster. The ambush had layers. Kill boxes within kill boxes. And the Eden sat at the center. Watching. Teaching. Grading humanity's response. Caney's voice carried forced calm. All ships, emergency FTL jump. Random vectors. Now. Sir, the drive. Now. The adequate's reactor screamed. FTL drive engaging under combat stress. Wren's voice. Captain, we jump now. The Matrix could. Jump flash. Reality twisted. Then nothing. Blackness. System failure. They jumped. But to where? Solomon's screens rebooted. Emergency power only. Tactical displays showed unknown space, no stars, no nav beacons. They were lost. And behind them, FTL signatures. Pursuit. The enemy had followed their jump. Tracked them through impossible space. Because the Eden had taught them how. Caney. Damage report. Multiple voices. Hull breaches. Reactor strain. Weapons offline. They'd escaped the kill box. Into something worse. Solomon stared at his console. At the files he'd downloaded. At 40 years of lies and thought, we need to tell. Captain, his voice, I found something. About the enemy. About where they came from. About. Caney cut him off. We launch in 6 hours. Sir, you don't understand. The files I found, the Eden, that we survived the next 6 hours. Then you can tell me why we're doomed. Priorities, Lieutenant. The bridge steadied. Emergency repairs began. And Solomon Bright, intelligence officer who discovered humanity's darkest secret, sat at his console with evidence that would change everything, if anyone lived long enough to see it. The pursuit signatures grew closer. The adequate drifted in unknown space, dead in the water. And somewhere behind them, the UNCV Eden hunted its children with lessons learned over 40 years of patience. The trap hadn't been the patrol. It had been everything. From the start, they'd never had a chance. Chapter 11. Before the Storm. The adequate smelled like fear and recycled air. Caney walked C-deck at 0200 hours. His back hurt. Old injury from Kepler. Fusion burn that had nearly killed him. Scar tissue pulled when he moved wrong. Crew quarters were quiet, mostly. Someone prayed behind bulkhead 47, whispered words in a language Caney didn't know. Russian, maybe. Polish. One of the Eastern European colony dialects. He kept walking. Damage control station. 2 techs playing cards. They snapped to attention. At ease. They relaxed. Barely. We good for tomorrow? Caney asked. Define good, sir. Functional. Probably won't explode. The younger tech, Martinez, his tag said, shrugged. Hull patches'll hold. Maybe. Reactors stable-ish. FTL drives. He trailed off. It's what? It's Wren's problem, sir. And above my pay grade. Fair enough. Caney moved on. Armory next. Hector's domain. The master sergeant sat cleaning a rifle that was already clean. 3rd time today, probably. His augmented arm moved with mechanical precision. Can't sleep? Hector didn't look up. Sleep's for people who don't know better. That's supposed to be profound? Nah, just true. Caney sat. His knees creaked. 38 years old and he felt 70. Solomon's files, Hector said. The Eden. CDA creating bioweapons. You read them? Skimmed. Don't have time for existential dread. Make time. Changes things. How? Means we built our own apocalypse. Means someone knew and hid it. Means, Hector set down the rifle. Means we might be the bad guys. Caney's stomach hurt. Ulcer maybe. Stress definitely. And we're not the bad guys. How do you know? Because bad guys don't question it. Hector laughed. Dark, bitter. That's your moral philosophy? We're good because we worry we're not. You got better? Silence. The rifle gleamed. Perfect. Useless in vacuum, but Hector kept cleaning. Tomorrow, Caney said. Odds? 30% we survive initial contact. 10% we complete the mission. 2% we all make it home. That high? I'm an optimist. Caney stood. Knees protested. Get some rest. That's an order. Yes, sir. Right after you do. Insubordinate bastard. Proud tradition, sir. Engineering next. Wren's kingdom of improvised miracles. She was welding. Sparks. Heat. The smell of burning metal. Caney waited until she finished. Safety first. She lifted her visor. Sweat. Grease. Exhaustion. Erie, Captain. Chief, we gonna fly tomorrow? Define fly. Move through space. Shoot things. Not explode immediately. Then yes, probably. Maybe. She wiped her face, smeared the grease. FTL matrix is held together with hope and spite. Jump once, we're fine. Jump twice, we disintegrate. Or worse, could punch through into some place that doesn't have physics we like. Comforting. Not my job to comfort. My job's to keep this wreck operational. She gestured at the jury-rigged conduits. We're flying on borrowed time and stolen parts. But we'll fly. Caney looked at her work. Chaos. Beautiful chaos. You need anything? 6 months in dry dock. Proper materials. A crew that knows what they're doing. Pause. But I'll settle for not dying. Best I can do is try. Good enough. He left her to her welding. I kept walking. Crew quarters again. Someone was crying. Quiet, controlled. Professional despair. He didn't stop. Some things were private. The ship creaked around him. Metal fatigue, stress fractures. The adequate was dying by degrees, just like her crew. His datapad chimed. Message from Wu on the sufficient. Can't sleep. Keep thinking about tomorrow. Any words of wisdom? Caney typed, we're probably gonna die, but we're doing it together. That counts for something. Delete. Try it again. Get some rest. We'll need you sharp. Delete. Final attempt. See you on the other side. Whichever side that is. Sent. Wu replied, comforting. You should write greeting cards, thinking about it. For my retirement. What retirement? Exactly. Gallows humor. Soldier's last defense. Caney's feet took him toward medical. He told himself it was routine. Ship's watch. Check on crew morale. He was lying. Medical bay at 0300 hours. NECA preparing triage stations. She looked up. Captain. Doctor. They stared at each other. Too much history. Not enough time. Can't sleep? She asked. Apparently not. You. Sleeps for people who don't know better. Hector said that too. Hector's smart. Caney sat on an examination table. It was uncomfortable. Everything in medical was uncomfortable. NECA went back to organizing supplies, plasma, bandages, surgical kits, the tools of keeping people alive, or trying. Odds tomorrow? Caney asked. Medically, I'll have 30 casualties minimum, 10 dead if we're lucky, 20 if we're not. Her voice was clinical, professional detachment. I've got 6 surgical bays, 3 ventilators. When enough blood for maybe 15 transfusions. So we ration. So we triage. Choose who lives, who dies, who gets pain meds in a corner to die in quietly. Silence. Caney's scar tissue pulled. His back hurt worse. You okay with that? He asked. No, but I'll do it anyway. That's the job. Hell of a job. Chose it anyway, same as you chose this. She gestured vaguely. At the ship, the mission, the suicidal desperation. Didn't feel like choosing, felt like falling. NECA almost smiled. Same thing from different angles. She organized morphine, counted doses. Her hands were steady, professional. Solomon's files, Caney said, about the Eden, the bioweapons. Did you? Read them? Yes. Conclusions? We're fucked. We've been fucked since before we were born. CDA created the enemy. Someone hid it. Now we're paying for sins we didn't commit. Cheerful. Truth usually isn't. Caney watched her work. Precise, methodical, preparing for horrors she knew were coming. If we don't make it back, don't. Naka, I said don't. She stopped working, looked at him. We're not doing deathbed confessions. We're not having final words. We're doing our jobs and hoping we live. That's it. What if that's not enough? Then it's not. But I'm not spending my last night pretending tomorrow's guaranteed to be our last. She was right. Probably. Caney slid off the table, moved closer. Proximity felt dangerous, necessary. After tomorrow, he said, if we survive, maybe we could what? Have a normal conversation? Pretend we're people instead of soldiers? Figure out if this tension is attraction or just shared trauma? Yeah, that. She looked at him. Dark circles under her eyes. Exhaustion. Fear buried under professionalism. Maybe, if we survive. That's a yes? It's a maybe. Don't push. Fair enough. The space between them felt electric. Charged. One of them could close it. Neither did. Too tired. Too scared. Too aware that tomorrow might make tonight's choices irrelevant. NECA went back to her supplies. You should get rest. So should you. When I'm done. That's never. Exactly. Caney headed for the door. Stopped. NECA, tomorrow, if things go bad, they will. Make sure you survive. That's an order. Can't promise that. Try anyway. He left before she could argue. The corridor was cold. Recycled air tasted like metal. His body ached, voices ahead. Laughter. Crew mess. 0330 hours. Who was awake? 20 people. Marines mostly, some engineers. A tech from navigation. Someone had found a guitar. Corporal Davies played poorly. Tuning was off. Fingers fumbled chords. Nobody cared. They sang. old songs, earth songs from before the colonies, working class anthems about miners and farmers, and people who worked themselves to death for nothing. Caney stood in the doorway, watching. Private Chen saw him first. "Captain, join us! I don't sing." "Neither do we. Doesn't stop us." Someone shoved a chair at him. He sat. The guitar wailed. Davies hit a wrong note, kept going anyway. "What song is this?" Caney asked. "Solidarity Forever. Union song, like 200 years old. We're soldiers, not union workers." "Close enough. We're all getting screwed by management." Laughter. Dark. True. They sang. Badly. Davies murdered the melody. The harmony was non-existent. It was beautiful. For 20 minutes, they weren't soldiers. Just people. Singing songs about solidarity and hope and futures that might never come. Sergeant Lopez produced a bottle. Real alcohol. Contraband. Nobody asked where he got it. They passed it around. Caney took a pull. It burned. Tasted like home. "To tomorrow," Lopez said. "To surviving it," Chen added. "To making it count," from Davies. They drank. The guitar played. The songs got worse. Caney felt something crack in his chest. Not breaking, opening. These people, his crew, about to fly into hell because he'd ordered it. They deserved better. Deserved a commander who knew what he was doing, who had answers, who could promise survival. He couldn't give them that, but he could give them this. 20 minutes of humanity, of connection. Year of pretending tomorrow wasn't coming. "Captain," Private Morrison said, 19 years old, babyface. "You really think we can win tomorrow?" Honesty or comfort. "I think we can try. That's all any of us can do." "That enough?" "Has to be. It's all we've got." Morrison nodded, drank, passed the bottle. The guitar played. They sang. And for 20 minutes, the Adequate wasn't a dying ship flying towards certain death. It was home. 0430 hours, captain's quarters, Caney alone. He pulled up the recording interface, stared at the blank screen. His parents were dead. 15 years. Colony failure on Ross 128. Before it was Camp Disappointment. When it still had hope, they'd starved. Slowly. While corporate authority did nothing. Caney had been at the academy, learning to be an officer. We're learning honor and duty and all the lies they told promising young men. He'd never forgiven himself for not being there. He started recording. "Mom, Dad, it's me, Darius. I know you're dead. This is stupid. But tomorrow we're—" He stopped, started over. "I'm a captain now. UNCV Adequate. She's dying. We're all dying, but we're trying. That counts for something, right?" Delete. "I don't know what I'm doing. Never have. Been faking it since the academy. Tomorrow we fight, probably die. But the crew, they deserve better. They deserve—" Delete. "I miss you. I'm scared. I don't know if we're the good guys anymore. I don't know if it matters. I just—" Delete. The screen went blank, cursor blinking, mocking. He couldn't say it, couldn't articulate the weight, the fear. The certainty that tomorrow would expose every inadequacy he'd spent years hiding. The star field outside his viewport was beautiful, endless, indifferent. Somewhere out there, the enemy waited, humanity's own creation. 40 years of bioweapons returned to judge their makers. And the inadequate ship, inadequate captain, inadequate crew would try to stop them. It was laughable. Caney's terminal chimed. Automated alert. He pulled it up. Sensor data. Long range. Enemy signatures. Multiple. Closing on their position. The Eden. Still hunting. ETA 6 hours. Right on schedule. The raid launched in 6 hours. Into ambush. Into certain death. And Caney would order it. Because what else could he do? His hands didn't shake. That surprised him. He pulled up tactical displays. Enemy formations. Attack vectors. Kill zones. A Solomon's intelligence. CDA's sins. 40 years of lies. None of it mattered now. Tomorrow they'd fight. Win or lose. Live or die. That was the job. He sat in darkness. Waiting. The ship creaked. Metal fatigue. Dying by degrees. We're gonna die, Caney whispered. To nobody. To the darkness. To himself. Pause. But not yet. He stood, checked his sidearm, holstered it. 0500 hours. 1 hour until briefing, 6 hours until launch. Time to be a captain. Time to fake competence. Time to lead people he cared about into hell, because that's what inadequate commanders did. The terminal chimed again. New alert. Reactor stress. Climbing. Too fast. Wren's voice over comms. Captain, we've got a problem. What kind? The kind where the reactor's cascading toward critical, and we've got maybe 90 minutes before containment fails. Caney's stomach dropped. Can you stop it? Working on it, but if I can't. Automated alarms. Reactor breach warning. Ship-wide. The countdown began. 90 minutes to core meltdown. Or they'd die right here. Before the raid. Before the fighting. Before any of it mattered. The adequate screamed warnings. Caney ran for engineering. Engineering was chaos. Heat, smoke, alarms screaming. Wren stood at the reactor console, hands flying. Sweat poured down her face. Status! Caney yelled over the noise. Coolant loops failing. Temperature spiking. She didn't look up. 87 minutes to breach. Hector was there. Marines sealing bulkheads, preparing for evacuation. Coolant option? Caney asked. 1. I vent primary coolant. Flood secondary system. Buy us time. Do it. It'll wreck the secondary loop. We'll have maybe 1 FTL jump left. Then nothing. Better than dying right now. Wren hit the override. Alarms changed pitch. Warning became shriek. Coolant vented. Temperature dropped. Too fast. Thermal shock, someone yelled. The reactor housing groaned. Metal contracting. Stress fractures spreading. Caney grabbed a support beam. His old burn scar pulled. Pain sharp. Containment holding? He asked. Wren checked displays. Yeah, barely. But we've got bigger problems. Course we do. She pointed at secondary readings. Venting the coolant created pressure differential. Hull plating on E-deck is buckling. How bad? Bad enough. If it breaches, boom. Distant, felt through deck plates. Oh, and that was hull breach, Hector said. Calm. Professional. E-deck, section 7. Emergency bulkhead slam shut. Automatic. Casualties? Caney asked. Checking. Hector worked his console. 2 crew in that section. Petty officers Ramirez and Kim. Both. He stopped. Both dead. Vented to space. First casualties. Before the battle even started. Caney's stomach twisted. His fault. His order. His inadequacy. Seal it, he said, voice flat. Secure the section. Keep working. Wren continued her dance with the reactor. Adjusting flows. Balancing pressures. Temperature stabilized. Warnings decreased from critical to merely dangerous. How long until we can jump? Caney asked. 4 hours. Maybe 5. Need to let the secondary loop cool properly. We jump in 6 for the raid. Then we better hope I'm fast. The alarms quieted. AMA engineering staff caught their breath. Caney's terminal chimed. Message from Torres on the marginal. Saw your reactor spike. You good? He typed. 2 dead. Hull breach. Reactor stable for now. Still flying. Define stable. Won't explode immediately. Adequate indeed. Gallows humor. Soldier's prayer. Caney left engineering. Wren had it handled. Or she didn't. Either way, not much he could do. The corridor smelled like smoke. Burned insulation. Fear. 0545 hours. 15 minutes until briefing. He headed for the bridge. Crew passed him. Salutes. Eyes hollow. They knew. About the reactor. About tomorrow. About odds. They kept moving anyway. His data pad showed casualty reports. Ramirez and Kim, both young, both colonials. Both dead because the adequate was held together by prayers and spite. Add them to the list. To the weight. Tomorrow would add more. If they survived that long. Bridge. Empty except for night watch. Ensign Park at communications. Lieutenant Morrison at tactical. Captain on deck, Park said. At ease. Caney took his chair. It felt like a throne or an electric chair. Hard to tell. He pulled up tactical displays, enemy positions. The Eden still closing. His crew would assemble soon. He'd brief them, give orders, pretend he knew what he was doing. Fake it till you make it, or fake it till you die trying. His terminal showed the deleted recordings. Messages to parents who'd never hear them. Delete permanently? Y/N. He hit yes. Some things weren't meant to be said, even to ghosts. 0600 hours. Briefing time. Officers filed in. Hector, Ren, Solomon, Bogdan, Wu via video link. Torres beside him. They looked tired, scared, determined. His crew, his responsibility, his burden. Morning, Caney said. We've had a rough night. Lost Ramirez and Kim to hull breach. Reactors stable but compromised. We've got one good FTL jump left, maybe. Silence. So naturally, we're jumping into combat in 6 hours. Someone laughed. Dark. Broken. Solomon, intelligence brief. Solomon stood, exhausted, haunted. Enemy convoy follows predictable patrol route through Tau Ceti. We've identified optimal ambush point, but... He paused. The pattern's too perfect. It's likely a trap. We going anyway? Wu asked. Yeah, Caney said. We're going anyway, because sitting here waiting to die is worse than dying while fighting back. Nods around the table. Agreement or resignation. Same thing. Tactical plan, we jump in. 3 ships. Adequate takes point. A sufficient and marginal provide fire support. We hit fast. Hit hard. Extract before reinforcements arrive. Extraction might be problem, Ren said, given we've got 1 jump left. Then we make it count. Questions? Yeah, Hector said. What happens when the trap springs? We adapt, improvise, try not to die. Solid plan, sir. Best I've got, briefing continued. Attack vectors, contingencies, retreat protocols, all theoretical. Plans dissolved on contact with reality. But planning beats sitting around waiting for death. 0700 hours. Briefing ended. Officers dispersed. Caney sat alone. Bridge quiet again. His terminal chimed. Personal message. From NECA. You okay? He typed. Define okay. Fair point. Might get some rest before launch. You too. That's not happening. Me neither. Then don't die today. Trying not to. No promises. He closed the message. Stared at tactical displays. 6 hours. 5 now. Ren's voice over comms. Captain, secondary coolant loop's having issues. Might need to push launch back. How long? 2 hours, maybe 3. We launch on time. Fix what you can. Sir. On time, Chief. We delay. We lose our window. Enemy patrol pattern shifts. Whole thing falls apart. Silence, then. Understood. We'll make it work. She'd make it work. Or they'd explode trying. Caney's scar throbbed. Phantom pain. Memory of burning. He stood, stretched. His body protested. 5 hours until launch. Nothing to do but wait. He walked the bridge. Checked stations. Made small talk with Night Watch. Home pretending everything was normal. Routine. Not the calm before slaughter. His terminal chimed again. Automated message. Supply status from Bogdan. Ammunition. 73% capacity. Down from the black market procurement. Fuel. Sufficient for 1 engagement. Maybe 2. Medical. Adequate for expected casualties. Assuming expected casualties stayed expected. Food. 3 weeks. Irrelevant if they died today. The adequate was ready as a dying ship could be. 900 hours. 3 hours to launch. Caney sat in his quarters. Tried to rest. Couldn't. His mind raced. Battle scenarios, contingencies, ways it could go wrong, infinite ways to die, limited ways to survive. He pulled up the Eden files, Solomon's discovery, CDA's bioweapon project. Humanity had built its own extinction. Someone had known, had hidden it. 40 years of lies leading to today, and Caney, inadequate captain of an inadequate ship, was supposed to fix it. Laughable. 1,100 hours. 1 hour to launch. Bridge. Full crew now. Stations manned. Ready. Ren's voice. Reactor stable. FTL drive charged. We're green for jump. Sufficient ready, Wu confirmed. Marginal standing by, Torres added. 3 ships, against what the Eden had taught the enemy. Caney sat in his command chair, hands steady, heart racing. All hands, battle stations. Prepare for FTL jump. Alarms, controlled chaos. Crew moving with practiced efficiency. His terminal showed countdown. 60 minutes to jump. He thought about Naka, about the crew in the mess hall singing, about Ramirez and Kim, dead before the battle, about his parents, dead 15 years, watching maybe, judging probably. Or 30 minutes, when someone called. Caney's mouth was dry, his scar pulled. This was it, the moment. Lead or fail, live or die, no middle ground. 15 minutes. He opened ship-wide comms. Time for Captain's speech, inspiration, leadership. He had nothing. This is Captain Caney. In 15 minutes we jump. Into combat. Probably into a trap. Our odds aren't good. Our ship's barely functional. We're outgunned and outmatched. Pause. But we're going anyway. Because trying beats waiting. Because fighting back beats giving up. Because even if we fail, at least we tried. Silence on the comms. Then, "Hoorah!" Marines. Hector's people. Damn right, from someone in engineering. "Let's kill some bastards," anonymous voice. His crew, inadequate, desperate, willing. 5 minutes to jump, tactical called. Then Caney gripped the armrests, knuckles white. All ships, final systems check. Confirmations. Green across the board. Ren's voice, private channel. "Captain, about the reactor. If this jump goes bad, it won't. But if it does, then we improvise, like always. Improvisation has limits. Haven't found them yet." Silence, then, "Good luck, sir." "You too, Chief." 2 minutes. Caney pulled up tactical. Enemy patrol route, ambush point, kill zone, Solomon's data, perfect pattern, too perfect. Trap, definitely trap. Going anyway. 1 minute. His crew ready, his ship dying, his plan desperate, everything adequate, nothing more. 30 seconds. The bridge hummed. FTL drive building charge. Caney's terminal showed a final message from Torres. "See you in hell. Must, Captain." He typed back. "Save me a seat." 10 seconds. His hands didn't shake. Small mercy. 5, 4, 3. The adequate groaned. Metal fatigue, stress fractures. 2, 1. Jump. Reality twisted. FTL transition. The universe bending. Then, alarm, sharp, wrong. "Captain?" Ren's voice, panicked. "The jump, something's wrong. The matrix is..." The ship lurched, hard. Caney slammed into his chair. Warning lights, red, everywhere. "We're not..." Tactical officer. "Sir, we're not in Tau Ceti." "Where are we?" "Unknown. No nav beacons, no stellar markers. Where..." The ship dropped, hard, like falling, gravity, where there shouldn't be gravity. "Mass source." Sensors. "Massive gravity well, pulling us in." Caney's stomach dropped. "Reverse thrust, full power. Thrusters not responding." They were falling. Into something. Gravity crushing. "Ren, get me engines." "Trying, the jump damaged." Boom. Hull breach. Somewhere aft. The adequate tumbled, spinning, falling faster. "Multiple contacts." Tactical. "Surrounding us. It's..." The Eden, on visual, and 30 smaller vessels all around them. They jumped right into the trap. The ship fell, spinning, engines dead, toward the gravity well, toward whatever waited below. Caney gripped his chair. The bridge tilted. "All crew, brace for..." The deck gave way beneath Morrison's station, metal screaming. She grabbed the edge. Her fingers slipped. She fell through, into darkness below. The ship followed, tumbling, falling, into the trap's mouth. No escape, no thrust, no control, just gravity and descent, and the Eden watching. Caney's terminal showed one word: falling. The adequate plunged into dark. Engineering override. Ren's voice cutting through chaos. Emergency power. Routing to maneuvering thrusters. The fall slowed. Gravity still pulled, but engines fought back. Caney's terminal. Status. Thrusters at 40%. Navigation. Can't break free, but we're not falling as fast. The Eden circled above. Watching. Not firing. Why not firing? Solomon's voice. Captain, they're hurting us. Toward the gravity source. What's the source? Reading? A station? No, something else. Artificial, but... He stopped. Sir, it's a moon, hollowed out. The gravity signature suggests massive internal structure. A trap with layers, like everything else. Can we break free? Caney asked. Wren, not without full power. Jump damaged the reactor coupling. Oh, I need 20 minutes minimum to repair. We've got maybe 5 before we're pulled into whatever that is. Then we improvise. That word again, improvise. The Adequate's motto. Caney opened comms to all ships. Sufficient? Marginal? Status? Wu's voice shaken. We didn't jump with you. You vanished. We're still at the jump point. Where are you? They jumped alone. Into hell. The other ship's safe. Small mercy. Stay there, Caney ordered. Don't follow. It's a trap. Captain? That's an order. We'll find our way out. He closed comms before Wu could argue. The bridge was chaos. Controlled chaos. Crew working problems. Morrison's station empty. Gaping hole in the deck. She was gone. First bridge casualty. Wouldn't be last. Wren, how long until we can jump out? Assuming I fix the coupling, 30 minutes. Assuming it doesn't cascade again, 40. Assuming, best guess, 45 minutes, if we're lucky. They weren't lucky, never had been. The hollowed moon grew larger. Visuals showed structures, mechanical, organic, hybrid, like the enemy ships, like everything touched by CDA's bioweapon project. Reading energy signatures, Solomon said. Massive power sources inside, hundreds of them. It's a production facility. Making what? More ships, more weapons, more, he trailed off, more of them. Humanity's extinction, mass-produced. The Eden's gift to its students. Teach them to hunt, give them factories to multiply. Caney's scar burned. Phantom pain, real fear. Hector, secure the ship. All Marines to defensive positions. We're going inside that thing whether we like it or not. On it. The Adequate fell slower now. Controlled descent. Wren fighting gravity every meter. Captain, she said, I can maybe slingshot us around. Use the gravity to build velocity. Break free on the far side. But we'd be going straight toward the Eden. And those 30 other ships. Better than landing inside enemy production facility. Is it though? Fair question. Caney pulled up tactical. Options, all bad. Land inside, captured or killed. Slingshot out, intercepted and killed. Stay in orbit, fall eventually, then killed. Third option, Solomon said. Quiet, scared. We could crash it. Crash what? The facility? The moon? Ram it. Reactor overload? Detonate inside their production center. Take out whatever's making more of them. Silence on bridge. Suicide, complete suicide, but tactically sound. How many could we destroy? Caney asked. Solomon ran numbers. Based on energy signatures, maybe 30% of their manufacturing capacity. Set them back months, years maybe. At the cost of one ship, one crew. Yes, the adequate, inadequate ship, inadequate crew, adequate sacrifice. Caney's hands hurt, gripping armrests too tight. No, he said. Sir, we're not kamikazing ourselves into that thing. Not yet. We try the slingshot. We fight our way past the Eden. We survive. Captain, the tactical value. I know the value, Lieutenant. And I'm saying no. We don't die today unless we have to. His crew needed to hear that. Needed to believe survival was possible, even if it wasn't. Wren, set up the slingshot maneuver. Already on it. The ship curved. Gravity pulling. Thrusters fighting. They skimmed the moon's surface. Close enough to see details. Structures. Massive. Growing. New ships being assembled. Bioweapon soldiers being created. The factory of humanity's end. and they were flying past it, not stopping it. Accelerating, Wren said. Gravity assist working. We're building velocity. The moon fell behind. Ahead, the Eden and its escorts. Weapons? Caney asked. Online. 40% ammunition. Compromised targeting from jump damage. Good enough. All batteries prepare to fire. The Eden didn't move, just waited. 30 smaller ships formed a wall, blocking escape. They're not attacking, Hector observed. No, they're watching, grading us. Grading? Solomon's files. The Eden's been training them, teaching human tactics. We're the final exam. Fuck that. Let's fail them. My thought exactly. All weapons, fire at will. The Adequate's guns opened up. Mass driver rounds, plasma bolts, everything they had. The enemy wall didn't return fire, just took it. Shields absorbed hits. Some ships took damage. None died. They weren't trying to win, just testing response. They're measuring us, Solomon said, recording our weapons efficiency, tactics, everything. Then let's teach them something new. Hector! Boom, massive impact. The Adequate lurched. What the hell, Wren? They're firing. Tactical. Mass drivers from the Eden. Warning shots, bracketing them. The Eden wasn't grading, it was corralling. Evasive, Caney ordered. Too slow. The Adequate was damaged. Reactor compromised. Maneuvering limited. Another impact. Hull breach on C deck. More casualties, more deaths, more weight. We can't outrun them, Wren. Then we don't run, we jump. Sir, the drive. Can it jump? Silence, then. Maybe. 50-50 chance it works. If it doesn't, we disintegrate. Better than certain capture. Spin up FTL. Random coordinates. Anywhere but here. Captain, Solomon, we don't know where we'll end up. Could be nowhere. Could be. Do it! The drive charged. Too slow. Damaged systems protesting. The Eden closed. Its weapons powered. This wasn't warning shots. This was execution. 30 seconds to jump. Wren. The Eden fired. Full broadside. Brace! Impact. Multiple. The Adequate screamed, metal tearing. Hull breaches across 3 decks. Caney's terminal showed casualties. Too many. Too fast. Medical overwhelmed. NECA working miracles. Not enough. 15 seconds. More impacts. The bridge shook. A beam above Caney cracked. Groaned. 10 seconds. The beam gave way. Falling toward his chair. He didn't move. Frozen. Watching it fall. Too slow to dodge. Too fast to escape. 5 seconds. The beam fell. He jumped. Sideways. Out of the chair. The beam crushed where he'd been sitting. Command chair destroyed. He hit the deck. Hard. Shoulder screaming. Jump! Wren's voice, desperate. Reality twisted. The universe bent. FTL engaged. Caney on the floor. Bridge tilting. Everything wrong. They jumped. Into unknown space. Into darkness. Into nothing. The jump signature was wrong. Felt wrong. Reality fracturing. They might not survive it. Might disintegrate mid-jump. Might end up nowhere. Caney pulled himself up. Grabbed a rail. Ship shaking. His crew screaming. Systems failing. Everything falling apart. He opened his mouth to give orders. The ship lurched. Everything went dark. Total systems failure. And in the darkness, one thought. We're gonna die. But not yet. Caney woke. Gasping, heart pounding. His quarters, not the bridge. No battle. No falling. Dream. Just a dream. He sat up. Sheets soaked with sweat. The ship hummed around him. Normal operations. Not dying. Not yet. The clock read 0342. 3 hours until the raid. 3 hours until the nightmare became real. He stood, legs shaky, the dream still clinging. Same dream. 3rd night running. They jump. They fall. They die. Premonition or just fear? Didn't matter. Both felt the same. He dressed. Couldn't sleep. Wouldn't sleep. Oh, too many hours alone with his thoughts. Better to walk. Check the ship. See his crew one last time. Before they all died. The corridors were quiet. Night Watch's skeleton crew. Most sleeping. conserving strength. Except they weren't. First stop, mess hall. Lights dim but not empty. Ramirez and 6 others. Playing cards, drinking coffee. Nobody talking much. They looked up when Caney entered. Captain. Ramirez. Neutral tone. Respect but not warmth. Never warmth. Not since Caney took command. Couldn't sleep? Caney asked. Seem wasteful. Sleeping before you die. Dark humor. Ramirez's specialty. We're not dying. Sure, Captain. We're just attacking a superior force in a broken ship with no backup. Survival odds are great. The others didn't laugh, just stared at their cards. Caney didn't push it, moved on. Next, armory. He Hector there, checking weapons, counting ammunition. Making sure we have enough bullets to die with? Caney asked. Hector didn't smile. Making sure if we die, we take some of them with us. How many you figure? Per person? Maybe 3. 4 if we're lucky. Crew of 43 means we might kill 170 enemy. Not bad odds. Terrible odds. They've got thousands. Then we'll just have to be efficient. Hector set down a rifle. Looked at Caney. Really looked. You know this is suicide. Not a question. Statement. I know. And you're ordering it anyway. Yes. Why? Good question. Caney didn't have a good answer. Because someone has to. Bullshit. Someone else could. Someone with better ships. Better crews, better chances. They're not here. Neither should we be. Silence. The armory hummed. Climate control. Ammunition stabilizers. You can refuse, Caney said. Leave. Take whoever wants to go. And what? Run? Hide? Wait for the enemy to find us anyway? Better than dying tomorrow. Is it though? Hector picked up another rifle. Continued counting. Conversation over. Caney moved on. Engineering. Wren there with 2 techs, working on the reactor coupling, the one that would fail during the jump, the one from Caney's dream. How's it looking? He asked. Wren didn't look up. Like shit. We jump tomorrow. 50-50 chance it holds. Better than I expected. I said 50-50, not good odds. For this ship, practically guaranteed. She didn't laugh. Neither did the techs. You could delay, Wren said. Quiet. Give me another week. I could get it to 70-30. We don't have a week. We might not survive a day. I know. Wren set down her tools. Faced him. Then why are we doing this? Second person asking. Different reasons. Same question. Because it's the job. The job is suicide? The job is fighting. Sometimes that means dying. Easy to say when you're giving the orders. I'll be on the bridge. Same as you. Same risk. Not the same. You chose this. We just followed. True enough. Caney had no response. Moved on. Recreation deck. 3 crew members. Tyson and 2 others. Writing. Letters. Last words. Things they hoped wouldn't need sending. They hid them when Caney entered, embarrassed. Don't stop on my account, he said. Nobody replied. Who are you writing to? He asked Tyson. Sister. And back on Mars. What are you telling her? That I'm sorry, that I love her, that I hope she understands. Understands what? Why I'm here, why I'm doing this, he trailed off. Why I'm not coming back. The other 2 stared at their papers, not writing, just staring. You don't know you won't come back, Caney said. Tyson looked at him. Really looked, eyes hollow. Yes, I do. So do you. No argument for that. Caney left them to their letters. Final stop, medical bay, NECA there. Alone. Preparing triage stations. Surgical tools laid out. Blood supplies organized. Crash carts ready. Everything positioned for maximum efficiency. Minimum response time. Preparing for casualties. Lots of them. She looked up when he entered. Didn't stop working. Can't sleep? She asked. Source seemed wasteful. Everyone's using that line tonight. Everyone's right. She organized syringes, painkillers, stimulants, combat drugs. I've got supplies for maybe 15 casualties, she said. Severe trauma. After that, she shrugged. After that, I'm doing triage with dirty instruments and hope. We've got 43 crew. I know. So you're saying two-thirds will die before you even run out of supplies. I'm saying two-thirds will die too fast for supplies to matter. Brutal honesty. NECA's specialty. Caney sat on an exam table, watched her work. Efficient, precise, beautiful in a clinical way. They'd slept together once, 2 months ago, after a different near-death experience. Hadn't talked about it since. Hadn't repeated it. Both too scared of attachment, too aware of mortality. Anna, you could leave, and he said. Quiet. She didn't look up. We've had this conversation. That was before I knew the odds. I always knew the odds. Still here. Why? Because leaving would be worse. How? She finally stopped, looked at him. Because I'd survive, and I'd have to live knowing I abandoned my crew, my ship. You. That last word hung. You. Caney didn't respond. She moved closer, stood between his knees, close but not touching. This is going to be bad, she said. I know. People are going to die, probably most of us. I know. And you're still ordering it. Yes. Why? Third person asking. Third time Caney didn't have a good answer. Because if we don't, they win. And if they win, everyone dies, not just us. To everyone. That's a lot of weight. Yes. You carrying it alone? Have to. Don't have to. She touched his face, gentle, fingers tracing his scar, the one the Eden gave him. Permanent reminder. We could, she started, didn't finish. Could what? Nothing. Stupid thought. But he knew what she meant. One last night, one last connection before death. He wanted to. God, he wanted to. But he couldn't. Too exhausted, too afraid, too aware it would be goodbye. After, he said. When we survive, when we win. After. You don't believe that? I want to. She kissed him, brief, gentle, sad, then stepped back. Go, she said. I've got work to do. NECA. Go, Caney, please. He went, back to his quarters. Empty, dark, quiet. The viewport showed stars, distant, uncaring. Somewhere out there, the convoy. What the enemy? The ambush point. Tomorrow they jump, fight, probably die. And for what? A chance? A hope? A desperate gamble? His terminal blinked. Message ready, preloaded, to his parents. Dead 5 years. Killed in the first wave. He'd written it weeks ago. Kept revising, never sending. Because sending meant admitting he wouldn't make it back. He played it, his voice recorded. Hollow. Mom, Dad, if you're getting this, I'm dead. Or as good as. I wanted to tell you, I wanted to say. He'd never finished it. Never knew what to say. Sorry? For what? For surviving when they didn't? For dying when they wanted him to live? I love you. They knew that. Didn't need a message. I tried. They'd expect nothing less. Nothing felt adequate. He deleted it, again, like always. The screen went dark. Just his reflection. Tired. Mascarred. Afraid. Captain Marcus Kane, leading his crew to slaughter. The ship hummed. Final hours before dawn. Before the raid. Before everything ended. He sat in his chair, stared at the stars. Tried to find peace. Found only dread. Quiet, pervasive, suffocating. We're gonna die, he whispered. To no one. To the stars. To himself. The words hung in darkness. True. Probably true. Almost certainly true, but not inevitable. Not yet. His door chimed. Late. Who would... Come in. Solomon entered, carrying a data pad. Face pale. Captain, I need to tell you something. What? Solomon hesitated. Unusual. He never hesitated. The data, the convoy patterns, the ambush coordinates. What about them? I've been analyzing them, running probability matrices. The precision is, it's too precise. You said that before. A trap. We know it's a trap. No, not trap. Something else. Solomon's hands shook. The data didn't come from CDA intelligence. Caney stood. What? I traced the source codes, the encryption patterns. It's not human origin. It's... He didn't finish. Didn't need to. It's from them, Caney said. The enemy. Yes. They gave us the convoy route. Yes. They want us to attack. Yes. The room spun, everything crystallizing. Not a trap, an invitation. They weren't ambushing a convoy. They were being led to slaughter. And Solomon had known, had to have known. How long? Caney asked. Voice cold. What? How long have you known this? Solomon looked at the floor. Since the beginning. Since the beginning. Since Caney approved the mission. Since he convinced the crew. Since he condemned them all. You knew this was enemy intelligence and you didn't tell me. I thought. You thought what? That I'd say no? That we'd abort? Yes. So you lied. You manipulated me into ordering this mission, into killing my crew. It's not like that. Then what is it like? Solomon's eyes were wet. It's a test. The Eden is testing us, grading humanity. If we don't fight, we fail. If we run, they hunt us all. This is our only chance to prove we're worth preserving. Preserving? They're killing us. Selectively. Teaching. This is genocide dressed as pedagogy. And you help them. Captain, please. Get out. Let me explain. Get out. Solomon backed toward the door, tears on his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought this was the only way. The only way to what? Survive. Die? He'd doom us all. To fight back. To matter. To... We were friends, Caney said. Quiet. Cold. I trusted you. You still can. You knew. You always knew. Solomon opened his mouth. Closed it. Nothing to say. He walked out. The door locked behind him. Caney stood in darkness. Alone. The terminal still showed deleted message. His parents. Dead. Gone. Everything gone. He sat. Chair hard against his spine. The scar tissue pulled. Kepler. Always Kepler. Solomon had lied. Manipulated. Condemned them all. For what? A test? The Eden's grading system? His crew? 43 people? Writing letters, praying, preparing to die. For enemy intelligence? For a trap designed to measure them? Fuck that. Caney opened shipwide comms. All crew. Command deck. Now. Wren's voice, immediate. Captain, it's 0400. We jump in. Now, Chief everyone who can walk. He stood. Left his quarters. The corridor hummed. Ship sounds. Familiar. Maybe for the last time. Command deck was cramped. Designed for bridge crew only. 43 people packed it tight. They came. All of them. Even the injured. Ramirez limping. Tyson with bandaged hands. Neca last. Looked at him. Worried. Hector posted Marines at the door. Habit. Captain? Wren, still in engine grease. What's happening? Caney faced them. His crew. His responsibility. The mission's off. Silence, then everyone talking at once. What? Why? Captain. Hector raised a hand. Quiet fell. Explain, he said. Caney did. All of it. Solomon's analysis. The enemy intelligence. The trap. The test. They gave us the convoy route. They want us to attack. We're not ambushing them. They're studying us. More silence. And then Ramirez laughed. Dark. Hollow. Of course they are. Of fucking course. So we abort, Caney said. We don't take the bait. We run. Find another way. Wren stepped forward. Run where? They know where we are. They've been tracking us. Then we hide. Jump random coordinates. Disappear. For how long? Neca. Quiet. How long can we run on a dying reactor and depleted supplies? Long enough to... To what? Hector, not angry, just tired. To find a miracle? To wait for CDA to save us? CDA's not coming, someone muttered. No one's coming, someone else agreed. Tyson raised his hand, still holding his letter, unsealed. Captain, if we don't fight, what happens to humanity? We survive, Caney said. We live to fight another day. Do we? Solomon's voice, from the back. He'd come, despite being ordered out. And Caney stared. You don't get to speak. You need to hear this. Solomon pushed forward. Crew parted. The Eden isn't just testing us, it's teaching them. Every engagement, every tactic we use, it records, analyzes, distributes to the entire fleet. So if we run, they learn we run. They adapt. Next time they cut off escape routes. Humanity gets hunted to extinction because we taught them how we think. And if we fight, we show them we're unpredictable, dangerous, worth keeping alive. Worth keeping as what? Lab rats, training dummies? Solomon's face was pale, haunted. I don't know, but running guarantees death. Fighting gives us a chance. Caney wanted to hit him, wanted to throw him in the brig, wanted to... He's right, Ren. She looked sick saying it. I hate that he's right. But he is. We fight or we die, Hector said. Those are the options. They've always been the options, Neka added. Soft, sad. The crew murmured, agreement spreading. Caney looked at them. Really looked. They knew. All of them knew. This was suicide, and they were choosing it anyway. Vote, he said, voice rough. We're voting. Stay and fight or run and hide. Show of hands. Silence. Then hands rose. 1, 2, 5, 10. Ramirez, Tyson, Morrison, the injured, the scared, Ren, Hector, Anika, Solomon last. Shaking, but raised. 42 hands. Everyone except. Caney raised his. 43. Unanimous. Well, shit, he said. Tried to smile, failed. Guess we're doing this. Nervous laughter. Relief. Unity. They'd chosen. Together. No manipulation. No lies. Just a crew. Deciding to die fighting. And Caney felt something loosen in his chest. The weight still there, but shared. Dismissed, he said. Get some rest. We jump in 4 hours. They filed out, quiet, determined. Neka touched his arm. Brief, gentle, then gone. Hector nodded. Respect. Ren paused. Captain, the reactor. I'll get it to 70-30. Thought you needed a week. I'll improvise. She left. Solomon remained, alone with Caney. Thank you, he said. Don't. We're not friends anymore. I know, but thank you for letting them choose. They chose suicide. They chose to matter. Caney turned away. Get out. I don't want to see you until jump. Solomon left. The deck emptied. Just Caney and the hum of the ship. He checked his terminal. 4 hours, then battle, then death. But they'd chosen it. Together. That had to count for something. He sat and stared at the viewport. Stars distant, uncaring. We're gonna die, Matkam, he whispered, then smiled. Dark, tired, real. But not yet. His terminal blinked. Incoming alert. Probably Ren with reactor status, or Hector with weapons check. He opened it. Sensor data. Automated, background monitoring. His smile died. No. FTL signatures, multiple, appearing on long range. Not where the convoy should be. Not at the ambush point. Here. Now. Surrounding them. The enemy fleet. 30 ships already in position. The trap wasn't tomorrow. It was now. Chapter 11. Before the Storm. The adequate smelled like fear and recycled air. Caney walked C-deck at 0200 hours. His back hurt. Old injury from Kepler. Fusion burn that had nearly killed him. Scar tissue pulled when he moved wrong. Crew quarters were quiet, mostly. Someone prayed behind bulkhead 47. Whispered words in a language Caney didn't know. Russian, maybe. Polish. One of the Eastern European colony dialects. He kept walking. Damage control station. 2 techs playing cards. They snapped to attention. At ease. They relaxed. Barely. We good for tomorrow? Caney asked. Define good, sir. Functional. Probably won't explode. The younger tech, Martinez, his tag said, shrugged. Hull patches will hold. Maybe. Reactors stable-ish. FTL drives. He trailed off. It's what? It's Ren's problem, sir. And above my pay grade. Fair enough. Caney moved on. Armory next. Hector's domain. The master sergeant sat cleaning a rifle that was already clean. Third time today, probably. His augmented arm moved with mechanical precision. Can't sleep? Hector didn't look up. Sleep's for people who don't know better. That's supposed to be profound? Nah, just true. Caney sat. His knees creaked. 38 years old and he felt 70. Solomon's Files, Hector said. The Eden, CDA creating bioweapons. You read them? Skimmed. Don't have time for existential dread. Make time. Changes things. How? Means we built our own apocalypse. Means someone knew and hid it. Means, Hector set down the rifle. Means we might be the bad guys. Caney's stomach hurt. Ulcer maybe. Stress definitely. And we're not the bad guys. How do you know? Because bad guys don't question it. Hector laughed. Dark, bitter. That's your moral philosophy? We're good because we worry we're not. You got better? Silence. The rifle gleamed. Perfect. Useless in vacuum, but Hector kept cleaning. Tomorrow, Caney said. Odds? 30% we survive initial contact. 10% we complete the mission. 2% we all make it home. That high? I'm an optimist. Caney stood. Knees protested. Get some rest. That's an order. Yes, sir. Right after you do. Insubordinate bastard. Proud tradition, sir. Engineering next. Wren's kingdom of improvised miracles. She was welding. Sparks. Heat. The smell of burning metal. Caney waited until she finished. Safety first. She lifted her visor. Sweat. Grease. Exhaustion. Erie, Captain. Chief, we gonna fly tomorrow? Define fly. Move through space. Shoot things. Not explode immediately. Then yes, probably. Maybe. She wiped her face, smeared the grease. FTL matrix is held together with hope and spite. Jump once, we're fine. Jump twice, we disintegrate. Or worse, could punch through into some place that doesn't have physics we like. Comforting. Not my job to comfort. My job's to keep this wreck operational. She gestured at the jury-rigged conduits. We're flying on borrowed time and stolen parts. But we'll fly. Caney looked at her work. Chaos. Beautiful chaos. You need anything? 6 months in dry dock. Proper materials. A crew that knows what they're doing. Pause. But I'll settle for not dying. Best I can do is try. Good enough. He left her to her welding. I kept walking. Crew quarters again. Someone was crying. Quiet, controlled. Professional despair. He didn't stop. Some things were private. The ship creaked around him. Metal fatigue, stress fractures. The adequate was dying by degrees, just like her crew. His datapad chimed. Message from Wu on the sufficient. Can't sleep. Keep thinking about tomorrow. Any words of wisdom? Caney typed, we're probably gonna die, but we're doing it together. That counts for something. Delete. Try it again. Get some rest. We'll need you sharp. Delete. Final attempt. See you on the other side. Whichever side that is. Sent. Wu replied, comforting. You should write greeting cards, thinking about it. For my retirement. What retirement? Exactly. Gallows humor. Soldier's last defense. Caney's feet took him toward medical. He told himself it was routine. Ship's watch. Check on crew morale. He was lying. Medical bay at 0300 hours. NECA preparing triage stations. She looked up. Captain. Doctor. They stared at each other. Too much history. Not enough time. Can't sleep, she asked. Apparently not. You. Sleep's for people who don't know better. Hector said that too. Hector's smart. Caney sat on an examination table. It was uncomfortable. Everything in medical was uncomfortable. NECA went back to organizing supplies, plasma, bandages, surgical kits, the tools of keeping people alive, or trying. Odds tomorrow? Caney asked. Medically, I'll have 30 casualties minimum, 10 dead if we're lucky, 20 if we're not. Her voice was clinical, professional detachment. I've got 6 surgical bays, 3 ventilators. When enough blood for maybe 15 transfusions. So we ration. So we triage. Choose who lives, who dies, who gets pain meds in a corner to die in quietly. Silence. Caney's scar tissue pulled. His back hurt worse. You okay with that? He asked. No, but I'll do it anyway. That's the job. Hell of a job. Chose it anyway, same as you chose this. She gestured vaguely. At the ship, the mission, the suicidal desperation. Didn't feel like choosing, felt like falling. Nika almost smiled. Same thing from different angles. She organized morphine, counted doses. Her hands were steady, professional. Solomon's files, Caney said, about the Eden, the bioweapons. Did you read them? Yes. Conclusions? We're fucked. We've been fucked since before we were born. CDA created the enemy. Someone hid it. Now we're paying for sins we didn't commit. Cheerful. Truth usually isn't. Caney watched her work. Precise, methodical, preparing for horrors she knew were coming. If we don't make it back, don't. Naka, I said don't. She stopped working, looked at him. We're not doing deathbed confessions. We're not having final words. We're doing our jobs and hoping we live. That's it. What if that's not enough? Then it's not. But I'm not spending my last night pretending tomorrow's guaranteed to be our last. She was right. Probably. Caney slid off the table, moved closer. Proximity felt dangerous, necessary. After tomorrow, he said, if we survive, maybe we could what? Have a normal conversation? Pretend we're people instead of soldiers? Figure out if this tension is attraction or just shared trauma? Yeah, that. She looked at him. Dark circles under her eyes. Exhaustion. Fear buried under professionalism. Maybe, if we survive. That's a yes? It's a maybe. Don't push. Fair enough. The space between them felt electric. Charged. One of them could close it. Neither did. Too tired. Too scared. Too aware that tomorrow might make tonight's choices irrelevant. Neka went back to her supplies. You should get rest. So should you. When I'm done. That's never. Exactly. Caney headed for the door. Stopped. Neka, tomorrow, if things go bad, they will. Make sure you survive. That's an order. Can't promise that. Try anyway. He left before she could argue. The corridor was cold. Recycled air tasted like metal. His body ached, voices ahead. Laughter. Crew mess. 0330 hours. Who was awake? 20 people. Marines mostly, some engineers. A tech from navigation. Someone had found a guitar. Corporal Davies played poorly. Tuning was off. Fingers fumbled chords. Nobody cared. They sang old songs, earth songs from before the colonies, working-class anthems about miners and farmers, and people who worked themselves to death for nothing. Caney stood in the doorway, watching. Private Chen saw him first. Captain, join us. I don't sing. Neither do we. Doesn't stop us. Someone shoved a chair at him. He sat. The guitar wailed. Davies hit a wrong note. Kept going anyway. What song is this? Caney asked. Solidarity Forever. Union song. Like 200 years old. We're soldiers, not union workers. Close enough. We're all getting screwed by management. Laughter. Dark. True. They sang. Badly. Davies murdered the melody. The harmony was non-existent. It was beautiful. For 20 minutes, they weren't soldiers. Just people. Singing songs about solidarity and hope and futures that might never come. Sergeant Lopez produced a bottle. Real alcohol. Contraband. Nobody asked where he got it. They passed it around. Caney took a pull. It burned. Tasted like home. To tomorrow, Lopez said. To surviving it, Chen added. To making it count, from Davies. They drank. The guitar played. The songs got worse. Caney felt something crack in his chest. Not breaking, opening. These people, his crew, about to fly into hell because he'd ordered it. They deserved better. Deserved a commander who knew what he was doing, who had answers, who could promise survival. He couldn't give them that, but he could give them this. 20 minutes of humanity, of connection. You're pretending tomorrow wasn't coming. Captain, Private Morrison said, 19 years old, babyface. You really think we can win tomorrow? Honesty or comfort? I think we can try. That's all any of us can do. That enough? Has to be. It's all we've got. Morrison nodded, drank, passed the bottle. The guitar played. They sang. And for 20 minutes, the Adequate wasn't a dying ship flying towards certain death. It was home. 0430 hours, captain's quarters, Caney alone. He pulled up the recording interface, stared at the blank screen. His parents were dead. 15 years. Colony failure on Ross 128. Before it was Camp Disappointment. When it still had hope, they'd starved. Slowly. While corporate authority did nothing. Caney had been at the academy, learning to be an officer. We're learning honor and duty and all the lies they told promising young men. He'd never forgiven himself for not being there. He started recording. Mom, Dad, it's me, Darius. I know you're dead. This is stupid. But tomorrow we're... He stopped, started over. I'm a captain now. UNCV Adequate. She's dying. We're all dying, but we're trying. That counts for something, right? Delete. I don't know what I'm doing. Never have. Been faking it since the academy. Tomorrow we fight. Probably die. But the crew, they deserve better. They deserve... Delete. I miss you. I'm scared. I don't know if we're the good guys anymore. I don't know if it matters. I just... Delete. The screen went blank, cursor blinking, mocking. He couldn't say it, couldn't articulate the weight, the fear. The certainty that tomorrow would expose every inadequacy he'd spent years hiding. The star field outside his viewport was beautiful, endless, indifferent. Somewhere out there, the enemy waited, humanity's own creation. 40 years of bioweapons returned to judge their makers. And the inadequate ship, inadequate captain, inadequate crew would try to stop them. It was laughable. Caney's terminal chimed. Automated alert. He pulled it up. Sensor data. Long range. Enemy signatures. Multiple. Closing on their position. The Eden. Still hunting. ETA 6 hours. Right on schedule. The raid launched in 6 hours. Into ambush. Into certain death. And Caney would order it. Because what else could he do? His hands didn't shake. That surprised him. He pulled up tactical displays. Enemy formations. Attack vectors. Kill zones. A Solomon's intelligence. CDA's sins. 40 years of lies. None of it mattered now. Tomorrow they'd fight. Win or lose. Live or die. That was the job. He sat in darkness. Waiting. The ship creaked. Metal fatigue. Dying by degrees. We're gonna die, Caney whispered. To nobody. To the darkness. To himself. Pause. But not yet. He stood, checked his sidearm, holstered it. 0500 hours. 1 hour until briefing, 6 hours until launch. Time to be a captain. Time to fake competence. Time to lead people he cared about into hell, because that's what inadequate commanders did. The terminal chimed again. New alert. Reactor stress. Climbing. Too fast. Wren's voice over comms. Captain, we've got a problem. What kind? The kind where the reactor's cascading toward critical, and we've got maybe 90 minutes before containment fails. Caney's stomach dropped. Can you stop it? Working on it, but if I can't... Automated alarms. Reactor breach warning. Ship-wide. The countdown began. 90 minutes to core meltdown. Or they'd die right here. Before the raid. Before the fighting. Before any of it mattered. The Adequate screamed warnings. Caney ran for engineering. Engineering was chaos. Heat, smoke, alarms screaming. Wren stood at the reactor console, hands flying. Sweat poured down her face. Status! Caney yelled over the noise. Coolant loops failing. Temperature spiking. She didn't look up. 87 minutes to breach. Hector was there. Marines sealing bulkheads, preparing for evacuation. Coolant option? Caney asked. 1. I vent primary coolant. Flood secondary system. Buy us time. Do it. It'll wreck the secondary loop. We'll have maybe 1 FTL jump left. Then nothing. Better than dying right now. Wren hit the override. Alarms changed pitch. Warning became shriek. Coolant vented. Temperature dropped. Too fast. Thermal shock, someone yelled. The reactor housing groaned. Metal contracting. Stress fractures spreading. Caney grabbed a support beam. His old burn scar pulled. Pain sharp. Containment holding? He asked. Wren checked displays. Yeah, barely. But we've got bigger problems. Course we do. She pointed at secondary readings. Venting the coolant created pressure differential. Hull plating on E-deck is buckling. How bad? Bad enough. If it breaches, boom. Distant, felt through deck plates. Oh, and that was hull breach, Hector said. Calm. Professional. E-deck, Section 7. Emergency bulkhead slam shut. Automatic. Casualties? Caney asked. Checking. Hector worked his console. 2 crew in that section. Petty officers Ramirez and Kim. Both. He stopped. Both dead. Vented to space. First casualties. Before the battle even started. Caney's stomach twisted. His fault. His order. His inadequacy. Seal it, he said, voice flat. Secure the section. Keep working. Wren continued her dance with the reactor. Adjusting flows. Balancing pressures. Temperature stabilized. Warnings decreased from critical to merely dangerous. How long until we can jump? Caney asked. 4 hours, maybe 5. Need to let the secondary loop cool properly. We jump in 6 for the raid. Then we better hope I'm fast. The alarms quieted. AMA engineering staff caught their breath. Caney's terminal chimed. Message from Torres on the marginal. Saw your reactor spike. You good? He typed. 2 dead. Hull breach. Reactor stable for now. Still flying. Define stable. Won't explode immediately. Adequate indeed. Gallows humor. Soldier's prayer. Caney left engineering. Wren had it handled. Or she didn't. Either way, not much he could do. The corridor smelled like smoke. Burned insulation. Fear. 0545 hours. 15 minutes until briefing. He headed for the bridge. Crew passed him. Salutes. Eyes hollow. They knew. About the reactor. About tomorrow. About odds. They kept moving anyway. His data pad showed casualty reports. Ramirez and Kim, both young, both colonials. Both dead because the adequate was held together by prayers and spite. Add them to the list. To the weight. Tomorrow would add more. If they survived that long. Bridge. Empty except for night watch. Ensign Park at communications. Lieutenant Morrison at tactical. Captain on deck, Park said. At ease. Caney took his chair. It felt like a throne. Or an electric chair. Hard to tell. He pulled up tactical displays. Enemy positions. The Eden still closing. His crew would assemble soon. He'd brief them. Give orders. Pretend he knew what he was doing. Fake it till you make it. Or fake it till you die trying. His terminal showed the deleted recordings. Messages to parents who'd never hear them. Delete permanently? Y/N. He hit yes. Some things weren't meant to be said, even to ghosts. 0600 hours. Briefing time. Officers filed in. Hector, Wren, Solomon, Bogdan, Wu via video link. Torres beside him. They looked tired, scared, determined. His crew, his responsibility, his burden. Morning, Caney said. We've had a rough night. Lost Ramirez and Kim to hull breach. Reactors stable but compromised. We've got one good FTL jump left. Maybe. Silence. So naturally, we're jumping into combat in 6 hours. Someone laughed. Dark. Broken. Solomon, intelligence brief. Solomon stood, exhausted, haunted. Enemy convoy follows predictable patrol route through Tau Ceti. We've identified optimal ambush point, but... He paused. The pattern's too perfect. It's likely a trap. We going anyway? Wu asked. Yeah, Caney said. We're going anyway, because sitting here waiting to die is worse than dying while fighting back. Nods around the table. Agreement or resignation. Same thing. Tactical plan, we jump in. 3 ships. Adequate takes point. A sufficient and marginal provide fire support. We hit fast. Hit hard. Extract before reinforcements arrive. Extraction might be problem, Ren said, given we've got one jump left. Then we make it count. Questions? Yeah, Hector said. What happens when the trap springs? We adapt, improvise, try not to die. Solid plan, sir. Best I've got, briefing continued. Attack vectors, contingencies, retreat protocols, all theoretical. Plans dissolved on contact with reality. But planning beats sitting around waiting for death. 0700 hours. Briefing ended. Officers dispersed. Caney sat alone. Bridge quiet again. His terminal chimed. Personal message. From NECA. You okay? He typed. Define okay. Fair point. Might get some rest before launch. You too. That's not happening. Me neither. Then don't die today. Trying not to. No promises. He closed the message. Stared at tactical displays. 6 hours. 5 now. Ren's voice over comms. Captain, secondary coolant loop's having issues. Might need to push launch back. How long? 2 hours, maybe 3. We launch on time. Fix what you can. Sir. On time, Chief. We delay. We lose our window. Enemy patrol pattern shifts. Whole thing falls apart. Silence, then. Understood. We'll make it work. She'd make it work. Or they'd explode trying. Caney's scar throbbed. Phantom pain. Memory of burning. He stood, stretched. His body protested. 5 hours until launch. Nothing to do but wait. He walked the bridge. Checked stations. Made small talk with Night Watch. Home pretending everything was normal. Routine. Not the calm before slaughter. His terminal chimed again. Automated message. Supply status from Bogdan. Ammunition. 73% capacity. Down from the black market procurement. Fuel. Sufficient for 1 engagement. Maybe 2. Medical. Adequate for expected casualties. Assuming expected casualties stayed expected. Food. 3 weeks. Irrelevant if they died today. The adequate was ready as a dying ship could be. 900 hours. 3 hours to launch. Caney sat in his quarters. Tried to rest. Couldn't. His mind raced. Battle scenarios, contingencies, ways it could go wrong, infinite ways to die, limited ways to survive. He pulled up the Eden files, Solomon's discovery, CDA's bioweapon project. Humanity had built its own extinction. Someone had known, had hidden it. 40 years of lies leading to today, and Caney, inadequate captain of an inadequate ship, was supposed to fix it. Laughable. 1,100 hours. 1 hour to launch. Bridge. Full crew now. Stations manned. Ready. Ren's voice. Reactor stable. FTL drive charged. We're green for jump. Sufficient ready, Wu confirmed. Marginal standing by, Torres added. 3 ships. Against what the Eden had taught the enemy. Caney sat in his command chair. Hands steady. Heart racing. All hands, battle stations. Prepare for FTL jump. Alarms, controlled chaos. Crew moving with practiced efficiency. His terminal showed countdown. 60 minutes to jump. He thought about NECA, about the crew in the mess hall singing, about Ramirez and Kim, dead before the battle, about his parents, dead 15 years, watching maybe, judging probably. Or 30 minutes, or someone called. Caney's mouth was dry, his scar pulled. This was it, the moment. Lead or fail, live or die, no middle ground. 15 minutes. He opened ship-wide comms. Time for captain's speech, inspiration, leadership. He had nothing. This is Captain Caney. In 15 minutes we jump. Into combat. Probably into a trap. Our odds aren't good. Our ship's barely functional. We're outgunned and outmatched. Pause. But we're going anyway. Because trying beats waiting. Because fighting back beats giving up. Because even if we fail, at least we tried. Silence on the comms. Then, "Hoorah!" Marines. Hector's people. Damn right, from someone in engineering. "Let's kill some bastards," anonymous voice. His crew, inadequate, desperate, willing. 5 minutes to jump, tactical called. Then Caney gripped the armrests, knuckles white. All ships, final systems check. Confirmations. Green across the board. Ren's voice, private channel. Captain, about the reactor. If this jump goes bad, it won't. But if it does, then we improvise, like always. Improvisation has limits. Haven't found them yet. Silence, then. Good luck, sir. You too, Chief. 2 minutes. Caney pulled up tactical. Enemy patrol route, ambush point, kill zone, Solomon's data, perfect pattern, too perfect. Trap, definitely trap. Going anyway. 1 minute. His crew ready, his ship dying, his plan desperate, everything adequate, nothing more. 30 seconds. The bridge hummed, FTL drive building charge. Caney's terminal showed a final message from Torres. See you in hell. Must, Captain. He typed back. Save me a seat. 10 seconds. His hands didn't shake. Small mercy. 5, 4, 3. The adequate groaned. Metal fatigue, stress fractures. 2, 1. Jump. Reality twisted. FTL transition. The universe bending. Then, alarm. Sharp. Wrong. Captain? Wren's voice panicked. The jump. Something's wrong. The matrix is... The ship lurched. Hard. Caney slammed into his chair. Warning lights. Red. Everywhere. We're not... Tactical officer. Sir, we're not in Tau Ceti. Where are we? Unknown. No nav beacons. No stellar markers. Where... The ship dropped. Hard. Like falling. Gravity. Where there shouldn't be gravity. Mass source. Sensors. Massive gravity well. Pulling us in. Caney's stomach dropped. Reverse thrust. Full power. Thrusters not responding. They were falling. Into something. Gravity crushing. Wren, get me engines. Trying. The jump damaged. Boom. Hull breach. Somewhere aft. The adequate tumbled. Spinning. Falling faster. Multiple contacts. Tactical. Surrounding us. It's the Eden. On visual. And 30 smaller vessels all around them. They jumped right into the trap. The ship fell. Spinning. Engines dead. Toward the gravity well. Toward whatever waited below. Caney gripped his chair. The bridge tilted. All crew! Brace for... The deck gave way beneath Morrison's station. Metal screaming. She grabbed the edge. Her fingers slipped. She fell through. Into darkness below. The ship followed. Tumbling. Falling. Into the trap's mouth. No escape. No thrust. No control. Just gravity. And descent. And the Eden watching. Caney's terminal showed one word. Falling. The adequate plunged into dark. Engineering override. Wren's voice cutting through chaos. Emergency power. Routing to maneuvering thrusters. The fall slowed. Gravity still pulled, but engines fought back. Caney's terminal. Status. Thrusters at 40%. Navigation. Can't break free, but we're not falling as fast. The Eden circled above. Watching. Not firing. Why not firing? Solomon's voice. Captain, they're hurting us. Toward the gravity source. What's the source? Reading? A station? No, something else. Artificial, but... He stopped. Sir, it's a moon? Hollowed out. The gravity signature suggests massive internal structure. A trap with layers, like everything else. Can we break free? Caney asked. Wren. Not without full power. Jump damaged the reactor coupling. Oh, I need 20 minutes minimum to repair. We've got maybe 5 before we're pulled into whatever that is. Then we improvise. That word again, improvise. The adequate's motto. Caney opened comms to all ships. Sufficient? Marginal? Status? Wu's voice shaken. We didn't jump with you. You vanished. We're still at the jump point. Where are you? They jumped alone. Into hell. The other ship's safe. Small mercy. Stay there, Caney ordered. Don't follow. It's a trap. Captain? That's an order. We'll find our way out. He closed comms before Wu could argue. The bridge was chaos. Controlled chaos. Crew working problems. Morrison's station empty. Gaping hole in the deck. She was gone. First bridge casualty. Wouldn't be last. Wren, how long until we can jump out? Assuming I fix the coupling, 30 minutes. Assuming it doesn't cascade again, 40. Assuming, best guess, 45 minutes, if we're lucky. They weren't lucky, never had been. The hollowed moon grew larger. Visuals showed structures, mechanical, organic, hybrid, like the enemy ships, like everything touched by CDA's bioweapon project. Reading energy signatures, Solomon said. Massive power sources inside, hundreds of them. It's a production facility. Making what? More ships, more weapons, more, he trailed off, more of them. Humanity's extinction, mass-produced, the Eden's gift to its students. Teach them to hunt, give them factories to multiply. Caney's scar burned, phantom pain, real fear. Hector, secure the ship, all Marines to defensive positions. We're going inside that thing whether we like it or not. On it. The Adequate fell slower now. Controlled descent. Ren fighting gravity every meter. Captain, she said, I can maybe slingshot us around. Use the gravity to build velocity. Break free on the far side. But we'd be going straight toward the Eden. And those 30 other ships. Better than landing inside enemy production facility. Is it though? Fair question. Caney pulled up tactical. Options, all bad. Land inside, captured or killed. Slingshot out, intercepted and killed. Stay in orbit, fall eventually, then killed. Third option, Solomon said. Quiet, scared. We could crash it. Crash what? The facility? The moon? Ram it. Reactor overload? Detonate inside their production center. Take out whatever's making more of them. Silence on bridge. Suicide, complete suicide. But tactically sound. How many could we destroy? Caney asked. Solomon ran numbers. Based on energy signatures, maybe 30% of their manufacturing capacity. Set them back months, years maybe. At the cost of one ship, one crew. Yes, the inadequate ship, inadequate crew, adequate sacrifice. Caney's hands hurt, gripping armrests too tight. No, he said. Sir, we're not kamikazing ourselves into that thing. Not yet. We try the slingshot. We fight our way past the Eden. We survive. Captain, the tactical value. I know the value, Lieutenant. And I'm saying no. We don't die today unless we have to. His crew needed to hear that. Needed to believe survival was possible, even if it wasn't. Ren, set up the slingshot maneuver. Already on it. The ship curved. Gravity pulling. Thrusters fighting. They skimmed the moon's surface. Close enough to see details. Structures. Massive. Growing. New ships being assembled. Bioweapon soldiers being created. The factory of humanity's end. And they were flying past it, not stopping it. Accelerating, Ren said. Gravity assist working. We're building velocity. The moon fell behind. Ahead, the Eden and its escorts. Weapons? Caney asked. Online. 40% ammunition. Compromised targeting from jump damage. Good enough. All batteries prepare to fire. The Eden didn't move. Just waited. 30 smaller ships formed a wall, blocking escape. They're not attacking, Hector observed. No, they're watching, grading us. Grading? Solomon's files. The Eden's been training them, teaching human tactics. We're the final exam. Fuck that. Let's fail them. My thought exactly. All weapons, fire at will. The Adequate's guns opened up. Mass driver rounds, plasma bolts, everything they had. The enemy wall didn't return fire, just took it. Shields absorbed hits. Some ships took damage. None died. They weren't trying to win, just testing response. They're measuring us, Solomon said, recording our weapons efficiency, tactics, everything. Then let's teach them something new. Hector! Boom, massive impact. The Adequate lurched. What the hell, Ren? They're firing. Tactical. Mass drivers from the Eden. Warning shots, bracketing them. The Eden wasn't grading, it was corralling. Evasive, Caney ordered. Too slow. The Adequate was damaged. Reactor compromised. Maneuvering limited. Another impact. Hull breach on sea deck. More casualties, more deaths, more weight. We can't outrun them, Ren. Then we don't run, we jump. Sir, the drive. Can it jump? Silence, then. Maybe. 50-50 chance it works. If it doesn't, we disintegrate. Better than certain capture. Spin up FTL, random coordinates, anywhere but here. Captain, Solomon, we don't know where we'll end up. Could be nowhere. Could be. Do it! The drive charged. Too slow. Damaged systems protesting. The Eden closed. Its weapons powered. This wasn't warning shots. This was execution. 30 seconds to jump. Ren. The Eden fired. Full broadside. Brace! Impact. Multiple. The Adequate screamed, metal tearing. Hull breaches across 3 decks. Caney's terminal showed casualties. Too many. Too fast. Medical overwhelmed. NECA working miracles. Not enough. 15 seconds. More impacts. The bridge shook. A beam above Caney cracked. Groaned. 10 seconds. The beam gave way. Falling toward his chair. He didn't move. Frozen. Watching it fall. Too slow to dodge. Too fast to escape. 5 seconds. The beam fell. He jumped. Sideways. Out of the chair. The beam crushed where he'd been sitting. Command chair destroyed. He hit the deck. Hard. Shoulder screaming. Jump! Ren's voice, desperate. Reality twisted. The universe bent. FTL engaged. Caney on the floor. Bridge tilting. Everything wrong. They jumped. Into unknown space. Into darkness. Into nothing. The jump signature was wrong. Felt wrong. Reality fracturing. They might not survive it. Might disintegrate mid-jump. Might end up nowhere. Caney pulled himself up. Grabbed a rail. Ship shaking. His crew screaming. Systems failing. Everything falling apart. He opened his mouth to give orders. The ship lurched. Everything went dark. Total systems failure. And in the darkness, one thought. We're gonna die. But not yet. Caney woke. Gasping. Heart pounding. His quarters. Not the bridge. No battle. No falling. Dream. Just a dream. He sat up. Sheets soaked with sweat. The ship hummed around him. Normal operations. Not dying. Not yet. The clock read 0342. 3 hours until the raid. 3 hours until the nightmare became real. He stood. Legs shaky. The dream still clinging. Same dream. 3rd night running. They jump. They fall. They die. Premonition or just fear? Didn't matter. Both felt the same. He dressed. Couldn't sleep. Wouldn't sleep. Go too many hours alone with his thoughts. Better to walk. Check the ship. See his crew one last time. Before they all died. The corridors were quiet. Night Watch's skeleton crew. Most sleeping. Conserving strength. Except they weren't. First stop, mess hall. Lights dim but not empty. Ramirez and 6 others. Playing cards, drinking coffee. Nobody talking much. They looked up when Caney entered. Captain. Ramirez. Neutral tone. Respect but not warmth. Never warmth. Not since Caney took command. Couldn't sleep? Caney asked. Seem wasteful. Sleeping before you die. Dark humor. Ramirez's specialty. We're not dying. Sure, Captain. We're just attacking a superior force in a broken ship with no backup. Survival odds are great. The others didn't laugh. Just stared at their cards. Caney didn't push it. Moved on. Next, armory. He Hector there, checking weapons, counting ammunition. Making sure we have enough bullets to die with? Caney asked. Hector didn't smile. Making sure if we die, we take some of them with us. How many you figure? Per person? Maybe 3. 4 if we're lucky. Crew of 43 means we might kill 170 enemy. Not bad odds. Terrible odds. They've got thousands. Then we'll just have to be efficient. Hector set down a rifle. Looked at Caney. Really looked. You know this is suicide. Not a question. Statement. I know. And you're ordering it anyway. Yes. Why? Good question. Caney didn't have a good answer. Because someone has to. Bullshit. Someone else could. Someone with better ships. Better crews, better chances. They're not here. Neither should we be. Silence. The armory hummed. Climate control. Ammunition stabilizers. You can refuse, Caney said. Leave. Take whoever wants to go. And what? Run? Hide? Wait for the enemy to find us anyway? Better than dying tomorrow. Is it though? Hector picked up another rifle. Continued counting. Conversation over. Caney moved on. Engineering. Wren there with two techs, working on the reactor coupling, the one that would fail during the jump, the one from Caney's dream. How's it looking? He asked. Wren didn't look up. Like shit. We jump tomorrow. 50-50 chance it holds. Better than I expected. I said 50-50, not good odds. For this ship, practically guaranteed. She didn't laugh. Neither did the techs. You could delay, Wren said. Quiet. Give me another week. I could get it to 70-30. We don't have a week. We might not survive a day. I know. Wren set down her tools. Faced him. Then why are we doing this? Second person asking. Different reasons. Same question. Because it's the job. The job is suicide? The job is fighting. Sometimes that means dying. Easy to say when you're giving the orders. I'll be on the bridge. Same as you. Same risk. Not the same. You chose this. We just followed. True enough. Caney had no response. Moved on. Recreation deck. 3 crew members. Tyson and 2 others. Writing. Letters. Last words. Things they hoped wouldn't need sending. They hid them when Caney entered, embarrassed. Don't stop on my account, he said. Nobody replied. Who are you writing to? He asked Tyson. Sister, and back on Mars. What are you telling her? That I'm sorry, that I love her, that I hope she understands. Understands what? Why I'm here, why I'm doing this, he trailed off, why I'm not coming back. The other 2 stared at their papers, not writing, just staring. You don't know you won't come back, Caney said. Tyson looked at him. Really looked, eyes hollow. Yes, I do. So do you. No argument for that. Caney left them to their letters. Final stop, medical bay, NECA there. Alone. Preparing triage stations. Surgical tools laid out. Blood supplies organized. Crash carts ready. Everything positioned for maximum efficiency. Minimum response time. Preparing for casualties. Lots of them. She looked up when he entered. Didn't stop working. Can't sleep? She asked. Source seemed wasteful. Everyone's using that line tonight. Everyone's right. She organized syringes, painkillers, stimulants, combat drugs. I've got supplies for maybe 15 casualties, she said. Severe trauma. After that, she shrugged. After that, I'm doing triage with dirty instruments and hope. We've got 43 crew. I know. So you're saying 2/3 will die before you even run out of supplies. I'm saying 2/3 will die too fast for supplies to matter. Brutal honesty. NECA's specialty. Caney sat on an exam table. Watched her work. Efficient. Precise. Beautiful in a clinical way. They'd slept together once, 2 months ago, after a different near-death experience. Hadn't talked about it since. Hadn't repeated it. Both too scared of attachment. Too aware of mortality. Anna, you could leave, he said. Quiet. She didn't look up. We've had this conversation. That was before I knew the odds. I always knew the odds. Still here. Why? Because leaving would be worse. How? She finally stopped, looked at him. Because I'd survive, and I'd have to live knowing I abandoned my crew, my ship. You. That last word hung. You. Caney didn't respond. She moved closer, stood between his knees, close but not touching. This is going to be bad, she said. I know. People are going to die, probably most of us. I know. And you're still ordering it. Yes. Why? Third person asking. Third time Caney didn't have a good answer. Because if we don't, they win. And if they win, everyone dies, not just us. To everyone. That's a lot of weight. Yes. You carrying it alone? Have to. Don't have to. She touched his face, gentle, fingers tracing his scar, the one the Eden gave him. Permanent reminder. We could, she started, didn't finish. Could what? Nothing. Stupid thought. But he knew what she meant. One last night, one last connection before death. He wanted to. God, he wanted to. But he couldn't. Too exhausted, too afraid, too aware it would be goodbye. After, he said. When we survive, when we win. After. You don't believe that? I want to. She kissed him, brief, gentle, sad, then stepped back. Go, she said. I've got work to do. Neka, go, Caney, please. He went, back to his quarters. Empty, dark, quiet. The viewport showed stars, distant, uncaring. Somewhere out there, the convoy. What the enemy? The ambush point. Tomorrow they jump, fight, probably die. And for what? A chance? A hope? A desperate gamble? His terminal blinked. Message ready, preloaded, to his parents. Dead 5 years. Killed in the first wave. He'd written it weeks ago. Kept revising, never sending. Because sending meant admitting he wouldn't make it back. He played it, his voice recorded, hollow. Mom, Dad, if you're getting this, I'm dead. Or as good as. I wanted to tell you, I wanted to say. He'd never finished it. Never knew what to say. Sorry? For what? For surviving when they didn't? For dying when they wanted him to live? I love you. They knew that. Didn't need a message. I tried. They'd expect nothing less. Nothing felt adequate. He deleted it, again, like always. The screen went dark. Just his reflection. Tired. Mascarred. Afraid. Captain Marcus Kane, leading his crew to slaughter. The ship hummed. Final hours before dawn. Before the raid. Before everything ended. He sat in his chair, stared at the stars. Tried to find peace. Found only dread. Quiet, pervasive, suffocating. We're gonna die, he whispered. To no one. To the stars. To himself. The words hung in darkness. True. Probably true. Almost certainly true, but not inevitable. Not yet. His door chimed. Late. Who would... Come in. Solomon entered, carrying a data pad. Face pale. Captain, I need to tell you something. What? Solomon hesitated. Unusual. He never hesitated. The data, the convoy patterns, the ambush coordinates. What about them? I've been analyzing them, running probability matrices. The precision is, it's too precise. You said that before. A trap. We know it's a trap. No, not trap. Something else. Solomon's hands shook. The data didn't come from CDA intelligence. Caney stood. What? I traced the source codes, the encryption patterns. It's not human origin. It's... He didn't finish. Didn't need to. It's from them, Caney said. The enemy. Yes. They gave us the convoy route. Yes. They want us to attack. Yes. The room spun. Everything crystallizing. Not a trap. An invitation. They weren't ambushing a convoy. They were being led to slaughter. And Solomon had known. Had to have known. How long? Caney asked. Voice cold. What? How long have you known this? Solomon looked at the floor. Since the beginning. Since the beginning. Since Caney approved the mission. Since he convinced the crew. Since he condemned them all. You knew this was enemy intelligence and you didn't tell me. I thought... You thought what? That I'd say no? That we'd abort? Yes. So you lied. You manipulated me into ordering this mission, into killing my crew. It's not like that. Then what is it like? Solomon's eyes were wet. It's a test. The Eden is testing us, grading humanity. If we don't fight, we fail. If we run, they hunt us all. This is our only chance to prove we're worth preserving. Preserving? They're killing us. Selectively. Teaching. This is genocide dressed as pedagogy, and you help them. Captain, please, get out. Let me explain. Get out. Solomon backed toward the door, tears on his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought this was the only way. The only way to what? Survive. Die? He'd doom us all. To fight back. To matter. To... We were friends, Caney said. Quiet. Cold. I trusted you. You still can. You knew. You always knew. Solomon opened his mouth. Closed it. Nothing to say. He walked out. The door locked behind him. Caney stood in darkness, alone. The terminal still showed deleted message. His parents. Dead. Gone. Everything gone. He sat, chair hard against his spine, the scar tissue pulled. Kepler. Always Kepler. Solomon had lied, manipulated, condemned them all. For what? A test? The Eden's grading system? His crew? 43 people? Writing letters, praying, preparing to die. For enemy intelligence? For a trap designed to measure them? Fuck that. Caney opened shipwide comms. All crew, command deck, now. Wren's voice, immediate. Captain, it's 0400. We jump in. Now, Chief-o, everyone who can walk. He stood, left his quarters. The corridor hummed, ship sounds, familiar, maybe for the last time. Command deck was cramped, designed for bridge crew only. 43 people packed it tight. They came, all of them, even the injured. Ramirez limping, Tyson with bandaged hands, Neca last. Looked at him, worried. Hector posted Marines at the door. Habit. Captain? Wren, still in engine grease. What's happening? Caney faced them. His crew, his responsibility. The mission's off. Silence, then everyone talking at once. What? Why? Captain. Hector raised a hand. Quiet fell. Explain, he said. Caney did, all of it. Solomon's analysis, the enemy intelligence, the trap, the test. They gave us the convoy route. They want us to attack. We're not ambushing them. They're studying us. More silence. And then Ramirez laughed. Dark, hollow. Of course they are. Of fucking course. So we abort, Caney said. We don't take the bait. We run. Find another way. Wren stepped forward. Run where? They know where we are. They've been tracking us. Then we hide. Jump random coordinates. Disappear. For how long? Neca. Quiet. How long can we run on a dying reactor and depleted supplies? Long enough to what? Hector, not angry, just tired. To find a miracle? To wait for CDA to save us? CDA's not coming, someone muttered. No one's coming, someone else agreed. Tyson raised his hand, still holding his letter, unsealed. Captain, if we don't fight, what happens to humanity? We survive, Caney said. We live to fight another day. Do we? Solomon's voice, from the back. He'd come, despite being ordered out. And Caney stared. You don't get to speak. You need to hear this. Solomon pushed forward, crew parted. The Eden isn't just testing us, it's teaching them. Every engagement, every tactic we use, it records, analyzes, distributes to the entire fleet. So if we run, they learn we run. They adapt. Next time they cut off escape routes. Humanity gets hunted to extinction because we taught them how we think. And if we fight, we show them we're unpredictable, dangerous, worth keeping alive. Worth keeping as what? Lab rats, training dummies? Solomon's face was pale, haunted. I don't know, but running guarantees death. Fighting gives us a chance. Caney wanted to hit him, wanted to throw him in the brig, wanted to... He's right, Wren. She looked sick saying it. I hate that he's right. But he is. We fight or we die, Hector said. Those are the options. They've always been the options, Neca added. Soft, sad. The crew murmured, agreement spreading. Caney looked at them. Really looked. They knew. All of them knew. This was suicide, and they were choosing it anyway. Vote, he said, voice rough. We're voting. Stay and fight or run and hide. Show of hands. Silence. Then hands rose. 1, 2, 5, 10. Ramirez, Tyson, Morrison, the injured, the scared, Wren, Hector, Anika, Solomon last. Shaking, but raised. 42 hands. Everyone except. Caney raised his. 43. Unanimous. Well, shit, he said. Tried to smile, failed. Guess we're doing this. Nervous laughter. Relief. Unity. They'd chosen. Together. No manipulation. No lies. just a crew, deciding to die fighting. Kaney felt something loosen in his chest, the weight still there, but shared. Dismissed, he said. Get some rest. We jump in 4 hours. They filed out, quiet, determined. Neka touched his arm, brief, gentle, then gone. Hector nodded. Respect. Ren paused. Captain, the reactor. I'll get it to 70-30. Thought you needed a week. I'll improvise. She left. Solomon remained, alone with Kaney. Thank you, he said. Don't. We're not friends anymore. I know, but thank you for letting them choose. They chose suicide. They chose to matter. Kaney turned away. Get out. I don't want to see you until jump. Solomon left. The deck emptied. Just Kaney and the hum of the ship. He checked his terminal. 4 hours, then battle, then death. But they'd chosen it. Together. That had to count for something. He sat and stared at the viewport. Stars distant, uncaring. We're gonna die, Matkam, he whispered, then smiled. Dark, tired, real. But not yet. His terminal blinked. Incoming alert. Probably Ren with reactor status, or Hector with weapons check. He opened it. Sensor data. Automated, background monitoring. His smile died. No. FTL signatures, multiple, appearing on long range. Not where the convoy should be. Not at the ambush point. Here. Now. Surrounding them. The enemy fleet. 30 ships already in position. The trap wasn't tomorrow. It was now. Chapter 12. The Ambush. The bridge smelled like burned insulation and Ramirez's blood. Kaney's hands shook. He gripped the armrest harder. The shaking stopped. Or maybe he just couldn't feel it anymore. 30 ships. The enemy had been waiting. Not at the ambush point. Here at Ross 128, wrapped around them like a fist. They jumped. Emergency FTL. Ren screaming something about reactor tolerances while the universe bent wrong and Ramirez's station exploded in a shower of sparks that caught her uniform. Burned through to skin before Hector put it out with his bare hands. Now they were somewhere. The jump had worked. Ramirez was in medical. They were alive. For now. Sensor sweep, Kaney said. His voice sounded distant. Someone else's voice. Working on it, sir. Morrison at tactical. New guy. Morrison the third? Fourth? Then Kaney had lost track of how many Morrisons they'd gone through. The displays flickered. Came back. Showed stars. Empty stars. We're clear, Morrison said. Surprised. No contacts within scan range. Position? Solomon's voice from the back. Still there despite everything. Tau CD system. Coordinates match the ambush point. We made it. We made it. 2 destroyers and 1 dying patrol boat against a convoy that might not even exist because the intelligence came from the enemy, and Solomon had known, had lied, had condemned them all to... Kaney cut the thought. Not useful. Not now. Status of sufficient and marginal? Jumping in now, Morrison said. If TL signatures bloomed. 2 ships, battered, listing. The sufficient looked worse than the adequate. Hull breaches on 3 decks. On my atmosphere venting in frozen streamers. Comms, Kaney ordered. Wu's face appeared. Split lip. Blood in her hair. You look like shit, she said. You too. We doing this? The question hung. They could run. Jump random coordinates. Hope the enemy didn't follow. Or they could stay. Execute the ambush. And kill some of them before they all died anyway. Yeah, Kaney said. We're doing this. Well, shit. Wu almost smiled. Torres is pretty fucked up. Engineering fire. Lost 6. 6. The marginal only had 40 crew to start. Can he fight? His weapons work. That's what matters. Kaney looked at his own tactical display. The adequate had taken damage, but nothing critical. Ramirez's console was scorched. They'd lost 2-point defense batteries. Option 1, the reactor was making sounds Ren described as deeply fucking concerning, but still functional. They could fight. For a little while. Convoy ETA, Kaney asked Solomon. According to the intelligence, 14 minutes. The intelligence. Enemy intelligence. Leading them to slaughter. But they'd voted. Chosen this. All of them. Battle stations, Caney said. All hands, combat positions. We've got 14 minutes to prepare for a fight. We probably won't win. Dark laughter from somewhere. Hector, maybe. Or Morrison, or everyone. 13 minutes became 20. Then 30. No convoy. Caney's scar itched. The one across his ribs from Kepler. Always itched before things went wrong. Solomon, he said, quiet, controlled. I don't understand. The patterns were consistent, predictable. Sure, they should be, they're not coming. Or they changed routes. Or the timing was, they're not coming because they were never coming. This was a setup from the start. We need to jump out, now. Captain, Morrison, urgent. Contact, single vessel, inbound. Caney's stomach dropped. Just one? Affirmative. Frigate class, matching enemy signature. One ship, not a convoy. Not 30 ships, one. It's damage, Morrison continued. Reading hull breaches, power fluctuations. Looks like it took a beating. A damaged ship, limping through space, alone. It's bait, Hector said. Stated it flat. No question. Obviously, Caney said, but his mind was racing. Bait meant a trap, but bait also meant the enemy wanted them to take it, which meant, what? What did it mean? Orders, sir. Wu on comms, waiting. None. The damaged frigate drifted closer. Wounded, vulnerable, alone. Everything in Caney's training screamed trap. Everything in his gut said run. But a damaged enemy ship meant intelligence. Data. Information about how they thought, how they fought, what they wanted. Information they desperately needed. We take it, Caney said. Sir, Hector started. Fast strike. All 3 ships, maximum firepower, simultaneous from 3 vectors. We cripple it, board it, grab whatever data we can, and jump out. 2 minutes. In and out. And when the reinforcements show up, then we die. But at least we die with something to show for it. Silence on the bridge. The kind that meant everyone thought he was insane, but nobody wanted to say it. Wu, Torres, form up. Attack pattern Delta 7. On my mark. The ships moved. 3 vectors. Surrounding the damaged frigate. It didn't run. Didn't maneuver. Just drifted. Definitely bait. Weapons hot, Caney ordered. Target propulsion, weapons, and comms. I want it dead in space but intact. Firing solutions locked, Morrison said. Wu, Torres, ready. Ready, Wu said. Fuck it, Torres added. His voice was wrong, slurred, injured bad. Mark! 3 ships fired simultaneously. Mass driver rounds, plasma bolts, everything they had. The frigate's shields flared, absorbed some hits, failed. Rounds punched through hull plating, shredded propulsion systems, severed antenna arrays. Clean, surgical, perfect. The frigate went dark, dead in space. Cease fire, Caney ordered. Hector, prep boarding team. You've got 90 seconds to... The frigate exploded. Not damaged, not dying. Exploded. Deliberate. Controlled. Yet a reactor scuttle. Shields, Caney shouted. Too slow. The shockwave hit. The adequate lurched, threw Caney against his restraints, shattered Morrison's console and blew out half the lights. Alarms, damage reports, someone screaming. Caney tasted blood, bit his tongue. Status. Shields collapsed, hull breaches on. Morrison checked his backup console. Everywhere, fuck everywhere. Sufficient and marginal? Sufficient took it hard. They're venting atmosphere. Multiple decks. Woo, come in! Static. Then Wu's voice faint. We're dying over here. Life support critical. Engines dead. The channel cut. Marginal? Nothing. No response. Torres! Silence. Then Morrison. Sir, marginal is gone. That's a debris field. Gone. Torres and his 34 remaining crew. Just gone. Caney stared at the tactical display. One moment, a ship. Next moment, wreckage. Convoy inbound, Solomon, panicked. Multiple contacts bearing 035. It's them. They're here. How many? I count 8 vessels. No, 12. They're everywhere. Not a damaged frigate, the opening move. Evasive, Caney ordered, useless. The Adequate was slow on a good day. Damaged, she moved like a drunk elephant. The enemy convoy wasn't running, wasn't surprised. They'd been waiting. This was the trap. This was always the trap. Return fire, Caney said. All batteries, maximum rate. Target anything that moves. The Adequate's guns opened up. Mass drivers hammering. Plasma cutting space. Enemy ships scattered. Not panicking. Maneuvering. Professional. Coordinated. Sucker, they're flanking us, Morrison said. 3 ships port, 4 starboard, rest taking high angle. Classic envelopment. Textbook. Caney had seen it before. In sims, in training, wait. He pulled up tactical overlay, watched enemy movement patterns. The way they shifted position, adjusted vectors, maintained spacing. He'd seen this before. Not in general, specifically. These were UNCF patterns, standard fleet doctrine, the maneuvers they drilled in Academy, before the demilitarization, before the databases were purged. Solomon, Caney said, voice tight, pull up pre-purge combat doctrine, section 7, fleet engagement patterns. Sir, I know we don't have it, but you've got fragments. Chapter 10 references. Pull them. Seconds. Solomon worked. Then got partial, enough to, oh no, match it to enemy movement. Captain, they're using our doctrine. Exactly. Formation Delta Kappa 7. That's ours. That's human. The bridge went silent. Someone had taught them. Someone had given the enemy humanity's own playbook. Or they'd taken it, learned it, adapted it. Either way, humans were fighting humans' tactics, executed by something else. Doesn't matter, Caney said. Forced himself to sound confident. Doctrine has counters. Solomon, pull counter tactics for DK7. Morrison, prep to execute on my mark. Sir, the counters require coordination with allied units. We'd need sufficient is dying. It's just us. Then the counters won't. They'll work well enough. Do it. The Adequate shuddered. Direct hit. Shields holding. Barely. Sir. Morrison. They're targeting our jump drive specifically. Precision fire. They're trying to trap us here. Of course they were. This wasn't about killing the Adequate. This was about studying her. Learning. Grading. Fuck that. Ren. Caney opened the engineering comms. I need emergency jump capacity, now. The reactor can't handle. I don't care what it can't handle. Charge the drive. Captain, if we jump with this damage, the coupling will fail. We'll disintegrate mid-transit. If we don't jump, we die here. I'll take maybe over definitely. Silence then. 60 seconds. That's all I can give you. 60 seconds. Against 12 enemy ships. Using human tactics. The Adequate's guns fired. Continuous. Desperate. They hit something. One enemy vessel flared shields, fell back. Not enough. 45 seconds to jump, Ren said. I see an enemy destroyer close to knife-fighting range. Point defense opened up. Shredded the Adequate's starboard batteries. 30 seconds. They're boxing us in, Morrison said. Cutting off jump vectors. Classic intercept pattern. Classic human. Ours. 20 seconds. Another hit. The bridge lights flickered. Went red. Emergency power. Someone was praying in Russian. Same voice from earlier, walking the corridors. 10 seconds. The enemy ships tightened the box. Professional. Textbook. Perfect. Jump charge, Ren. Captain, I need heading coordinates. Caney looked at tactical. No good options. Every vector covered. Every escape route blocked, except one. Through them, he said. Sir? Plot jump vector straight through their formation. And they won't expect us to jump toward them. That's insane. That's why it'll work. Do it. 5 seconds. Jump on my mark. Caney watched the tactical display. Enemy ships closing. Weapons firing. The Adequate dying by degrees. 3, 2. The enemy flagship, biggest ship, center of formation, powered weapons. Massive plasma batteries. Enough to vaporize the Adequate in one salvo. They were lining up the kill shot. Mark! Reality twisted. The universe bent. FTL engaged. For one infinite instant, Caney existed in multiple places, saw the enemy flagships surprise, saw their weapons fire-track empty space, saw the adequate appear behind them, breaking their formation from inside, saw Wu's face on sufficient, saw her smile. Then physics caught up, space snapped back. The adequate tumbled out of FTL, his system screaming, reactor coupling failing exactly like Wren predicted. But they were clear. Behind the enemy formation, open space ahead. Did we? Morrison started. Status on sufficient, Caney demanded. The tactical display updated. The sufficient was still there. Still dying, but firing. Every gun she had. Pouring fire into the enemy formation while they were focused on the adequate's jump, buying them time. Wu, get out of there! Can't. Her voice was calm, accepted. Jump drive's dead. Weapons still work, though. Then stop firing. Play dead. Maybe they won't. You know they won't. She paused. Get the data, Caney. Make it mean something. Wu, one of the enemy frigates is damaged. Really damaged. We hit something vital. It's drifting. Caney looked. She was right. One frigate, shields down, the power fluctuating, dying. Real this time. Not bait. Board it. Get their data. Go. That's an order, Captain. She'd never called him Captain before. I can't just... You can. You will. Sufficient out. The channel closed. The sufficient kept firing, drawing enemy attention, letting the adequate maneuver toward the dying frigate. Caney wanted to help, wanted to save her, but Wu was right. This was the only chance. Hector, Caney said, voice dead. Get your team to the docking bay. We're boarding that frigate. On it! The adequate limped toward the damaged enemy ship. Behind them, the sufficient burned. The frigate was dying slow. Hector and 6 Marines crossed hard vacuum in boarding pods. Crude, dangerous. Half the pods failed just docking. 4 Marines made it. Hector, 2 corporals, 1 private. None were in. Hector's voice crackled over comms. Ships abandoned, dead. They scuttled after we hit them. Find their data core, Caney said. Central processor, black box, anything that stores tactical information. Looking. On the main display, the sufficient took another hit. Massive. Her port side crumpled. She was still firing. Got something, Hector said. Looks like... Shit, I don't know what this looks like. Tech's all wrong. Organic? Maybe? Take it, all of it. It's bolted to... Fuck it. We're cutting it free. Minutes. They had minutes before the enemy regrouped. The tactical display showed enemy ships reorganizing. Confused by the adequate's micro-jump but recovering. Professional. Learning, always learning. Hector, time! 30 seconds, this thing's stubborn. The sufficient went dark. Life support failed. The ship tumbled, dead in space, but not destroyed. Not yet. Maybe Wu and some crew survived. Maybe in sealed sections, in suits, waiting for rescue that wouldn't come. Got it, Hector. Data core secured. We're moving too. Contact. Contact in the frigate. What? Enemy crew. They're not abandoned. They were hiding, waiting for... Gunfire, screaming. Marine combat at close range. Hector! We're pinned! 3, no 4 hostiles. They're between us and the pods. Caney looked at tactical. Enemy ships accelerating toward the frigate. 2 minutes out. Hector and his team didn't have 2 minutes. Can you fight through? We try. We lose the data core. It's too big, too fragile. Can't fight and carry. Then leave it. Sir? Leave it and get out. We came for this. Wu died for this. Wu hadn't died. Not yet. She was on the sufficient. In the dark, in the cold. Waiting. Maybe. Probably not. Caney's hands gripped the armrest. The choice. Command. Always the choice. 4 Marines. Or intelligence that might save humanity. Hector. His voice was calm. Dead calm. You get that data core to the pod. You get it back to the ship. That's an order. The team will cover you. Tell them. Silence. Then Hector's voice distant, talking to his Marines. You heard the man. I take the core. You hold the corridor. Hector, no. One of them. Young voice, scared. That's the job. Do it. More gunfire. Different pattern. Sustained. Covering fire. Hector's breathing on comms. Running. Dragging something heavy. The firing intensified, then stopped. One voice shouting, cut off. Another voice, screaming, then nothing. One Hector? Caney asked. I'm in the pod. Ceiling now, the team. They're gone. 3 Marines, 3 more names for NACA's list. Get back here. The pod launched, crude rocket, crossed the gap, docked hard. I'm in, Hector said, bringing the core to analysis. Enemy ships reached the frigate. Didn't fire, didn't chase, just stopped. Watching, always watching. Jump drive status, Caney ordered. We jump now, we die, Wren said. Reactor coupling is held together by prayers and spite. Give me 10 minutes to... We don't have 10 minutes. Then we definitely don't have jump capability. The enemy ships sat there, 12 of them. The adequate alone. The sufficient drifting. Dark. Torres in the marginal, just debris. Captain, Solomon said, quiet. They're not attacking. I noticed. They're waiting. They got what they wanted. What's that? Us, studying us. How we react. How we think. We just played out human tactical doctrine exactly as written. They learned more in 15 minutes than they would in months of simulation. Caney stared at the enemy ships. They'd killed Torres. 34 crew. They'd killed Wu. Probably, maybe, they'd killed Hector's Marines, and they were just sitting there, learning, grading. Sir, Morrison, the sufficient. I'm reading something. Low power signature. Could be survivors in the aft section. Wu, alive. How many? Can't tell, but life support's functioning in at least one compartment. Caney looked at the tactical display. Enemy ships between them and the sufficient. Blocking rescue. They could try. Fight through. Maybe save Wu and whoever else survived. Maybe. And her probably die trying. Or they could run. Jump away. Save the adequate and the data core Hector's Marines died for. Command. The choice. Always the choice. Spin up FTL, Caney said. Sir, the sufficient is gone. We can't save her. But survivors will die when the enemy finishes studying them, or they'll die in the dark when life support fails. Either way, they die. The bridge was silent. Those are our people, Morrison said. I know. Wu is... I know! Caney's voice cracked. He breathed, controlled it. I know who she is. I know what we're leaving. But we don't save anyone by dying here. We take this data. We learn from it. We use it to kill more of them. That's how we honor the dead. His hands weren't shaking anymore. Wren, how long until you can jury-rig that coupling? 20 minutes. If everything goes perfect, which it won't. Then you've got 15. Morrison, plot random jump coordinates. Anywhere that's not here. Aye, sir. The crew worked. Quiet. Efficient. Professional. Wu was dying in the dark. Torres was already dead. 3 Marines were floating in the corridor of an enemy frigate, and the adequate was running. Again. Captain, Hector's voice. He'd made it back to the bridge. The data core, Solomon's analyzing it now. Whatever's in there, it's big. Good. Then they died for something. Hector looked at him, old eyes in a young face. Did they? Caney didn't answer. He watched the tactical display. The enemy ships, still waiting. Then, as if coordinated, they all turned. Aligned on the adequate, all 12. Fuck, Morrison said. They were done waiting. Wren, I need that jump drive. Working on it. The enemy ships accelerated, not firing, closing distance. 10 seconds. Wren, they're in weapons range. Morrison, 5 seconds. The lead enemy destroyer powered weapons, massive plasma batteries, the same ones that killed Torres. Jump ready, Wren. Caney's finger hovered over the execute button. One press. They'd escape. Live. Leave Wu behind. Leave Torres's wreckage. Leave 3 Marines floating in enemy corridors. Run again. Always running. His finger touched the button. Behind them on the sufficient, the low-power signature spiked. Woo. She'd done something. Rerouted power. Boosted signal. Sending a message. Morrison, what's she saying? Decoding. It's coordinates. She's transmitting coordinates. To what? I don't know. Should we? But she's dying to send them. The enemy ships opened fire. Caney pressed the button. Chapter 13. Triage of Metal and Men. The smell of blood isn't like anything else. Copper and salt mixed with the chemical sweetness of cauterization, the acrid bite of scorched flesh where shrapnel met skin. It saturates the air, thick enough to taste. Neka's surgical mask does nothing. Nothing ever does. Doctor, we've got another. Put him with the greens. I'll get to him. Doctor, he's bleeding. They're all bleeding, petty officer. The medical bay wasn't designed for this. 12 beds, 18 now, with the recovery cots pulled from storage. 23 bodies occupying them. 7 more on the floor. 4 in the corridor outside because there's simply no room. Neka moved between them, assessing, cataloging, tagging, red tag, critical. Won't survive without immediate intervention. Yellow tag, serious. Moist stabilize and monitor. Green tag, walking, wounded. They can wait. Black tag. She tried not to look at the corner where the black tags went. Dr. Obi, Morrison's coding. Neka was already moving. Morrison, navigation specialist. 26 years old. Shrapnel through the abdomen when the railgun round punched through deck 3. She'd stabilized him an hour ago. Stopped the bleeding. Thought she'd saved him. Paddles. Doctor. Paddles, Sanchez. Now. The defibrillator hummed its charging whine. Neka pressed the paddles to Morrison's chest. His body arced. The monitor flatlined, again. Still flat. Come on, Morrison. Don't you fucking quit on me. Third shock. Fourth. Doctor, he's gone. One more. Doctor. I said one more. Fifth shock. The line stayed flat. That terrible, endless tone. Neka set down the paddles. Her hands didn't shake. Not anymore. She'd used up her shaking hours ago. Time of death, 22:47. Sanchez made the notation. Pulled the sheet. 23 beds. 22 occupied. The screaming hadn't stopped since they jumped away from Tausetti. Someone wailing about their legs. Someone else calling for their mother. The third one just screaming, wordless and raw, because their face was gone and there was nothing left to articulate with. Doctor, we need you in OR2. Neka wiped her hands. The towel came away red. Everything was red. What have we got? Corporal Valdez, crush injury. Right arm is... Doctor, it's bad. OR2 was the supply closet. They'd cleared out the shelves, wheeled in a surgical table, rigged the overhead lights to maximum. It smelled like disinfectant and desperation. Valdez was awake. They'd run out of anesthetic 2 patients ago. Hey, Doc. His voice was steady. Too steady. Shock could do that. Make you calm when you should be screaming. Hey, Corporal, let's see what we've got. She peeled back the temporary dressing. The arm was ruined. Compound fracture. Bone shards visible through torn muscle. The hand at an angle that made her stomach twist. Can you save it? Neka looked at the arm. Looked at Valdez. No. Okay, he swallowed. Okay, how long? 30 minutes. Maybe 40 if the saw is dull. No anesthetic? No anesthetic. Valdez nodded. His jaw was tight. Had a feeling. Sanchez gave me this. He held up a leather strap. To bite down on. Like in the old movies. That'll help. Will it? No. But it's better than nothing. Valdez laughed. Choked it off. Do it, Doc, before I lose my nerve. Neka prepped the surgical field. Sanchez positioned the overhead light. Another medic, Chen, she thought, maybe Andrews, stood ready with suction and clamps. Last chance to pass out, Corporal. Wouldn't dream of it. The saw's whine filled the small room. Neka made the first cut. Valdez screamed. She kept cutting. The human body has a finite capacity for pain. Eventually, the nervous system overloads. Shuts down. Valdez passed out at the third cut, which was a mercy. NECA worked faster. Clean cuts. Preserve what tissue she could. Seal the vessels. Leave enough for a prosthetic interface if they ever made it somewhere with prosthetics. 23 minutes. Seal him up. Get him to recovery. Next patient. Doctor. You need to rest. Next patient, Sanchez. Doctor. How many are waiting? Sanchez consulted her data pad. Her face said everything. 11 red tags, 6 yellows. Greens can wait. 17 more surgeries. Minimum. NECA looked at her hands. Steady. Still steady. Send in the next one. The next one died on the table. The one after that she saved. The third lost too much blood despite transfusion. The fourth survived but would never walk again. The fifth, sixth, seventh, they blurred together. Red blood, white bone, pink tissue, cut, clamp, seal. Next. Somewhere around surgery number 12, NECA realized she'd stopped remembering their names. Doctor. Hector's voice. When had he come in? Doctor, you need to stop. Can't stop. Too many. Dr. Obi. His hand on her shoulder. Gentle. Firm. You've been operating for 6 hours straight. You're shaking. She looked at her hands. He was right. Tremoring now. Fine motor control. Degrading. How many left? 5 red tags, but doctor, then I've got 5 more in me. NECA. He never used her first name. Sanchez can handle the next one. You need 15 minutes. Food, water. Just 15 minutes. She wanted to argue. The words wouldn't come. Her body was shutting down piece by piece. 15 minutes. Hector guided her to the corridor. Someone pressed a ration bar into her hand. Synthetic protein, vaguely chocolate-flavored. She chewed mechanically, swallowed, drank from the water bulb someone offered. The corridor was quieter. Most of the wounded had been moved inside. Just one left, covered in a thermal blanket, tucked against the bulkhead. And who's that? The Marine standing guard, Private Kowalski, his name tag read, shifted uncomfortably. Wreckage we pulled from the enemy frigate, Doctor. Before it blew, Hector said to keep it isolated. It? Yes, ma'am. NECA's exhaustion crystallized into something sharp. She stood, crossed to the blanket. Doctor, Commander Munoz said, I'm sure he did. She pulled back the thermal blanket. The creature underneath was dying. Not human. That was obvious immediately, but not fully mechanical either. Organic components fused with artificial systems. An arm that was neither flesh nor metal, but something between. Thorax split open, revealing organs that pulsed with bioluminescent fluid. 3 eyes, 2 closed, one tracking her with what looked like fear. It was breathing. Rapid, shallow, struggling. Hey, how long has it been here? 2 hours, ma'am, since we cleared the last of the hull debris. 2 hours, bleeding out slowly while she operated on humans 20 meters away. The creature made a sound, wet, clicking, its remaining eye fixed on her. Terror, she recognized it. Had seen it in Morrison's eyes before he died. In Valdez's before the saw. Sanchez, our doctor? Get me a diagnostic scanner, surgical kit, plasma supply. Doctor, that's an order, petty officer. Sanchez hesitated, nodded, disappeared into the medical bay. Kowalski was staring at her. Ma'am, Commander Munoz said, Is Commander Munoz a doctor? No, ma'am. Then he doesn't give medical orders. The creature's breathing was getting worse. Labored. The bioluminescent fluid was leaking from the thorax wound. Blood, or whatever it used instead. Sanchez returned with the equipment, set it down, looked at the creature, looked at NECA. Doctor, we don't even know if it's dying, Sanchez. I know dying when I see it. It killed our people, and our people killed its people. That doesn't change triage protocol. This isn't protocol, this is alive. It's alive, that's enough. NECA activated the scanner. The readouts were incomprehensible. Alien physiology. No reference database. She'd have to improvise. The wound first. The thorax split. She could see the edges trying to seal themselves. Biological systems attempting repair. But too much damage. Too much fluid loss. Hold it steady. Sanchez didn't move. Petty officer, hold the patient steady. Sanchez's hands shook as she positioned the creature. Its eye tracked her. That same terrible fear. Wananeka worked quickly. Synthetic tissue sealant where the organic components gaped. Welding torch on low setting for the mechanical junctions. She was guessing. All of it guesswork. But the scanner showed pressure stabilizing, fluid loss slowing. The creature's breathing eased slightly, its eye closed. Plasma transfusion. We'll need to synthesize something compatible. Doctor, we can't. We can, and we will. Dr. Obi, Hector's voice, cold, hard. What exactly are you doing? Naked didn't look up, kept working. My job, Commander. Your job is treating our crew. My job is treating whoever's dying in front of me. That thing killed 3 of my Marines, and we killed dozens of theirs. Should I let our wounded die to balance the scales? That's not. This is different. How? Hector didn't answer. She could feel his anger, radiating like heat. Dr. Obi, I'm ordering you to stop. Neka's hands paused. The creature's eye opened again, looking at her, at Hector, understanding somehow that its fate was being decided. She thought about Morrison, flatline tone, sheet pulled over his face. She thought about Valdez, screaming as the saw cut through bone. She thought about the 11 surgeries left, the names she'd already forgotten. She thought about what it meant to be human in a war that stripped away everything human. No. Doctor, I said no, Commander. She met his eyes. You want to stop me, you'll have to physically drag me away. And you won't do that, because you're a good man. And good men don't interfere with doctors saving lives. Hector stared at her. Much of the corridor was silent except for the creature's ragged breathing. Finally, he stepped back. This is on you, Doctor. When this goes wrong, and it will go wrong, this is on you. I know. He left. Sanchez watched him go, looked at Nika. What do we tell the crew? Nothing. Doctor, we tell them nothing. This patient gets moved to isolation, medical quarantine, no visitors. No one sees it, no one knows. Someone will find out. Not if we're careful. Nika finished the last seal. The creature's breathing was almost normal now, stable. Help me move it to the isolation ward. They lifted the creature. It was lighter than it looked. Hollow bones, maybe, or something else. They carried it through the medical bay, heads turning, questions starting, and into the small isolation room at the back. Originally for infectious cases. And now for this. Neka set up monitors, basic vitals. The scanner's readouts were still alien, but she was learning to interpret them. What do we do now? Now we hope it survives, and we pray no one finds out. Sanchez left. Neka stood alone with the creature. It was unconscious now. The eye closed, breathing steady. She'd just committed treason, saved the enemy, hidden it from command. She'd crossed a line she couldn't uncross. Don't make me regret this, she whispered. The creature didn't answer, just breathed, in and out, alive. Engineering was screaming, not people. The systems, every alarm shrieking at once. Pressure warnings, temperature spikes, structural integrity alerts. The ship was tearing itself apart piece by piece and screaming about it the whole way down. Wren hauled herself through the access tunnel, but too narrow for anyone but her. Good, meant she could work without some Marine second-guessing her. Talk to me, Illich, Bogdan's voice crackled through her headset. Coolant leak in reactor 2. We're losing pressure fast. 10 minutes before containment failure. In the jump drive? Still jury-rigged. That coupling won't hold another jump. Might not hold normal operation. So we're running on one reactor with a failing coolant system, and we can't jump out if things get worse. That's the situation, yes. Fantastic. Wren reached the coolant junction, pulled the access panel. Fluid was spraying from a cracked seal. Not enough to flood the tunnel yet, but give it time. I need a replacement seal assembly. Mark 7, I think. We don't have Mark 7. What do we have? Mark 5, Mark 9, and some Mark 6, but they're questionable. Mark 5 it is. Send it down. Wren, Mark 5 doesn't fit Mark 7 housing. Then I'll make it fit. Send it down. Silence then. Sending it. The ship groaned, bulkheads flexing, metal stress singing in frequencies that made her teeth ache. The adequate was dying, had been dying for years. Every patch, every jury rig, every shortcut she'd taken to keep it flying, all of it failing at once. The replacement seal arrived through the parts chute. She grabbed it, examined it in the tunnel's dim light. Wrong size, wrong threading, wrong pressure rating. This won't work, Illich. Make it work. It's all we have. Wren looked at the seal, looked at the spraying coolant, looked at the pressure gauge dropping toward critical. Yeah, okay. She pulled out her multi-tool. I started filing down the threads, shaving millimeters off, compromising the structural integrity. But if she was careful, if she machined it just right, it might hold for a while. The ship lurched, the deck twisted under her. Something deep in the superstructure groaned and gave. What was that? Starboard structural member just failed. Hull integrity down to 70%. 70%. They'd limped away from Tau Ceti at 95. Lost 25% in 3 hours. How long until we can dock somewhere? Nearest friendly station is Ross 128. 43 hours at current speed. Current speed being? Quarter impulse. Anything faster and the reactor can't keep up. So 43 hours to safety, and we might not make 43 minutes. That's about right. Wren fitted the jury rig seal into place, torqued it down. The coolant spray slowed, stopped, pressure stabilized. For now. Seals holding. What's next? Life support. We're losing atmosphere in sections 8 through 12. Where's the breach? Multiple locations. Hull microfractures from combat stress. They're spreading. Of course they were. The Adequate was old. 70 years of service. Designed for 20. Held together with optimism and spite. And now the optimism was running out. I'm heading to Section 8. Have someone meet me with sealant foam. Wren, Bogdan's voice was careful. Too careful. Section 8 is venting to space. You need a suit. Don't have time for a suit. Make time. I'm not explaining to Caney why his chief engineer suffocated. Wren pulled herself out of the access tunnel, headed for the equipment locker. Grabbed an EVA suit. The seal was cracked. The oxygen tank half empty. Good enough. Section 8 was a nightmare. Hull plating peeled back like skin. Atmosphere venting in visible streams. Moisture condensing into ice crystals as it hit vacuum. The deck was tilted. Gravity generators failing. Wren maglocked her boots. Moved carefully. The suit's oxygen indicator blinked yellow. 15 minutes of air. Maybe. I'm in Section 8. Assessing damage. Multiple microfractures along the port hull. You'll need to seal from outside. Outside? Outside? Wren looked at the gaping wounds in the hull, looked at the stars visible through them, looked at her oxygen gauge. Yeah. Okay. She clipped her safety tether, climbed through the largest breach, emerged on the Adequate's exterior. On us, the ship stretched away in both directions. Scarred, pitted, scorched black where plasma had kissed the hull. She could see the damage from Tau Ceti, railgun punctures, missile impacts. The whole starboard side looked like someone had taken a cheese grater to it. I see the fractures. Dozens of them. This is going to take a while. You don't have a while. Oxygen? 12 minutes. Work fast. Wren activated her sealant gun, started spraying. The foam expanded on contact, hardening into an airtight seal. Temporary, but better than nothing. She worked methodically, each fracture sealed, moving down the hull, the tether dragging behind her. 7 minutes of oxygen, halfway done. 5 minutes, 3/4, 3 minutes. The last fracture sealed. She turned to head back inside. The tether was caught, so snagged on a jagged piece of hull plating. Illich, I've got a problem. What kind of problem? Tether's stuck. I'm trying to free it, but 2 minutes of oxygen. She pulled. The tether didn't budge. Pulled harder. Nothing. Wren, your oxygen? I know, 1 minute. She could cut the tether, free climb back to the breach. But if she slipped, if she lost her maglock, she'd drift into the black, forever. Or she could keep trying to free it, use up the last of her air, suffocate in the suit. Great options. 30 seconds. Wren cut the tether, free climbed, hand over hand, boot to boot. The breach was 10 meters away, then 5. Then the oxygen indicator went red. She was breathing vacuum. 3 meters. Her vision tunneled, edges going dark. 2 meters. She grabbed the breech edge, pulled herself through, and fell onto the deck. Scrabbling at her helmet seal, got it open. Gasped. The air was thin, recycled, tasted like copper and machine oil. It was beautiful. Ren! Ren, respond! I'm good. I'm good. She lay on the deck, breathing, just breathing. The ship groaned around her, still dying, but slower now. She'd bought them time. How much time was anyone's guess? Ren found Naka in the corridor outside medical, both covered in fluids. One hydraulic, one biological. They stopped, looked at each other. Still flying, Ren said. Neka's smile was brittle, exhausted, still dying. They stood there, 2 women who'd spent hours keeping failing systems alive, knowing it wasn't enough, would never be enough. How many? Ren asked. 14 dead, 17 critical. Too many to count walking wounded. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. Neka looked at her hands, still bloodstained. How's the ship? Held together with prayers and profanity. We've got maybe 2 days before something catastrophic fails. 2 days to Ross, 128. If we're lucky. Neka nodded, started to walk away, stopped. Ren? Yeah? If I told you I'd done something that could get me court-martialed, would you want to know? Ren looked at her, really looked, saw the weight behind the question. No, she said, I wouldn't. Neka's shoulders sagged. Relief, or maybe just exhaustion. Thank you. She walked away, disappeared into medical. Ren stood in the corridor, wondering what Neka had done, wondering if she really wanted to know. Wondering how many more impossible choices they'd have to make before this was over. The ship groaned, metal singing its slow death song. She got back to work. Chapter 14, Decryption. 3 hours staring at alien code. 3 hours of Solomon's eyes burning. 3 hours closer to understanding what killed Torres, what crippled Wu, what turned Tau Ceti into a graveyard. Worth it. Maybe. The data core sat on his workstation, scorched, cracked, blood spattered. He tried not to think about whose. The Marines had pulled it from the enemy frigate seconds before the ship detonated. 3 of them died doing it. This intelligence better be worth 3 lives. Solomon rubbed his eyes, blinked, focused. The decryption algorithms ran in cascading windows across his screens. Most of the data was corrupted, fragmented. But fragments were better than nothing. Fragments could build patterns, and patterns were Solomon's specialty. Any progress? Lieutenant Chen stood behind him. Intelligence officer. It survived the Marginal's destruction by being on detached duty. Lucky her. Unlucky her. Now she was the only intel specialist left across 3 ships. Well, 2 ships. Torres wasn't coming back. The encryption is familiar. Familiar how? Like looking at my own face in a broken mirror. Chen frowned. Explain. Solomon pulled up 2 code samples, side by side. Left is enemy encryption. Right is UNC standard military cipher. Generation 7. See the similarities? They're using our encryption? Not exactly. Using our architecture, our mathematics, like someone took our system, modified it, improved it. How is that possible? 2 options. Either they independently developed identical cryptographic theory, which violates basic probability, or they had access to our systems. Chen's expression darkened. Access when? That's the question. Solomon ran analysis. Based on the algorithmic evolution, I'd estimate 30 to 40 years ago. Before the war. Before first contact, officially. Silence. The kind that preceded bad questions. Chen asked it anyway. You're saying someone gave them our encryption? I'm saying they have it. How they got it is speculation. Speculate? Solomon leaned back, thought about his expensive education, his professors at academy, the carefully sanitized history they'd taught, all the gaps, all the convenient omissions, the demilitarization initiatives. Chapter 10 references. Someone purged our combat doctrine databases 37 years ago. You think that's connected? I think our institutions have been compromised for decades. I think we've been fighting the wrong war because we're using the wrong assumptions. Chen was quiet, processing. Good officer, smart enough to see implications. Can you break their encryption? Already did, working through the data now. How long until the console beeped? Decryption complete on the first major data segment. Until now, star charts, hundreds of them, covering 30 light years of space, human territory, colony worlds, shipping lanes, military installations, all mapped, all cataloged, all targeted, but not attacked. Solomon zoomed in, enhanced, cross-referenced against UNC navigation databases. These charts are old, Chen said. 15 years minimum. Look at Kepler 442b. The agricultural communes aren't shown, just the original settlement. So they've been surveilling us for at least 15 years. Longer. These are updated versions. See the metadata? Version 47.3, meaning 47 major updates. Chen did the math. If they update yearly, 47 years of surveillance, minimum. The implications sat between them, heavy. Solomon opened another data file. Fleet movement logs, positions, vectors, timing. They're not advancing, Chen said. No, they're consolidating. The patterns were clear. Enemy forces clustered around resource-rich systems, mining colonies, fuel depots, agricultural worlds, taking territory, holding it, not pushing deeper into human space. Why stop? They're winning. Solomon highlighted a section. Look at their resource extraction rates. They're stripping these worlds faster than sustainable. Use mining operations running at 300% capacity, refineries operating continuously. Preparing for a major offensive? Or preparing for something else? He pulled up tactical analysis. Enemy ship movements over 6 months. The patterns were wrong. Not offensive deployments, not defensive positions. Supply lines. Everything pointed toward the edge of human space. The frontier, where humanity ended and the dark began. They're not preparing to attack deeper, Solomon said slowly. They're preparing to defend. Defend against what? We can barely... Not us. Chen stared at the screen, at the patterns, the inescapable logic. Open the next data segment, she said quietly. Solomon did. Communications logs, encrypted transmissions between enemy fleets. The language was untranslatable. The metadata wasn't. Timestamps, coordinates, priority codes, and one word, repeated over and over. The system translated it awkwardly. Pursuit. Or maybe hunter. The nuance was unclear, but the fear was obvious. They're running, Chen whispered. Solomon nodded, pulled up the next file. The footage was corrupted, fragmentary, pieced together from multiple sources, but enough, more than enough. It showed space, deep space, beyond the frontier, beyond human territory, beyond anywhere UNC had explored. Ships hung in the dark, not enemy ships, something else, massive, organic, wrong. They moved like living things, pulsing, undulating. Chitin and meat and metal fused together in ways that violated physics, violated sanity. There were dozens, hundreds. The camera view shifted, showed an enemy fleet, the same ships that had killed Torres, destroyed Wu, slaughtered Kepler 442b. The pursuing ships, the things, engaged. It wasn't a battle. Battles had tactics, strategy. This was extermination. The enemy fleet fired, railguns, missiles, plasma, everything. The pursuing ships ignored it, absorbed it. Weapons that should have shattered hull plating barely scratched their hides. Then they returned fire, light, blinding, white-hot, not plasma, not lasers, something else. Something that didn't just destroy ships, it erased them, unmade them, turned matter back into energy and scattered it across the dark. 17 enemy ships died in 40 seconds. The footage cut, jumped, showed another engagement, another massacre, then another, then static. Solomon's hands shook. He gripped the console edge, tried to steady them. Failed. Jesus Christ, Chen said. Her voice was hollow, distant. Play it again. Solomon, play it again. She did. He watched, analyzed, counted. The pursuing ships were faster, tougher, better armed, more numerous. The enemy, the force that had shattered humanity's defenses like tissue paper, was losing. Badly. Estimate their technological advantage, Solomon said. Chen ran numbers. Her fingers trembled on the keys. Over the enemy? 50 years. Maybe more. Over us? Longer pause. A century, minimum. Solomon sat back, thought about the math, the inexorable logic. Humanity was losing a war against an enemy that was running from something worse. The thing they were running from was pursuing, getting closer. And when it arrived, we need more data, Chen said. This isn't enough to... It's enough. Solomon, it's enough. We know what's happening. The enemy needs our territory, sure, our resources. Not for conquest, for survival. They're strip mining our worlds because they're desperate, fighting us because we're in the way. And when their pursuers arrive, they'll go through us to get to them. We don't know that. Yes, we do. He pulled up the star charts, overlaid enemy fleet positions, drew vectors, calculated trajectories. The pursuing force was 40 light-years out, moving at 0.7 light speed. Based on observed patterns, they'd reach human space in 18 months, Solomon said, give or take. Chen stared at the projection. That can't be right. Check it yourself. She did. Ran the numbers 3 times. Same answer. We're caught between 2 extinction events, she whispered. Yes. What do we do? Solomon looked at the data, the patterns, the beautiful, terrible logic of it all. His expensive education had prepared him for analysis, strategy, problem solving. Not this. Nothing could prepare anyone for this. I don't know. Caney stood in the ready room, Hector beside him, Ren leaning against the bulkhead, Bogdan at the table. All of them exhausted, all of them running on fumes and spite. Solomon entered, Chen behind him. He carried a data pad. His hands were steady now. He'd used up his shaking 2 hours ago. You cracked it? Caney asked. Yes. Good news? No. Caney's expression didn't change. He was good at that, keeping the mask up, command face. Hit me. Solomon set down the data pad, brought up the summary, kept it simple. Soldiers didn't need theoretical frameworks. They needed actionable intelligence. The enemy isn't trying to conquer us. They're running from something worse. They need our territory for resources. We're collateral damage. Silence. Worse how? Hector asked. Solomon showed them the footage. Watch their faces. Watch the realization sink in. Ren spoke first. How long? Until that arrives here. 18 months, approximately. More silence, the kind that came before screaming, or surrender. Caney broke it. So, we're fighting a losing war against an enemy that's also fighting a losing war. Correct. And when they lose, we face what killed them. Correct. Options? Solomon had spent 2 hours on this, running scenarios, calculating probabilities, looking for the angle, the strategy, the clever solution that would save everyone. He'd found nothing. Surrender to the enemy, hope they'll incorporate us into their forces. Maybe survive the larger war. They've been slaughtering us for 6 months. They weren't desperate enough yet. They are now, or will be. Other options? Run. Take the fleet. Head rimward. Away from both forces. Find empty space. Hide. Leave the colonies? The colonies are already dead. They just don't know it yet. Caney's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. Couldn't argue. The math was clear. Third option? Fight. Both of them. Accept that we're going to lose. Make it cost them everything. Spite? Spite. Caney looked at the others. Hector, Ren, Bogdan. Reading them. Gauging. Thoughts? We should verify this intelligence, Hector said. Confirm before we make decisions. How? By waiting for the pursuers to arrive? By then it's too late. We could try negotiating with the enemy. Why explain that we understand their situation? They've been slaughtering our colonies. Why would they negotiate now? Because now we have information they need to know we have. Ren shook her head. They already know. That's why they're so aggressive. They're on a timeline. We're just obstacles. Bogdan hadn't spoken. He sat at the table, staring at the datapad, at the numbers, the terrible mathematics of extinction. Bogdan? Caney asked. We tell everyone. What? We broadcast this, all of it. Every colony, every ship, every human in space. They deserve to know. That'll cause panic. They're dying anyway. Let them die informed. Caney considered, nodded slowly. You're right. They should know. He looked at Solomon. Prepare a broadcast package. Everything we found. Send it to Captain. Chen's voice tight, tonally controlled. The way people sounded right before they broke. We have a problem. Another one? The data core. It had passive transmission capability. We didn't detect it because the encryption was too good. Solomon's stomach dropped. What are you saying? I'm saying it's been broadcasting since we brought it aboard. Low power, directional, but consistent. Broadcasting what? Our position, our course, everything we've discovered. The ready room was silent. Solomon looked at the datapad, at the intelligence they'd pulled from the core, the star charts, the fleet movements, the footage, all of it. A trap. The enemy hadn't lost this data core in battle. They'd let the Marines take it, let them die for it, let Solomon decrypt it, let him discover the truth. And while he did, it was telling them exactly where to find the adequate. How long? Caney's voice was flat. Unknown, but if I had to guess. Chen pulled up a tactical display. Enemy fleet inbound. 12 ships, 4 hours out. 4 hours. Not enough time to run. Not enough time to hide. Barely enough time to prepare. Caney looked at Solomon. What do we do? The question hung between them. Chapter 15. The Cost of Knowing. 4 hours, maybe less if they push their drives, and we don't have the fuel reserves to run, don't have the weapons to fight, don't have anything except the ship and the knowledge that we're about to die for intelligence we can't use. Hector's voice continued without Caney hearing the words, the sound washing over him like static while his mind cataloged the physical facts of their situation. The ache in his lower back from standing too long at the tactical display. The metallic taste of recycled air that meant the scrubbers were overworked again. The way his uniform stuck to his skin because environmental controls were being routed to critical systems and comfort had stopped mattering somewhere around the third firefight. 12 enemy ships inbound. 4 hours. The adequate jury-rigged and bleeding, held together by Ren's profanity and spite. They'd walked into the trap knowingly, willingly, because the possibility of intelligence had seemed worth the risk. And now the bill was coming due in 4 hours or less, depending on how badly the enemy wanted them dead. Captain? Caney blinked, focused. Hector was looking at him with that expression he'd been wearing more often lately, the one that said he was watching his commander crack and didn't know how to stop it. Yeah. Orders? The ready room felt smaller than it should. 6 people crammed around a table meant for 4, breathing each other's air, waiting for someone to say something that would make the math work differently. Solomon hunched over his datapad, face drawn. Ren leaning against the bulkhead, arms crossed. Bogdan at the table's far end, fingers drumming in a rhythmic pattern that made Caney's teeth hurt. Orders. Right, because that's what captains did. They gave orders, solved problems, found the clever solution that saved everyone. Except there wasn't one. Spin up what's left of the FTL drive, Caney said, the words coming from some autopilot part of his brain that still believed in procedures and protocols. Plot random jump coordinates, anywhere that puts distance between us and them. The coupling won't hold another jump, Ren said. Told you that 3 hours ago. Then make it hold. Captain, make it hold. Ren pushed off the bulkhead, didn't salute, didn't acknowledge the order beyond a tight nod that said she'd try, and they both knew trying wouldn't be enough. The door hissed shut behind her. "Hector, get the Marines ready for—" The comm crackled. Morrison's voice, tight with something Caney couldn't identify yet, but his hindbrain was already cataloging as wrong, as the kind of wrong that preceded very bad news. "Captain to the bridge. We're receiving a transmission. Priority military band. You need to see this." The bridge smelled like burnt insulation and fear sweat, the overhead lights flickering because power distribution was failing again, and someone had prioritized tactical systems over illumination, which meant the command crew worked in a twilight that made everything feel like the last moments before something terrible happened. Caney's boots stuck slightly to the deck plating, where someone had spilled something and not cleaned it properly. One on each step making a small, peeling sound that echoed too loud in the unnatural quiet that had fallen as he entered. And he knew before anyone spoke that whatever was on that transmission, whatever had made Morrison's voice crack like that, was going to be worse than the enemy fleet bearing down on them. "Put it on screen!" Morrison's hands shook as she keyed the command. The main display flickered. Static. Then, the UNC logo. Official channel. Priority military broadcast. Then a face. Admiral something. Caney didn't catch the name. Didn't matter. The man's expression said everything. All UNC vessels, all colony stations, all human forces in range of this transmission. At 0600 hours Zulu time, enemy forces engaged defensive positions around Kepler, 442b. A colonial militia and remaining UNC forces mounted defensive actions across all three continents. Resistance was significant, but insufficient. At 1400 hours, enemy forces achieved orbital supremacy. Ground bombardment commenced 17 minutes later. The admiral's face was carved from stone, each word delivered with the mechanical precision of someone who had rehearsed this in a mirror until emotion stopped mattering, because emotion wouldn't bring back 3 million dead. Kepler 442b is lost. Civilian casualties are estimated at 2.7 million. Military casualties at 400,000. Approximately 300,000 colonists were taken aboard enemy vessels before our surviving forces lost contact. Their status is unknown. Resistance cells continue to operate planetside, but without orbital support or resupply, they are expected to be neutralized within 72 hours. Caney's hands gripped the command chair, knuckles aching. The pressure helped, gave him something to focus on besides the words crawling through his brain like insects. Kepler 442b. Home, the agricultural communes where he'd grown up, where his parents had broken their backs turning alien soil into wheat fields and corn, where he'd learned to drive a harvester before he could legally drink, where he'd looked up at the stars and thought about leaving, and never quite managed to forget the smell of fresh, turned earth and growing things. Gone. The following data packet contains final transmissions from surface stations and resistance cells. Command has deemed it necessary to preserve these records for historical documentation and as evidence for future tribunals should humanity survive long enough to convene them. The Admiral's image vanished, replaced by a list, hundreds of entries, timestamps, coordinates, duration, all organized by colony sector and transmission source. Caney's eyes found the entry without meaning to, drawn by some magnetic pull of inevitability. Sector 7, Agricultural Commune, 23. Final transmission, 2734. Duration his sector. His commune. Morrison was looking at him. So was Chen. So was everyone on the bridge who knew, who'd read his file, who'd heard him talk about home in the small hours when exhaustion stripped away filters and people said true things. Play it. Morrison's voice was soft, gentle. The way you talk to someone standing on a ledge. Captain, you don't have to play it. She did. The screen showed static for 3 seconds before resolving into an image of the commune's communication center. The same prefab structure Caney had walked past 10,000 times on his way to the fields. And he could see through the window behind the camera operator the red glow of something burning in the distance, smoke rising in columns that bent wrong in Kepler's slightly heavier gravity. The face that appeared on screen was older than Caney remembered, worn down by years of agricultural labor and the kind of stress that carved lines around the eyes and mouth. But he recognized her instantly. Magistrate Williams, Hannah, who'd arbitrated land disputes and marriage licenses and the thousand small bureaucratic functions that kept a commune operating. This is Agricultural Commune 23 Sector 7, Kepler 442b, Magistrate Sarah Williams recording. Enemy forces achieved orbit 3 hours ago. Bombardment began 90 minutes ago. Commune 17 took a direct hit. Commune 12 reports 60% casualties. We can see the impacts from here. The whole western horizon is burning. Her voice was steady in the way that came from accepting that nothing you said would change anything. So you might as well say it clearly for whoever found the recording later. And Caney watched her hands shake as she adjusted the camera, watched her swallow hard before continuing. Colonial militia evacuated the children 2 hours ago, loaded them on the transports and sent them east toward the mountains. Don't know if they made it. Haven't heard from the convoy since they left. Enemy fighters have been strafing the roads. The camera shook. Explosion somewhere close. Williams flinched but kept talking. We're past the point of military resistance. The few rifles we have won't matter against what's coming. Some of the farmers are in the fields. Said they'd rather die doing something useful than hiding in shelters. Can't argue with that logic. I sent the medical staff to the clinic to prepare for casualties, but we're out of most supplies, so it won't matter much when another explosion, closer. The lights in the comm center flickered. Probably running out of time. Want to make sure this gets recorded, transmitted. Someone should know what happened here. Someone should remember that we tried. She listed names. Caney heard people he'd known. Neighbors, teachers, the man who taught him to repair harvester hydraulics, the woman who'd run the commune store, and always had hard candy for kids who came in with their parents. Dead, or about to be. Williams kept talking, kept listing the dead and dying, and Caney stood on the bridge watching his childhood burn while his crew pretended not to watch him break. Then the transmission shifted. Different voice, different angle, and Caney's world ended for the second time in 5 minutes. The face on screen was weathered in the way that came from 30 years of sun and wind, and the kind of work that aged you faster than time alone. Hair pulled back in the same practical braids she'd worn since they were kids. And when she smiled at the camera, it was the same crooked smile that had convinced him to steal his father's tractor when they were 16. That had laughed when they got caught. That had kissed him goodbye the day he left for the academy and told him to come back when he'd seen enough stars. Hey, Darius, if you're watching this, means someone managed to get the transmission out. Means you're still alive somewhere. That's good. Always worried you'd do something stupid and heroic and get yourself killed for no good reason. Lucia Mendez, childhood friend. First kiss. Last person he'd said goodbye to before leaving Kepler. She'd stayed, built a life, married some farmer whose name Caney had never bothered to remember because remembering meant acknowledging that she'd moved on, that whatever they'd had was past tense. So that the girl who'd kissed him in the summer fields had become a woman who'd chosen roots over stars. Don't know if you're close enough to help. Don't know if you even can. But figured you should know what's happening here. Figured you'd want to see it. So this is me giving you that gift. The gift of knowing. The camera pulled back, showed the interior of what looked like a maintenance barn, farming equipment shoved against the walls to clear space. And in that space were people. 20, maybe 30, armed with rifles that were designed for scaring off local wildlife, not fighting a war against an enemy that had shattered humanity's best defenses. We're what's left of the commune's resistance cell. Magistrate Williams is on the east side trying to coordinate evacuation. We're buying her time, or trying to. Enemy drop ships are landing about 2 clicks out. We've rigged some improvised explosives, got a few good firing positions. Might take some of them with us. She checked her rifle. Movement so casual it had to be practiced. Muscle memory from hours of preparation that wouldn't matter when the enemy came. Want you to know it wasn't your fault. You leaving. You not being here. This would have happened whether you were here or halfway across the galaxy. Maybe you could have helped. Maybe not. Doesn't matter now. Kaney's vision blurred. He wiped his eyes and his hand came away wet, and he couldn't remember when he'd started crying. Couldn't remember the last time he'd let himself feel anything this raw, this unfiltered, this completely fucking devastating. Magistrate says the enemy takes prisoners, puts them on ships. I don't know what happens after that. Some of us talked about surrendering, decided against it. Rather die here than find out what they do to us up there. The transmission crackled. Sound of weapons fire in the distance. Someone shouted. Lucia looked toward the barn entrance, then back at the camera. Running out of time. They're closer than I thought. Look, Darius, I know you. Know how you think. Know you're going to blame yourself for this, for not being here, for leaving, for surviving when we didn't. Don't. Okay? Just don't. You left because staying would have killed something in you. We both knew it. I'm glad you got out. Glad you saw the stars. Glad you became someone who mattered beyond farming commune boundaries. She smiled, that crooked smile, the one that had meant everything when they were kids. This is goodbye. Real goodbye this time. Want to give you one last thing, something to remember, something so you know it was quick, so you don't spend years wondering if we suffered. The camera stayed on her face as the sounds of battle grew louder, closer, and Kaney wanted to scream at her to run, to hide, to do anything except stand there smiling at him while the world ended around her. Love you, Darius. Always did. Even when you left. Even when I married Tom. Even when you stopped writing. Doesn't matter now. Just wanted you to know. The barn door exploded inward. Enemy troops. 3 of them. Armored. Armed. Lucia fired. So did the others. The camera shook. Fell. The last thing Kaney heard was Lucia's voice, still steady, still calm, saying, Tell my... Static. The transmission ended. The bridge was silent, except for the mechanical hum of failing systems and the ragged sound of Kaney's breathing. And he stood there with his hand still gripping the command chair. Stood there while his crew watched him shatter. Stood there while the only home he'd ever known finished burning in archived footage, and the woman he'd loved first and best recorded her death as a gift. So he wouldn't wonder, so he wouldn't imagine, so he'd know it was fast. Someone was saying something. Morrison maybe, or Chen. The words didn't penetrate, couldn't penetrate. There was nothing left in him to hear them with. Hector's hand on his shoulder. Gentle pressure. Real. Captain. Orders? Orders. Right. Right, because the world kept turning and the enemy kept coming and command kept demanding decisions even when the person giving them had just watched everything that made them human burn to ash in 27 minutes of archived hell. Kaney's mouth opened. Nothing came out. He tried again. Failed again. The silence stretched, lengthened, became something physical. Captain? He walked off the bridge. Didn't run. Didn't stumble. Just walked. 1 foot in front of the other, muscle memory carrying him down corridors he could navigate blind. Past crew who saw him coming and pressed themselves against bulkheads to let him pass, their faces showing the kind of careful neutrality that came from knowing their commander was breaking and not knowing how to help. His quarters, door hissing shut, seal engaging. Kaney sat on his bunk. Sonor stared at his hands. They weren't shaking. That seemed wrong. Everything inside him was shaking, vibrating apart at molecular level, but his hands were steady. 3 million dead, Lucia among them. The communes where he'd grown up reduced to ash, and whatever the enemy wanted to harvest from the ruins. And he was here, safe, alive, 40 light years away. He'd left them, left all of them, chosen stars over soil, chosen to be someone important, instead of someone who mattered to the people who needed mattering most. And now they were gone. Time passed, he didn't track it. The door chimed twice. He didn't answer. Heard voices in the corridor. Hector, Wren, arguing in hushed tones about whether to override the lock. They didn't. The ship vibrated, jump drive spinning up. Wren had made it work. She always did. The vibration stopped. Started again. Stopped. Jump failed. They were dead in space. Enemy fleet inbound. Maybe 2 hours now, maybe less. Caney sat on his bunk and stared at his hands and didn't move. 3 days. Solomon counted them because someone had to, because time was the only thing they had left to measure. And measuring it kept his mind occupied with something other than the fact that their commander had retreated to his quarters 72 hours ago and hadn't emerged since. The adequate drifted on minimal power, life support and gravity maintained but nothing else. Weapons offline, engines offline, shields offline, everything offline except the bare minimum required to keep the crew breathing while they waited for an enemy that had stopped pursuing 2 days ago for reasons Solomon couldn't fathom and didn't trust. Buck. Engineering reports another coolant leak, Wren said, her voice flat across the bridge speakers. Section 12. Can't fix it without shutting down life support to that deck. Evacuate the section, Solomon said, because someone had to make decisions, and Hector was in the medical bay getting his shoulder treated where shrapnel had caught him during the brief engagement before the enemy inexplicably broke off pursuit. And Caney was gone. Not dead, gone. Sealed in his quarters, not responding to comms, not responding to manual override attempts. Just gone in a way that was somehow worse than death, because at least death was final, was something you could process and move past. Whereas this was a wound that kept bleeding. Aye, Wren said, evacuating Section 12. How long before we run out of ship? Don't know. Keep me posted. The connection severed. Solomon sat in the captain's chair. Not his chair, would never be his chair, but someone had to sit there and review damage reports and casualty lists and supply inventories that showed them slowly dying by degrees. 14 dead from the engagement. Another 7 from injuries sustained when the jump drive failed catastrophically and took half of engineering with it. Life support failing in 3 sections. Food stores contaminated when Storage Bay 4 lost pressure. Water recycling at 60% capacity. They'd survive maybe 2 weeks at current consumption. Less if more systems failed, which they would. Solomon, Naka's voice on comms. Tired. Everyone was tired. Need you in medical. It's Reeves. What about him? He's asking for Caney. Caney's not available. I know. But Reeves is dying, and he keeps asking, and I don't know what to tell him. Solomon closed his eyes, breathed, opened them. Tell him the captain's dealing with strategic command issues. Tell him anything. Just make him comfortable. Already did. He knows I'm lying. Then tell him the truth. Silence. Then, what truth is that? That our commander watched his homeworld burn and broke. That we're drifting without leadership. That we're all going to die here because the person who's supposed to make decisions has decided to stop making them. More silence. Longer. I'll tell him the captain sends his regards. The connection cut. Solomon sat in the chair that wasn't his and made decisions that should have been someone else's, and watched his datapad catalog the slow dissolution of everything they'd fought to preserve. The door chimed. Morrison entered without waiting for acknowledgement. Sir, transmission from Ross 128. They're asking for sitrep, asking for orders. 3 more colony ships arrived since we left. Station's overcrowded. They need to know where to route evacuees. Tell them we're operational. Damaged but functional. We'll contact them when we have new orders. And when will that be? Solomon looked at her. Really looked. Saw the exhaustion, the fear, the question behind the question. When the captain's ready. And if he's never ready, then we figure it out ourselves. Morrison left. Solomon returned to his reports. Checked chronometer. 73 hours since Caney sealed himself in his quarters. Wow, 73 hours of the crew pretending they had leadership while systems failed and people died and the enemy inexplicably left them alive. Why? Solomon pulled up the tactical data from the engagement, reviewed it for the 100th time. The enemy had them. Dead to rights, jump drive failed. Weapons offline. Then they just stopped. Formed up at distance, held position, watching. That's what they were doing, watching, studying, like scientists observing a dying animal to see how it behaved in its final moments, or waiting for something. Solomon's hands moved across the console, pulling up star charts, plotting enemy fleet positions, extrapolating vectors. There. More enemy ships. 3 light hours out, not moving. Just holding position in a loose formation that suggested they were waiting for orders, for some signal, or for whatever came next in their incomprehensible strategy. We're bait, Solomon thought. They left us alive because we're bait, drawing in other UNC forces, other survivors, or maybe they just didn't care. Maybe one crippled destroyer with a broken commander wasn't worth the ammunition. The ready room door opened. Hector emerged, arm in a sling, face drawn. How is he? Won't answer. Tried override codes. Nothing. He's in there. Biosigns are stable, but he won't respond. Should we force entry? To do what? Drag him out? Make him give orders he can't give? We need leadership, Hector. Then lead. You've been doing it for 3 days anyway. Solomon shook his head. I'm intelligence, analysis, not command. Neither was Caney when this started, but he did it anyway. So can you. I don't. No one does. That's the point. Yeah, none of us know what we're doing. We're making it up as we go. Caney just figured that out sooner than the rest of us. Hector crossed to the tactical station, reviewed displays, frowned. What are they waiting for? Don't know. Your best guess, Solomon told him. The bait theory, the not caring theory, the dozen other theories that made equal sense and no sense. Hector listened, nodded slowly. So we're dead either way? Most likely. Then we should do something stupid. Go out fighting instead of drifting. Can't fight. Weapons are offline. Drive's dead. We're a floating coffin. Then we broadcast Solomon's intelligence. Let other ships know what's coming. Die doing something useful. Solomon considered. It made sense. More sense than sitting here cataloging their slow death. Boss, I'll prep the transmission package. Good. Do it. I'll inform the crew. Hector left. Solomon pulled up the decrypted data, the footage of the pursuing aliens, the star charts, everything they'd learned. His fingers hesitated over the transmit command. Caney should make this call. This was command-level decision. Broadcasting this kind of intelligence could cause system-wide panic, could collapse what little remained of human civilization's defensive coordination. But Caney was gone, and someone had to decide. Solomon pressed transmit. The data package began broadcasting on all UNC channels. Omnidirectional, maximum power. Everything they knew about the enemy, about what was coming, about humanity's position between two extinction-level threats. Let it burn through the dark. Let someone else decide what to do with it. As his console chimed. Proximity alert. Solomon's blood went cold. The enemy ships, the ones 3 light hours out. They were moving, all of them, accelerating toward the adequate at speeds that violated their previous tactical patterns. Response time, 6 hours. The broadcast had triggered something, drawn attention, confirmed the enemy's suspicions. They'd been waiting for exactly this, waiting to see what the adequate would do. And now they knew. All hands, Solomon said into comms, his voice steadier than he felt. Enemy fleet inbound. 6 hours to contact. This is not a drill. Silence answered him, the kind that came before screaming or praying. In his quarters, Caney didn't respond. The adequate drifted, and the enemy came.